on. He has some affectations that Shonitz is clearly having a good time with, like how he's eating something in almost every scene, but that's really all they are, affectations. There's nothing that makes him scary or formidable other than a few throwaway lines about his relative strength and the way other people on screen are afraid of him. Meanwhile, Jason Momoa's Lobo finds his way into the movie as well, and the mostly impervious anti-hero bounty hunter is just as much fun as fans have been anticipating. Now, cigar chomping gets thrown around a little excessively anytime a J. Jonah Jameson or a Hellboy or a Will Smith and Jeff Goldblum from Independence Day show up on screen. But Momoa more than earns that descriptor in all the best possible ways in Supergirl. He looks the part as well, with face paint and prosthetics that cut the kind of imposing figure the fan favorite deserves. But Lobo doesn't need to be there. Characters come and go in movies, sometimes with very little fanfare, sometimes playing crucial roles in the story, and they don't always have to be the latter. The issue with Lobo is that he feels like extra tacked on. The one major scene he has with Kara has real reshoot energy. It's added on to a scene that didn't need any extra motivation to get to the next scene, nor is he a particularly unique foil for Kara that propels her character in any meaningful way. He just happens to be looking for the same group of guys that Kara and Ruthie are after. The only real added value he gives the movie is a few, admittedly fun, one-liners. And maybe that's all Lobo needs to be. Ultimately, he only shows up to put his immortal stamp of approval on Kara's actions, but that feels both unnecessary and, frankly, more than a little pandering. And it leaves me not entirely sure what to do with them.
Stop. You're hurting my head.
So, the story of this movie continues to be they did it right on the one hand, but on the other hand, not so much. And as just the second entry into Gunn's DCU, that issue spills over into all the stuff that comes with being part of a currently expanded universe. On one hand, Supergirl needs to continue building outwards to some extent, and this is another of the film's strengths. Her scenes with David Corenswet's Superman are wonderful. That's not to say that Superman saved the day here, or that Supergirl needs Superman to be interesting. It's the dynamic between the two of them that is great. One, positively looking towards the future, while the other still nurses old wounds. I'm definitely looking forward to more of this duo on screen. But, on the other hand, where her solo film is concerned, Supergirl needs to flesh out Kara's backstory. And the structure of how and when flashbacks are deployed in Supergirl aside, because my personal preference would have been a straight chronological telling of this story as opposed to stopping in the middle to tell us her backstory, I did find myself way more interested in her time growing up on a floating lifeboat of a city after the destruction of Krypton. Now, there's work being done there on both fronts as the film continues to build on the changes made to Kal-El's origin story from Superman, while also introducing another side to that story via Kara. The present day of the film, with all the cribbing from True Grit and Mad Max and Guardians, feels far less fresh and interesting than Kara's shielded childhood on Argo. Again, though, this is Supergirl's biggest challenge. There are a lot of things that work throughout this movie, but there are just as many reasons why they don't quite add up.
He sees the good in everyone, and I see the truth.
And so, I'm giving Supergirl a 6. Kara Zor-El's standout moment in Superman gets a feature-length follow-up that almost gets everything right. Unfortunately, that means it gets everything almost wrong as well. Millie Alcock is great as Supergirl, carrying the weight of real trauma and cementing a very cool dynamic with her on-screen cousin, while the alien design and practical makeup effects make the film a joy to look at. Jason Momoa's Lobo and Matthias Schoenert's Krim are just as cool visually, but unfortunately, they also don't have a lot to offer in this entry in the burgeoning DCU that treads more water than I would have liked.
Now it's a party.
Oh, that might be a problem.
That is what I think of Supergirl. Let me know what you think in the comments below, and for more movie reviews, you're already in the right place. Be sure to subscribe to IGN wherever you like to watch.
I'll go on record saying that while I did enjoy Control, I didn't love it. In certain parts, it was absolutely brilliant. The Ashtray Maze, of course, remains one of the best and most memorable third-person shooter sequences of all time, and the power trip of being Jesse Faden and just hurling literally everything in a room at enemies will never get old. That said, I always thought that the shooting itself was kind of weak, enemy variety was lacking, and as cool as The Oldest House was as a setting, I didn't love how much I had to constantly backtrack through it. So when Control Resonant was revealed and promised all of the weirdness and creativity of the first game, but recalibrated as a melee action game, you better believe that both my curiosity and interest were piqued. And based on early build I got to play for about 2 hours, it was for good reason. In my demo, I got to play through 3 snippets of Control Resonant. The first was the opening sequence that covers Dylan waking up from the coma that he fell into after the events of the first game, fighting his way out of the oldest house for the first time since he was a child, gaining a handful of special powers and abilities, and then stepping outside into a Manhattan that has been overrun by the Hiss, the paranormal viral resonance that should have been contained within the halls of the oldest house. The second part of my demo jumped me ahead to about 10 hours in and let me play around in the open-ended extraction zone. We unfortunately weren't able to capture any footage of this area, but it served the purpose of giving players a place to run around, pick up and complete side quests, and search for chests containing various resources that could be used to further upgrade Dylan's abilities. You'll also travel through the extraction zone to reach the more linear main missions, which are reminiscent of the various wings that you'd explore in the first Control. I only got to experience one of these missions, which made up the third and final section that I got to play. In it, Dylan descended into a sinkhole to plant research drones at the bottom, using a lift that would periodically get interrupted by the pesky Hiss.
A big hit trying to hit the surface.
In order to get the lift moving again, I'd have to clear out all the enemies in the area, which highlights one of the more interesting design decisions about Control Resonant's combat encounters. Basic fodder enemies respawn endlessly, so if you're just thoughtlessly swinging your sword around, cleaning up the small fry, you're going to be spending a lot of time doing so. In order to clear the encounter, you need to defeat all the tougher elite enemies, marked by large red circles on your minimap. Once the elevator reached the bottom, I had to utilize Dylan's unique mobility options to place the aforementioned drones in specific spots all around the room. When it comes to movement, Dylan can hold down the jump button to do a high jump and glide, then pair that with a short double jump, and finish it off with an air dash for a bit of horizontal movement. Combining all those techniques made it so that Dylan could cross gaps between buildings that you'd expect to see in an Incredible Hulk game. The coolest sequence in the sinkhole mission though was after the lift crashed and Dylan had to find a new way back to the surface. As you follow a glowing cord illuminating the right direction, eventually the plain subterranean landscape shifted into the interiors of a looping apartment where you had to follow the direction of a song and a blue light emanating from a TV.
Is that music?
Then you turn a corner and all of a sudden you look out to see a vista of hundreds of open apartments arranged almost like an opened up dollhouse, where once again you must use the music to guide your eyes to the one room with the blue TV. In the next area, the apartments were no longer just in front of you, they were above, below, some are sideways, some are upside down, and yet the song still persists, guiding you towards the exit. It's all very surreal and very apropos to what we've come to expect from Remedy, and especially from Control. So, what does it play like? Well, it's a fast-paced melee action game with a heavy emphasis on wide-open combat arenas. There are tons of enemies all over the place, both on the ground and in the air, and there's a big focus on giving the player a wide variety of toys to play with to craft their own unique expression of combat. There's not really a single game that I would point to in terms of what it feels like, but if you can imagine the frantic, never stop moving, relentless action of Doom 2016, mixed with the faster style of Control's floaty acrobatics, and a healthy dose of Devil May Cry mixed in for good measure, with the way you're able to launch an enemy into the air, and then stick to them with a combination of air combos and a variety of cancels, you'd be in the right ballpark. Instead of just equipping a single melee weapon, Dylan is actually able to equip a total of 3, but they're all used for different things. You have your standard weapon, which is used for quick attacks, a sub-weapon that generally does more damage but requires a bit more finesse to make up for its downsides, and then you can also equip a weapon for your finishing move, which is essentially the final hit of your standard melee combo. My main go-to loadout involved using the 2 swords as my standard weapon for dealing quick damage and clearing out fodder enemies, a massive hammer that can be charged up for big damage, and gauntlets that would do heavy stagger damage as my finishing move. I loved using the hammer in particular as it let me do my favorite Devil May Cry technique, air cancels. I was able to charge up the aerial hammer attack that normally would send me crashing back down to the ground, but by canceling that animation with a jump, dodge, or ability, I could remain in the air still up in their face. It's not quite as stylish as DMC's enemy step jump cancels, but still very satisfying and effective to pull off. Where the combat really gets interesting is in the special abilities that Dylan can employ. You can have 2 sets of 3 abilities active at any time, and can hot swap between them with the touch of a button. In my demo, I only got to see 5 of them, and they included a telekinetic rock throw, much like what Jesse does in the first game, a ground slam, also much like what Jesse does in the first game, a ranged pyrokinetic attack that could inflict the burn status ailment, a power-up that constantly drained Dylan's ability meter, but gave all of his attacks burn damage, telekinetic push, and a rock shield that could be used both defensively and offensively by dodging through enemies while it's active. Between the 3 weapon types, abilities, skill trees for each of those weapons and abilities, build-altering artifacts, and more, I feel pretty comfortable saying that Control Resonant will have a fairly flexible combat system that lets you tailor your playstyle to your liking. You could lean into just doing raw damage, make a build that focuses on staggering enemies and opening them up for executions, one that focuses on rapid hits to make more frequent use of your combo finishers, or a mid-range build that utilizes the Whip Sword sub-weapon that deals 5 times the damage if you're able to hold and release the attack button at just the right time. Even in just 2 hours of play with a limited selection of abilities, weapons, and artifacts, my brain was putting together loadouts that had good synergy. As I briefly discussed earlier, one of my main issues with the first Control was a distinct lack of enemy variety, and while I can't say for sure how the full game will turn out, at the very least what I can say is that I faced off against a pretty wild assortment of enemies that were already more interesting visually and mechanically than the ones in the first Control. One segment in the extraction zone had me facing off against a giant bus with hiss-infected zombies spilling out the windows. Another section had me fighting literal vending machines, and in another sequence, I had to chase down a cloaked monster all around a mind-bending arena that let me change the direction of gravity to walk on walls and ceilings. I really hope that they can keep up the creativity and enemy design throughout the whole game, because you can have the best combat system in the world, but it doesn't really mean much if the enemies aren't fun to fight against. Fortunately, thus far, Control Resonant doesn't seem to have that problem. Control Resonant is shaping up to be exactly what it looks like. More Control, only designed as a melee action game as opposed to a physics-driven third-person shooter. And so far, that's an incredibly potent mix. The real question is whether or not Remedy can keep introducing new weapons, abilities, and interesting enemies at a steady pace all throughout the whole adventure. So far though, I'm definitely vibing with its resonance. For more previews of the biggest upcoming games, don't miss our recent hands-on looks at Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced and Ace Combat 8. And for everything else in the world of gaming, keep it here on IGN.
My wrists are sore from how much Splatoon Raiders I've been playing. If you're a serious veteran like me, you know that can happen when you play PvP marathons with motion aiming on. But there's no competitive multiplayer here. Instead, the first Splatoon spin-off is an incredibly well-designed action RPG that's already drawn me in for more than 40 hours. It's all about tinkering. I love crafting my build to get just a little bit stronger, putting it to the test in challenging, varied stages, and then sifting through the meaningful loot I earned to see what creative combo I can glue together next. When you stack that classic but expertly executed loop on top of Splatoon's already awesome foundation, you get the strongest campaign this series has ever seen and one of the best Switch 2 games so far. You play as the Mechanic, a blank slate Inkling or Octoling with a knack for crafting. You're trying to help pay off Splatsville's enormous debt by battling waves of salmonid enemies to uncover valuable relics. All 11 of Splatoon's weapon types are here, but the Mechanic has put their own spin on the designs, which gives raiders a scrappy, homemade visual identity that really stands out. Attacking enemies, covering the ground with ink, and swimming through it feels better than ever, no matter which type you prefer, thanks in part to the improved HD rumble of the Switch 2 Pro controller. It was fun to use different weapons across the 18-hour campaign and well beyond, though I found myself falling back to my personal favorite, the dualies. Even still, Raiders felt super fresh thanks to its standout new feature, the gadgets. These are special pieces of equipment separate from your main weapon, and a huge chunk of the RPG loop is built around them. The options are spread across 3 ink tanks, speed, power, and tactical, and each one's unique strengths are endlessly fun to explore. You can swap your tank type at any time, and are even actively encouraged to do so, with special rewards for certain missions. The speed tank's gadgets prioritize mobility and evasiveness, like the jump bomb that lets you leap out of dangerous situations. The power tank's gadgets let you charge in to deal heavy damage, like the Splatchet's sweeping slash that can kill some salmonids in a single blow. But my favorite is the tactical tank, with strategic gadgets that focus on spacing. That includes the bomb balloons, ink-filled explosives that link up with each other, causing a violent burst that scales with how many you have in the field. Each individual power is just the beginning, as these are deeply customizable tools that allow you to create tons of different builds, especially when you consider that you can have 2 gadgets equipped at one time. You'll constantly uncover new combinations that play off each other in smart ways, like how the jump bomb and flywire can work together to make an acrobatic build where you never touch the ground. As you complete missions, you'll unlock new skills for your gadgets as well, and this is where the experimentation truly shines. Take the bomb balloons for example. You could make them as explosive as possible, covering more area when they detonate. Or you could take advantage of the fact that the tether between the bomb balloons also deals damage, and instead work to make them last as long as possible. These are just 2 of hundreds of potential avenues, and as your character levels up, you unlock room to slot even more skills into each gadget. There are lots of late game powers I'm not allowed to show off ahead of release, so I'll just say my favorite tactical build generates so much passive damage that I literally never have to fire my main weapon. With so much choice, the crafting menu really could use a wishlist system, so I could keep better track of all the materials I need to buy these upgrades. Right now I have to screenshot, write down, or just remember everything I'm hunting for. The campaign forces you to use every tool to the fullest, because the Salmonid army is not messing around. I want to point out that due to some restrictions on what we're allowed to show ahead of launch, most of the fights you're seeing are from the first third or so of the campaign, and things get far more hectic than what you're seeing on screen. Relentless hordes will overwhelm you if you don't head in with a solid strategy. If that sounds unappealing, there are 3 difficulty levels to choose from, and all they change is how much damage you take, not the rewards or experience. As an S+ ranked Splatoon player, I immediately turned the difficulty to the hardest setting, Survivalist. This led to tense firefights and a thin margin between victory and defeat, and I love the stakes that created. I also tested the standard mode, and while I didn't die nearly as much, the smart encounter design and identical number of enemies still provided a satisfying challenge. Failure is an important part of Raiders too. When you lose, you have to head back to base, rethink your build, and maybe complete a couple of side missions before trying again. The deep customization wouldn't be nearly as interesting if the missions were a breeze, and Raiders completely nails that important balance. The campaign stands out even further with its nearly perfect pacing. I grew incrementally stronger with each success, but the Salmonid army always stayed one step ahead, with increasingly difficult stages that asked me to find new ways to keep up. But I never felt like I was unnecessarily grinding or replaying the same levels over and over, because there were always new stages to play. There are 5 main level types, and each one gives you something different as a reward, whether it's money, a new buff, crafting materials, or skill points. So when you need something specific, there's always a level type waiting for you, and you're constantly bouncing between them. They range from linear paths with some fun platforming challenges as you make your way to the next intense wave of salmonids, multi-level dungeons where you need to output enough raw damage to clear each floor in a limited amount of time, and open battlefields where you try to get as much loot as possible before you extract. Alternatively, Salmonid dens star a specific enemy type and often require a degree of lateral thinking, where picking the right tool in your toolbox is the only way to clear the room in time. Finally, the Sampler dungeons are a standout. They are basically Splatoon's take on shrines from Breath of the Wild. Each one takes you through a set of puzzles where you're limited to a specific loadout. What's smart is that there's a sampler dungeon for each gadget, and it equips you with one of the strongest possible versions of that tool. They are great tutorials for new powers, and I learned things about multiple gadgets I'd previously underestimated. These are motivating too. Seeing some of the craziest combos you can pull off with a souped up version of a gadget made me want to go and upgrade my own so I could do it all the time. There are also spicy versions of nearly every level that dramatically up the difficulty and number of enemies. These are extremely fun to tackle and require even more creativity to clear. I was initially unimpressed by the graphics. It doesn't look all that different from a Switch 1 game, but when I saw the sheer amount of enemies crammed on screen in a spicy level while it stayed locked at 60 FPS, I understood how this game was taking advantage of the Switch 2's additional power. Still, the levels aren't that visually interesting. You'll see a lot of repeat biomes with a fairly bland, muted color palette, which is an odd thing to say about this generally very stylish series. Spicy or not though, enemy variety shines across the board. The salmonids will be familiar to anyone who plays a lot of Salmon Run, but the way they're used here leads to clever encounters that often feel like puzzles. Every boss poses a unique problem, like the smoker's giant bubble that protects enemy salmonids, or the bouncing big shot's damaging shockwave that pressures you out of the ink. Different combinations of these foes means there's always a lot to consider as you weave through the chaos and make split-second decisions about who to take out first to give yourself a bit more breathing room. Raiders is playable entirely in online co-op, and I'm so impressed with how it gets pretty much every decision right. Multiplayer supports up to 4 Raiders, and while the host has to pick the levels, everyone earns their own separate loot and gets credit for completing that stage. The smartest thing it does is level scaling, based on the individual player. If I'm level 30 playing in my friend's level 8 mission, enemies appear as level 30 on my screen and level 8 on theirs. I also earn rewards appropriate for my level. That meant I both had to put up a real fight, and I wouldn't ruin my friend's game just by steamrolling everything with endgame gear. And because difficulty settings only impact the amount of damage you take, I can play on Survivalist while my friend plays on an easier difficulty with no issue. If you're a solo player and need help, you can call for assistance from other players around the world, who will earn bonus rewards for helping someone in need. There's even an arcade game to play back at your base while you wait for everyone to finish their prep, which is a nice throwback to Splatoon 1's Squid Jump on the Wii U gamepad. It really feels like they thought of everything. That said, I do think Raiders is actually slightly better as a single-player game, only because its clever level designs can be trivialized when you throw more firepower into the mix, which turns it into a bit more of a generic multiplayer shooter. Don't get me wrong, it's still totally fun to blast through levels with your friends, it's just a very different vibe to the puzzle-like nature of going it alone. I might recommend you play the campaign on your own first, and then group up with others when you go back for the endgame. Speaking of which, the endgame opens up even more difficult challenges to tackle and more powerful customization to gear you up for it. It's totally reasonable to feel satisfied and walk away after the awesome campaign, but if you're like me and play Monster Hunter or similar games for hundreds of hours and love the grind, there's plenty of really cool stuff to do. I initially thought the balance wasn't quite as finely tuned in the endgame. It seemed much easier to craft a pretty broken build fairly fast, but Raiders eventually rebutted with tests that sent me right back to the workbench. This is unlikely to be a forever game for me, but I'm sure I'll get a couple dozen more hours out of it as I play with friends, help strangers, and continue to improve my loadouts. Splatoon Raiders is an amazing action RPG with an expertly executed loop. It has fantastic new powers with crazy upgrades that are worth chasing, tough battles that force you to put care into your build in order to overcome them, and a huge variety of fun level types to jump between. The pacing, balance, and difficulty curve are very impressive. I always had to work to get better, but none of the campaign ever felt like grinding or needless padding. Raiders stays fresh by constantly introducing deeper ways to customize my abilities that spark new ideas for creative combinations. I reached the credits more than 20 hours ago, but thanks to an overpowered endgame worth coming back for, and the option to seamlessly play with friends online, I've got plenty of raiding left to do. This is the best Splatoon campaign yet and one of the top games on Switch 2.
Reviews director Tom Marks here with Logan Plant to talk a little bit more about his Splatoon Raiders review. Logan, you are our host of NBC. You've done a bunch of Nintendo reviews for us over the last couple of years, but Splatoon is like your wheelhouse. Can you tell me a little bit? You mentioned your insane hour count in the review very briefly, but can you tell me how much have you played these games, and is it going to shock me?
Yeah, it might shock you. I've been a part of Splatoon since before day one, right? They did that network test for the Wii U one. I woke up at 3 a.m. to play Splatoon on my Wii U back in 2015, like a month before it came out, and I've just been in love with this series ever since. I just think it's such a cool franchise for Nintendo that still feels pretty new. It's only 11 years old compared to the Marios and Zeldas, which have been around forever, but it's just such high quality. I love the shooting mechanics. I love swimming through the ink. I've played every mainline Splatoon for at least 150 hours each. I reviewed the roguelite DLC Side Order a couple of years ago. It was one of my first big reviews at IGN, actually. So yeah, I just adore this series. I love whenever a new one of these comes out.
So what is it about them that gets under your skin? Is it the feel? Is it the uniqueness? Is it the style?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is the feel and the movement. I love how games feel to play, and Splatoon is just so tactile. It's so good. Swimming through the ink, you feel that rumble in your controller. Pop out, take somebody out with the dualies. I do like the little skip where you roll over and then you're aiming both dualies at the same spot for extra power. Like, it just feels fantastic to play, and I love all its different applications across its modes. In the main ones, like Turf War is great, Salmon Run is great, the single player is usually very good, and so to take that and move it to a completely new genre is just so exciting to me, and I think there's so much potential for other genres they could keep going to, just because how Splatoon feels to play is so fantastic.
So you just mentioned single player. Let's touch on that a little bit more. What do you think makes a Splatoon campaign work compared to the multiplayer? Because the multiplayer has had iterations, but they, are largely fairly close. They iterate on a similar idea, whereas the campaigns experiment a little bit more.
Yes, I think that there's kind of two different types of campaigns. There's the earlier campaigns are more tutorials for the multiplayer. It just dips your toe in. Here's all the weapons. Here's things you can do. And there's fun platforming challenges and things in those. But when Splatoon single player shines, it's let's do something completely different. I think about the Octo expansion, which has been the crown jewel of single player for a long time. Until now, I think. Raiders beats it. It's better. But Octo expansion has a ton of cool mini games and challenges that are very different than anything you do in the multiplayer. And then Side Order is a roguelite that just gives you crazy powers, unbelievable amount of stuff happening on screen. You're constantly upgrading your character, and then Raiders takes that and runs with it. It's detached from the requirements of a competitively balanced PvP game. So when it realizes that, and it's like, we can do whatever we want. This is a single player game. It doesn't have to be balanced. That is when it's at its best.
Well, let's touch on that a little bit more, the single player versus multiplayer side of this, because I was pretty surprised to see in your review that you said that it's more fun single player than it is co-op, and they've called this a single player adventure, but it is a co-op shooter to some extent, and these games, I think often people assume it's gonna be more fun with friends, and that's not really the case here. And so does it really feel like this should be a single player game and the co-op mode is sort of like a classic Nintendo co-op mode where it's like, yeah, you can play that way if you want, but you sort of shouldn't?
Yeah, I just think that the levels are designed like first-party Nintendo puzzle platforming levels where there's specific solutions to things, and so just when you throw in more people, you can bypass a lot of that. And I praise the difficulty curve a lot and how brilliant I think it is in single player, where it's really pushing back against you constantly as you continue to get better and better. And I just noticed when I played with more people, you could kind of just steamroll through a little bit. So they're just very different experiences, and for me, I like that push and pull of this is the designed single player campaign with these really cool levels and these challenges that you need to go in with a plan. You need to bring in the right gadgets to take out these enemies in an efficient way, and there's a few ways you can do it, but you piece that together yourself. And if you just have 4 people going crazy launching their ultimates, you'll complete that a lot quicker. So it's still super fun. Like, I would never say don't play this in multiplayer. I just think you're robbing yourself of something really special if you don't reach the credits on your own first.
I wouldn't have expected this comparison, but it almost sounds very similar to just a 2D Mario, where when you're playing a 2D Mario, there's a lot of little intricacies and the jumps and the secrets and everything, and when you're playing with 4 people, it's chaos. I mean, it's fun, but it is not... it sounds similar to what you're saying, of it's not the same game necessarily, even if it's also a very fun one.
Yeah, I'd say that's exactly it. Yeah, it's not that multiplayer is worse, it's just a different game. And for my tastes, like, the single player was where it was at, is going through, because I just love when Nintendo designs things in this way and gives you these challenges it presents to you without really explicitly telling you how to solve them. It's just really cool. And yeah, like you said, multiplayer is chaotic. It's crazy. You're just throwing everything at the wall, and that's still a blast. And I think I mentioned this too. Now that I'm done, I'm absolutely going to do this end game grind with friends or strangers in multiplayer, because now that's what I want. I've seen all the challenges. Now I'm going to go back and just blast through with friends.
All right, last question. Splatoon has, as we talked about earlier, gotten DLC over the years. It is one of the few sort of Nintendo games I feel like to consistently get little expansions and new ideas here and there. So what's your dream DLC for this? Would you just want more of it? Is there something that you feel like is missing that you would want to see? Or do you just want to see them experiment?
I just think more gadgets is what I really want. And yeah, because if you just throw in 3 more gadgets, 1 for each tank type, that opens up a million new possibilities of different builds and things you could do. And then maybe add just harder end game challenges too. Just keep ramping it up and keep allowing me to get stronger and stronger. I don't think they need to do anything radically different, because I think what they have is a really good formula that I would just take more of.
Cool. Well, that sounds great. Logan, thank you so much for chatting with us a little bit more about your history with the series and all that jazz. If you want a very, very different type of co-op game, check out the Mound Omen of Cthulhu. We have a review of that. A lot darker than Splatoon. Still has some tentacles. I guess that's a connection. And if you want a very different kind of craziness, check out our review of Dench Attack, another recent game to get a 9 that is just as wild and colorful as Splatoon is. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
Water, earth, fire, air. Have you ever wanted to master all the elements just like the Avatar? Well, I'm here at Anime Expo 2026 in Los Angeles to check out a game that lets you do just that. Let's go in and check it out. Presented by Avatar Legends, the fighting game. Available July 23rd on PC via Steam, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and Nintendo Switch. Pre-order now. I'm here with Victor Lugo of Gameplay Group. Now, tell me what's going on here, my friend.
We have 16 stations here at Anime Expo, and they're completely free and online for people to play. Today we're showcasing a demo build that lets people play 6 characters ranging from Aang to Sokka. As you can see right now, the lab is quite full with people who are pretty competitive.
Please ends here.
What makes Avatar Legends, the fighting game, different from other fighting games out there, and what are players expecting to see in the game?
There are a few different things that we think makes it quite special. First of all, it's a movement-based game, and we think there's been a lot of kind of opportunity to have more movement-based games. For those of you who played those types of games in the past, we're bringing that back. The other piece is that we have a very specific button called the flow button, which gives you essentially like an auto parry, but lots and lots of movement options. So we're a simple game, 4 buttons, but we have this flow, which provides a new kind of mechanic and X factor for how you play the game. Beyond that, we have a story mode in the game. We have training, we'll have combo trials, just to make sure that you understand the full context of why the characters are in the game, why they're together, and also how to play the game.
What can you tell me about the story mode? Are we playing through key moments in the series, or is this a new story?
So this is actually a brand new story. So Michael Dante DiMartino himself actually outlined the story, and Tim Hedrick wrote it. Really unique story that justifies why all of the characters themselves, and I know it's coming out in just a few weeks here, but some of the things you'll notice is that the characters themselves are not themselves. They're actually quite different, and they have to resolve how they become themselves once again. So it's a really interesting journey that puts everybody in the same room, and we'll figure out why Kyoshi and Azula and Korra can fight in the same world. We draw every single animation by hand. Every piece of art is hand-drawn, from the UI to the characters, and we like to really set the standard there. We think it's one of the places we can stand out in 2D animation, so every character has 900 plus frames of animation, which are drawn, all the line work, all the shading, all the color, done by the team. So it's really a passion project for us.
Okay.
Little combo.
Okay, that was nice.
Figuring something out.
Woo!
Oh, he gets a glide. Oh, that's fire.
Oh, yeah. A little dive kicks over there.
Yeah.
Oh, you got me. Oh, the
I don't
air
even know
jump.
how that happened, man. I don't know.
I've been excited to play this game for a while, and when I heard it was going to be here, like, me and my buddy were trying to find it so hard, and when he came in and was seeing this open and just play, we were super excited. And when I finally got my hands on it, I really felt how fun it was, and I'm like, oh my god, I gotta tell everybody about this game. It's delivering so hard, and I can't wait to get it.
This was my first time playing the game. It was a blast. I was locked in. Day one by. My favorite Avatar character was definitely Zuko. I love his like firebending, like combos he can do. Also, just the way like he animates in the game. It's all very faithful to the show.
My favorite Avatar character is Toph. I played her in the game. She was like the first person I picked up, and she felt so good to play. Pressing the flow button, she's like taunting you, and then when she's like moving around, she keeps taunting. I'm like, oh, it just captured the essence of the character. Just feeling out the buttons. I didn't even look at the command list. I didn't do anything. But just feeling out the buttons, I could just feel like how everything connected, and everything felt so flowy. Like, I just want to explore more, and like the game just feels great to play.
Just the way like the game plays and feels, it just snaps to you. Obviously, like if you want to go pro and everything, you got to hit that lab though. But like just for anybody who can pick up the play, I think they'll have a great time with it, especially if they're an Avatar fan.
I can't wait to jump back in and try out the full roster of Avatar Legends, the fighting game, available July 23rd on PC via Steam, PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, and Nintendo Switch. If you pre-order now, you can get Samurai Appa as a support character skin, beta access on July 2nd through 5th, gold color variants for Aang, Korra, Katara, Zuko, Toph, and Sokka, and you can even vote for a Year 1 Pass character. What element are you most excited to try out in a fight? Let me know in the comments, and for all things gaming, you're in the right place. IGN.
Face front, true believers. With Tribute Games' side-scrolling beat-em-up Marvel Cosmic Invasion launching onto every system under the sun, we thought it would be the perfect time to look back on the history of Marvel video games and select the most standout entries featuring our favorite Marvel superheroes. This list features games based on any Marvel license, from solo vigilantes to teams of Earth's mightiest heroes. First, some ground rules. We've picked just one game per sub-series, so don't expect to see all 3 Insomniac Spider-Man games on here, for example. All entries are primarily based on a Marvel IP. So we're not including things like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 just because Spidey makes an appearance, or Fortnite for having a lot of Marvel collaborations. The game can't be 100% unplayable, RIP gazillions Marvel heroes, and overall quality, historical relevance, and how successful it is at fulfilling the superhero fantasy of feeling like you're within the Marvel universe are all taken into account. With that covered, let's dive into IGN's top 10 Marvel video games.
X-Men.
Konami was the king of arcade hits through the 1990s, delivering many instant classics like The Simpsons, TMNT Turtles in Time, and Dance Dance Revolution. Also included in that lineup is its take on X-Men, which continues to be one of the most endlessly replayable arcade games in Konami's catalog. Based on the Pride of the X-Men animated pilot, a precursor to X-Men the Animated Series, X-Men Arcade features 6 playable mutants traveling across the globe in an effort to thwart the schemes of Magneto, the villainous master of Magnet. His words, not ours.
I am Magneto, master of Magnet.
X-Men Arcade doesn't even take a full hour to complete, but its classic beat-em-up design is polished to a mirror shine. So much so, it's impossible not to enjoy it with a group of friends. The goofy translations only add to the game's charm.
X-Men, welcome to die.
And punching your way through armies of Sentinels, Reavers, and Magneto's lieutenants is still as entertaining now as it was back in 1992. The last time it was re-released outside of specialty arcade cabinets was on the Xbox 360 and PS3, so we're going to need a fresh port of it stat.
Fall back, soldier. I'll take it from here.
The Marvel Cinematic Universe changed the game for quite a few classic Marvel heroes, most notably those associated with the Avengers. Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America were hardly nobodies before the MCU, but their popularity skyrocketed thanks to the success of Marvel Studios' first wave of films. Said films also received a few game tie-ins courtesy of Sega, but the only one that's worth looking back on is Captain America Super Soldier. Starring the first Avenger on a World War II mission not shown in the film, the game features semi-open level design that unfolds across the campaign, and a rhythmic melee combat system, both of which are clearly inspired by Batman Arkham Asylum. There are many foes to face, including several important villains from the comics, such as Baron Strucker, Madam Hydra, and Iron Cross. Video games based on movies don't typically play out well, but the key reason Captain America Super Soldier fares better than its forgettable MCU tie-in peers is because it's the only one that truly goes to lengths to make you feel like the hero it's based on. Throwing Cap's shield, deflecting enemy projectiles, and cracking Hydra skulls with a plethora of unique special move animations feels fantastic, and really sells the fantasy of playing as a super soldier.
Holding Grand Central hostage at rush hour? Now that's criminal.
One of the best examples of LEGO's long video game history also happens to be a Marvel game, LEGO Marvel Superheroes, released in 2013 by veteran brick game developer Traveler's Tales. Featuring over 100 playable characters from the comics universe, LEGO Marvel Superheroes unquestionably has the best roster of any LEGO Marvel game, since it doesn't excise Fantastic Four and X-Men characters like its successors, LEGO Marvel's Avengers and LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2. That's not to say there isn't fun to be had in those games, but but the first LEGO Marvel Adventure was one of the last games to feel like it was based on the classic era of Marvel Comics, before everything became strangled by MCU synergy during the mid-2010s. Running around a LEGO version of New York with your favorite Marvel heroes while working to thwart the schemes of Doctor Doom and eventually defeating a giant LEGO Galactus is still some of the most fun you can have in a game flaunting the LEGO brand. After developing multiple Marvel fighting games in the early 90s, such as X-Men Children of the Atom and Marvel Superheroes, Capcom crossed over one of their own brands with the Marvel Universe in X-Men vs. Street Fighter. The rest, as they say, is history, and the Marvel vs. Capcom series has remained one of the company's most beloved franchises ever since. Choosing between MVC2 and MVC3 was hard. The former is arguably more historically important and has a larger character roster, but the latter has secured this spot thanks to its gorgeous 3D graphics, improved musical score, and absolutely chaotic gameplay, which has been driving fighting fans bonkers since the game's original release. The incredible animation work makes each match a visual feast to behold, and the game brought in many new important roster choices such as Phoenix, Dormammu, and MODOK. The Ultimate release added even more iconic Marvel heroes like Doctor Strange, Hawkeye, and Rocket Raccoon, thus making it the definitive version of one of the best fighting games ever made.
Airstrike, suckers! I love the smell of napalm and little hyper combo KO! To the hole!
It's hard to launch a new live service game in today's market. Just ask Warner Brothers about Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League, or Sony about Concord. But NetEase Games managed to pull it off with Marvel Rivals, the most literal interpretation of the hero shooter genre. From slicing through enemies with Magic's Soul Sword to diving on opponents as Venom, or swallowing whole teams as the adorable Jeff the Landshark, Rivals fulfills the fantasy of playing as Marvel's most iconic heroes. These characters shoot, or otherwise maim and support, each other across a variety of maps that also pull from Marvel's rich comic history, using the multiverse to deliver a wide variety of locations such as Asgard, Krakoa, Kunlun, and the Tokyo of 2099. The base formula of moreish 6v6 matches and excellent art direction have been supplemented by a tsunami of fresh content over the game's first year, including a dozen new playable heroes and numerous new maps and modes. It's difficult to evaluate games like Rivals since they're constantly evolving and adding new stuff, but as it stands, it's exactly the sort of game that's easy to get lost in while playing with friends or climbing ranks in competitive. For your daily dose of Marvel gaming, it doesn't get much better than this.
1,000 gods!
City's been quiet lately. Maybe my luck's finally changing.
When it comes to movie tie-in games, few have been as well received as Spider-Man 2. Released alongside the Sam Raimi film of the same name, it eschewed traditional self-contained levels for an open-world approach, something deeply ambitious back in 2004, and allowed you to freely swing around New York City to your heart's content. While not technically the first superhero game to use the open world format, would you believe that honor goes to the 1997 Batman and Robin game? Spider-Man 2 did popularize the idea with the gaming masses. The web swinging mechanics were revolutionary for their time, as you needed to actually attach your webs to environmental geometry instead of just firing them up for them to latch onto the skybox like in previous games. Developer Treyarch also expanded the movie's story with characters from the comics, including fan favorites like Black Cat, Mysterio, and Rhino, on top of the requisite encounters with Doc Ock.
Fight me! Stand and fight me!
It all adds up to an entry that changed how superhero games would be made for years to come. Plus, what other game lets you deliver pizza as a side activity?
Surrender your ship now, or I shall destroy it.
Not on my watch.
If you're looking for a game that truly transports you into the Marvel Universe, then one of the best examples has to be Raven Software's Marvel Ultimate Alliance. Built off a foundation developed for the studio's earlier X-Men Legends games, Ultimate Alliance is a cooperative action RPG where you guide a team of 4 Marvel heroes in their fight through an epic adventure that's essentially a company-wide crossover event come to life. Dr. Doom has assembled the Masters of Evil, and the Avengers, Fantastic Four, X-Men, and other unaffiliated heroes like Spider-Man have to team up to take them down. Such a strong roster means you're free to recruit your own super team made up from your favorite heroes. The reason Ultimate Alliance is still so beloved by Marvel fans is because it makes full use of the Marvel mythology. featuring characters and locations from virtually every corner of the Marvel Universe instead of just one. And unlike LEGO Marvel Superheroes, which has the abstraction of everything being made of LEGO bricks, Ultimate Alliance feels like the world and characters of Marvel Comics have been ripped right off the page and transplanted onto your TV screen without any compromises. It might not be the newest or prettiest game on this list, but the vibe and experience hasn't been replicated by anything before or since, even its own sequels.
You're in for the fight of your lives, but it has to be done.
Typical Parker luck. I'm gonna need some backup.
You might not expect Firaxis, the developer behind Civilization and XCOM, to create one of the best Marvel games, but that's exactly what we got with Midnight Suns. A tactical RPG with turn-based combat, deck building, and life sim mechanics, Midnight Suns is a bizarre mix of elements that somehow coheres into something rather special. You take on the role of the Hunter, an original character who fights alongside established Marvel heroes like Blade, Ghost Rider, Iron Man, and numerous others. The Hunter and their allies fight in battles that emphasize strategy and team synergy, and then hang out between missions to develop interpersonal relationships. Featuring a lengthy single-player campaign, an engrossing narrative with strong character writing, and plenty of ways to customize the build of your Hunter and their allies, Midnight Suns is an underappreciated gem that's sure to charm, if you're willing to go along with its quirks.
Now there's a real rah-rah spirit I can get behind.
But next time, Marvel, don't call them friendship levels. Let us date our favorite Marvel heroes. You can't tease me with a Scarlet Witch romance and not deliver.
Yes!
The commander has no time to meet with law-breaking pirates like you.
That's just it, we're not pirates. We're legally incorporated heroes for hire.
After the disappointment of Marvel's Avengers, who knew that Square Enix would publish one of Marvel's best ever games shortly afterwards? That would be Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy from developer Eidos Montreal, a single-player action-adventure game starring the spacefaring super team. Taking on the role of Star-Lord, you can give orders to Gamora, Rocket, Groot, and Drax during combat, comboing teammate abilities for maximum effect. But the combat isn't the star of the show here, it's the story, which is a beautiful, character-driven tale that gets surprisingly emotional on multiple occasions. With fantastic performances from the main cast, a sharp script that merges elements of the Guardians' comic personas with the MCU's revisionist takes on the characters, and an incredible musical score from Richard Jakes, this game is arguably a more satisfying blockbuster experience than any of the Guardians movies. If you haven't played it, you're missing out on one of the best superhero stories released in any medium in years.
Drax, what part of quiet don't you understand?
That is quiet, Peter Quill.
No killing!
Hey, fellas.
Ah! Spider-Man!
Speaking of great superhero stories, Insomniac Games of Ratchet & Clank and Resistance fame delivered one of the very best in its first Spider-Man game. Creating an original version of Spidey's mythology, Insomniac used a fresh version of a familiar world as part of a larger effort to refine the many gameplay advancements that have been made in Spider-Man games since Treyarch's groundbreaking web swinging, and balanced all that with top-shelf production values to deliver the most satisfying Spider-Man game ever released. Some may argue in favor of Marvel's Spider-Man 2, but the sequel's novel focus on switching between playing as Peter Parker and Miles Morales, as well as minor gameplay improvements, are offset by a much weaker script that doesn't emotionally resonate in the same way the first one did. And so Marvel's Spider-Man is the best overall Spider-Man game, featuring a lively world brimming with side activities, smart reworks of many of Peter's supporting cast, and plenty of action from start to finish. We'll see if Insomniac will finally top its best effort with the upcoming Wolverine game and the inevitable Spider-Man 3, but for now, this is the best it gets if you want to play as everyone's favorite web-slinger. And as Marvel's flagship character, it just feels right that his best game is also the greatest Marvel game ever made. And there we have it, the 10 best video games to have come out of the House of Ideas. Did your favorite make the list? Let us know what you think of our rankings in the comments, as well as your thoughts on the best Marvel games. For more lists, why not check out our top 10 survival horror games and our top 10 best Call of Duty campaigns, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
The trouble just has a way of finding me. I'm Wolverine.
It only took 4 years of waiting, but Insomniac finally followed up on their original Wolverine teaser with a proper gameplay trailer during Sony's State of Play event. Finally, we get to hear Liam McIntyre's Logan and see the beloved X-Man in action, and oh boy, is there ever some action in this new footage. Now, while we wait one final year until the game finally drops on the PS5, let's break down the big Marvel Easter eggs and cameos in this trailer, because from major villains like Omega Red and Mystique to a new take on one of Wolverine's most iconic costumes, there's a ton that truly stood out. Despite the fact that he's not above stabbing, slicing, and killing anyone who gets in his way, Wolverine has built up one of the largest and most recognizable rogue galleries in the Marvel Universe. It takes a special kind of villain to square off with someone as dangerous as James Logan Howlett and return for another round. And if there's any takeaway from the new trailer, it's that we're going to see several of those villains over the course of the game. One shot shows Wolverine battling Omega Red, a Russian mutant with energy-draining tentacles. Omega Red is particularly dangerous not just because of his enhanced strength and durability, but because he can emit death spores that can kill ordinary humans at the drop of a hat. His tentacles are forged from carbonadium, essentially an adamantium knockoff that's nearly as good as the real deal. However, that same carbonadium also poisons his body, forcing Omega Red to drain the life force of others like a vampire. Wolverine and Omega Red's rivalry goes back to Logan's pre-X-Men days when he was a member of the strike force known as Team X. Both men are examples of the ongoing quest to create better and stronger super soldiers, and there's no love lost between them. We also see the shape-shifting Mystique in the trailer. Now, Mystique is not only an expert martial artist, she can impersonate just about anybody. She can't fool Logan's enhanced senses, though. Now, it remains to be seen how antagonistic a role Mystique is playing in the game. While frequently an enemy of the X-Men, Mystique isn't a villain so much as extremely self-serving. She'll do whatever she has to protect herself and her family. She and Wolverine have frequently been at odds over the years because Raven, like Logan, is functionally immortal. They've been butting heads since the early 20th century. We imagine the game will dig deeper into that long, sordid, shared history between them. Now, late in the trailer, we also get a glimpse of a Sentinel activating itself and rising up to battle Wolverine. The Sentinels are enormous robots expressly designed for one purpose: hunting and killing mutants. One Sentinel can easily take on several X-Men at a time, and they rarely hunt alone. Even Wolverine's adamantium claws are hard-pressed to make scrap metal out of Sentinels. We also wouldn't be at all surprised to see the game deliver an extended battle between Wolverine and a Sentinel akin to the one in 2009's X-Men Origins Wolverine game. The entire reason Logan is in Canada may even involve infiltrating a Sentinel factory. It's also possible we'll see smaller Sentinel variants, so Wolverine has more enemies to slash outside of the boss battles. Finally, the trailer shows several scenes of Wolverine chopping up cybernetic soldiers. We'd guess these are meant to be Reavers, cybernetically enhanced mercenaries who have frequently targeted Logan in the comics. Just as Insomniac Spider-Man games features multiple factions of enemies like the Inner Demons and Kraven's mercenaries, we imagine the Reavers are one faction Wolverine will repeatedly battle over the course of the game. They surely won't be the only enemy faction in the game, though. Other options include Weapon X soldiers, hand ninjas, and Hydra agents. We also highly doubt Omega Red and Mystique are the only major villains in the game. Can Insomniac make a Wolverine game without including Sabretooth? What about Silver Samurai and Lady Deathstrike? Logan has a lot of enemies, and we're hoping to get the chance to stab them all when the game finally releases in fall 2026. If Insomniac Spider-Man games are any indication, fans can probably expect a wide array of costumes in Wolverine, many taken directly from the X-Men comics and movies of years past. But also like Spider-Man, there's sure to be a main costume. You know, the default look that Logan will be sporting throughout much of the game. Thanks to the new trailer, we finally know what that costume will be. Wolverine's primary costume looks to be very heavily inspired by the John Cassaday designed suit that debuted back in 2004's Astonishing X-Men. It's an updated take on the classic blue and yellow costume from the 70s and 90s X books, and it's not at all surprising to see Insomniac go that route. The astonishing costume became Wolverine's default look for a full 10 years, well, until he was temporarily killed off in 2014's Death of Wolverine. It's a beloved costume for a reason, as it combines the best of Wolverine's classic look with more modern sensibilities, and where Insomniac embellished its Spider-Man design with some extra white elements to make the character their own, they seem pretty content to stick closer to the source material in this case. Now, it's worth pointing out that this is also the costume Marvel Studios relied on when it came time to finally put Hugh Jackman in the yellow and blue spandex. We see a lot of similarities series between Insomniac's Wolverine and the one from Deadpool and Wolverine. In both cases, this isn't form-fitting spandex, but a slightly more tactical and rugged take on the astonishing suit. The big difference is that Insomniac is going that extra mile in terms of comic book accuracy. This Wolverine has shoulder pads with no sleeves, whereas Hugh Jackman's Wolverine never rocked that exact look in the movie. The trailer makes it clear that Logan won't always be dressed in his X-Men uniform, however. Given the circles he runs in, there are some places where it doesn't pay to dress like a primary colored superhero. We see two different civilian outfits in the trailer. One is the familiar red plaid shirt, jeans, and cowboy hat look from the original teaser. We see Logan wearing this more low-key outfit when he enters the Princess Bar in Madripoor. It's a pretty classic take on Wolverine's civilian attire, one that harkens back to major Uncanny X-Men artists like John Byrne. The other outfit sees Logan donning a brown bomber jacket. This appears to be a nod to the X-Men animated series, and in that show, if we didn't see Logan in his standard yellow costume, he was probably rocking the brown jacket. But again, we suspect there will be no shortage of alternate costume options in the game, including unlockable suits, pre-order bonuses, and DLC costumes. If anyone in the Marvel Universe has a closet deep enough to rival that of Peter Parker, it's Wolverine. Some costumes are pretty much a given. There's no way we don't get a more traditional blue and yellow costume, as well as some version of Wolverine's equally iconic brown costume from the 80s. The same goes for his black and gray X-Force costume. We'll definitely get a Weapon X Wolverine, complete with VR helmet and black Speedo. Wolverine's blue and red costume from the Age of Apocalypse crossover seems like another safe bet. And of course, there are all the obligatory suits from Fox movies like the original X-Men trilogy, Days of Future Past, and Logan. But even that barely scratches the surface of what's out there. Could we see Logan's patch disguise, given that some of the game takes place in Madripoor? What about his House of X costume? His black leather new X-Men costume? His Team X costume? The game really has the opportunity to dig deep and mine Wolverine's extensive back catalog for all it's worth. Be sure to let us know in the comments which costume you most want to see in the game. Wolverine is nothing if not a globe-trotting hero, with his solo adventures frequently taking him away from Xavier's school for gifted youngsters and to international locations like Canada, Japan, and Madripoor. It appears that all three countries will be featured in the game, and we have to assume Logan's travels won't end there. If we don't get a section of the game allowing Wolverine to wreak havoc on dinosaurs in the Savage Land, we'll be disappointed. The trailer shows us several scenes set in Madripoor, a seedy island nation that's basically Marvel's version of Singapore. Now, Madripoor also made its MCU debut in 2021's The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, though sadly Wolverine was nowhere to be found there. Madripoor is where Logan usually goes to chill out, get drunk, gamble, and get into other kinds of mischief. The game seems poised to offer plenty of mischief, and we get confirmation that Logan will be visiting his favorite watering hole, the Princess Bar. Portions of the game will also be set in Japan, a country Wolverine had deep ties to ever since his very first solo comic book series in 1982. Japan is where Wolverine fell in love with the fair lady Mariko Yashida, battled her cruel father Lord Shingen, and befriended the plucky ninja Yukio. It remains to be seen how much, if at all, the game will delve into those characters and their ties to Logan, but we're definitely expecting to see the game explore his samurai side. Several scenes in the trailer are also clearly taking place in the Canadian wilderness. No big surprise there, Wolverine was born in Canada after all, and he always seems to get drawn back north for one reason or another. Sometimes he just goes to be alone and enjoy the great outdoors for a while, and other times he's dealing with pesky organizations like Weapon X or Department H. Now, if we had to guess, we'd say the game is probably dealing with the deep-seated rivalry between Wolverine and Weapon X, the agency that coated his bones in unbreakable metal so many years ago. Adamantium, baby. Interestingly, this globe-trotting approach seems to indicate a change in formula compared to the Spider-Man games. Marvel's Wolverine won't be set in a single city like New York, but several different regions, both urban and rural. The trailer footage makes it look as though there's less of a focus on open-world traversal, which makes sense as Wolverine doesn't really have the ability to dart around open areas with the same speed and grace as Spidey does. Compared to Marvel's Spider-Man and its sequels, Marvel's Wolverine may be geared towards smaller, more linear levels, but we'll find out for sure when Insomniac shows off more of the game in spring 2026. What villains do you want to see Wolverine fight most in Marvel's Wolverine? Where should he go? What should he do? Let us know in the comments below, and make sure you like and subscribe to IGN wherever you watch. Thanks for watching, bub.
Day 2 of San Diego Comic-Con 2026 is here, and IGN's live coverage continues.
Welcome back to IGN Live at San Diego Comic-Con.
Coming up today, we'll be getting brand new looks at some huge upcoming games like Marvel's Wolverine and Control Resonant. We'll be having a gas with the creators of King of the Hill.
Are you eating something?
And holding court with Coyote vs. Acme. Plus, expect some familiar faces from The Walking Dead, Dead City, and Star Trek Strange New Worlds.
Down low.
Why would you do that?
Because you are too slow.
And you definitely don't want to miss our live coverage of Marvel's epic Hall H panel. But first, it's all kicking off with The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. IGN's One Comic-Con show to rule them all starts right now.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of IGN's live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con 2026. I'm your host, Max Scoville, along with Kim Horcher and Brian Altano. Hi. We have a gigantic, crazy, and totally incredible Comic-Con live show coming your way. You excited?
You have no idea. We are so excited. On today's IGN at SDCC live show, we're talking to the cast of The Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power, and The Walking Dead, Dead City. Then, we've got some huge video game reveals with new looks at the upcoming Alien Fireteam Elite 2, plus a nice chat with King of the Hill creator Mike Judge. I love him.
Plus, we'll also be checking in on the coolest collectibles and booths on the show floor, along with coverage of the biggest panels in Hall H here at Comic-Con. But the biggest thing today, by far, will be our live coverage of the Marvel panel this afternoon, which will surely bring us brand new trailers, reveals, and breaking news for the next phase of Avengers, Doomsday, and the future of the MCU.
But for now, let's see what's going on outside as fans are pouring into the actual convention itself. Damon, take it away.
Thanks, guys. As you can see, it is absolutely crazy out here, and in just a few minutes, we're going to start talking to some of the biggest names in gaming, TV, and movies right here on our balcony. Last year, we had John Cena and James Gunn out here while the crowd went wild, so as always, anything can happen at Comic-Con. Speaking of which, let's see what's going on out there in the field.
What's up, everybody? We are here at San Diego Comic-Con 2026. There is so much going on. There's so many dope reveals, so much cool activations, and lots to learn. So if you want to stay tuned to everything Comic-Con, keep it locked to IGN.
Heading back to Middle-earth once again, here to tell us what is lying in wait, the stars of Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, Cynthia Dye Robinson, Daniel Wayman, Jamie Campbell-Bower, Ismael Cruz Cordova, and Charlie Vickers. Welcome to San Diego. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Control room. Now, there's a lot that we have to talk about, but the first thing that we have to talk about is how good of a time we had at the party last night where Jamie Campbell-Bower, you did a little DJ set for the fine people at San Diego Comic-Con. I think we even have a clip of it.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
Look at it. Oh, that's it. Oh, my God. This is a good way to join the cast of a TV show, I think.
Oh, it's a beautiful, beautiful thing. I'm very grateful I was asked to do it. Yeah, it's amazing.
That's great. Well, in addition to an incredible DJ set that dropped last night, we also got an incredible new trailer for the Rings of Power Season 3. A lot going on, 5-year time jump, plenty of stuff to marinate on. But let's start with one of the coolest things we saw in the trailer, which appeared to be something that looked like ring wraiths, which, you know, I believe they're called the Naznagal, is that correct? Mm-hmm. Am I pronouncing that right,
Sounded
too?
good to me. Yeah, Ben Walker's the master of the pronunciation, but I think it's Naznagal. That's really
you gotta get
which I think
that first G in.
There's a little G in there.
And you can't forget that.
I don't even try.
So, what kind of threat are these enemies posing? What can we expect from the Naznagal?
Well, I guess I should speak on behalf of them as they're my crew.
Your guys.
They're out there trying to find the 3 elven rings at the moment. So obviously the 3 elven rings were created without Sauron's influence, and I would really like them back so I can work out how to make the 1 ring.
Now, Jamie, you are joining the cast as Celeborn, Galadriel's long-lost husband. First of all, what was your experience of Lord of the Rings? I'm sure you guys have all kind of given your experience of Lord of the Rings growing up, but Jamie, we haven't gotten to hear yours yet. What was your first experience of the Lord of the Rings?
The movies came out in 2000, and I was born in '88, so I was 12 when those movies came out, and that's when you're, I think, discovering cinema for yourself, and finding those things that you really love. And it was just that safe space for me. It became it became my comfort blanket in times of need, and I've gone back to it multiple occasions over many, many years. And I love it, you know, I really, really love it. And I love this show too. I've been a fan of this show since season 1, and a fan of Miv, you know, since before then when she did St. Maud as well. And so much so, like being a fan of the world, that I used to play in a band, and I bought a blanket at a festival, I think it was like 2016, with a map of Middle-earth on it. And so as I'm getting ready to do this show and like reading my scripts, I look down one day and I'm like covered in this Middle-earth blanket, reading about Middle-earth. I mean, this is insane. Like, what an amazing moment. So yeah.
You've literally been immersing yourself in this world for most of your life.
I guess so. Yeah, I guess so.
And now you're part of it. That's awesome. Now, Cynthia, obviously, Tarmiriel has a lot going on in this season as well after season 2. What does she find to be the biggest threat that she's facing this season?
Well, I think for all of the different worlds, you know, we're all trying to figure out how we can defeat Sauron, defeat evil, and it becomes a question of, you know, are you stronger together than in a society divided? And obviously in Numenor at the end of season 2, we started to really see that division sort of deepen. And because of this 5-year time jump, we now see that Miriel is in exile. She's in another part of the island in the west. And Farazan has claimed his kingship, and there are plenty of people sort of supporting that, but you also have a lot of the faithful who see Miriel as their queen, as their true ruler. So really she understands that a Numenor divided is going to be much weaker than a united Numenor that can sort of join forces in Middle-earth.
Well, she's going to have a tough time doing it because there is a lot of chaos in Middle-earth right now. And Dan, I saw you reacting very viscerally when Cynthia was mentioning all of that.
Farazan, I just can't. As a fan, I just can't bear Farazan. Like, I love Tristan. I love Tristan's work.
It's not about Tristan.
I just couldn't believe that he stole the crown. Like, we were all ready for you to be crowned. The eagle swoops in, and then he suddenly claims this thing. I was like, what is he doing? So yeah, there was a lovely response yesterday in the hall, I thought, when Farazan was talked about a bit, and they started booing. I was like, let's boo him.
Now in season 3, Dan, obviously, you know, season 2 ends with Gandalf really kind of coming into his own. We can finally say the word Gandalf. How does that feel to be able to lean into this character in like a little more of a direct and authentic way?
It's joyous to be able to say that I'm playing Gandalf. It's hugely humbling. You know, it's something that, like, you're talking about your sort of dreams as a kid and all that sort of thing. I remember my cousins talking about Gandalf when I was about 10, and them introducing me to Lord of the Rings and this character and how much they loved him. And then you find he's so well known across the globe, you know, from the literature. And to take on that mantle is like the biggest privilege. I really want to honor it, and I understand how much he means to people, and you know, he sort of means that much to me. I've been enjoying walking around since we were able to say he was Gandalf, and sort of just taking a beat every time something difficult comes up in my life and going, what would Gandalf do here? You know, how can I be a bit more Gandalf? Because I think he's a great role model and really fun to play.
He is. He's the best. Speaking of great role models, Arendir, the Defender. There's so much action in this season 3 trailer. War is brewing. Did you have any action moments in season 3 that you particularly enjoyed shooting?
I want to keep everything as a surprise, but I'm going to tell you what went into it and what we focused on. Because I'm very involved in creating these sequences and like the movement style. And I mean, season 1, you saw a specific. I mean, I was flying and going here, like jumping over wargs. Season 2, that explosive moment, like my entrance was kind of. I rewatch it quite a bit.
Of course, yeah.
It's my rainy day.
It's in my algorithm. What is this? Huh?
I don't feel good. Let me go and watch myself. True story. Not ashamed. And season 3, you know, like it's already expected and known that the character, you know, speaks a lot through his action and movement. So I wanted to focus more on that classic, elegant, elven hand-to-hand beauty. You know, just like simple, strip it down.
Deadly grace.
Absolutely. Yeah. Everything beautiful, nothing practical. You know, just many spins for the thing that you could have just stepped on.
The rule of cool is immutable.
Absolutely.
Okay?
And a lot of archery, like focusing on that beautiful style of archery. So I think we did something pretty cool that I will be rewatching a lot for myself.
I'm going to steal that phrase, deadly grace.
It's all yours. You can have it. I relinquish my rights to it. It's gone. Now, of course, this is an Amazon Amazon show. What would your characters order off of Amazon to help in the fight against Sauron? Let's start with you, Cynthia.
Oh my gosh. I mean, rings, I guess.
Okay, just rings.
Rings?
All right, Dan, how about you? What would you get?
Strangely went to radio control car.
Oh, yes.
Because I thought that might be good for messaging.
Yeah, put one of those bombs on it, blow through a wall. Yeah, drive it up. Sure. Jamie, how about you?
Some new clothes.
Great.
Yeah.
What are we ordering? What for? Sorry.
What would Aaron Deere order off of Amazon in order to defeat Sauron?
Oh my God.
More arrows, maybe?
I don't know. I never think about these things. Well, I mean, I would be defeating him hand to hand, so I would say I would wear gloves, actually.
Gloves.
Right.
Charlie, how about you?
Well, I suppose I don't need to order anything to defeat myself.
Right.
So
Oh,
it's more
yeah. Fair.
Just, I'd like Jamie.
What would you get refunded?
Some new hats or something.
Well, I've got a delivery for you guys. Obviously, the Rings of Power in play more than ever in this season. I've got some rings for you right here, and I would be very, very obliged if you would pick one ring out of here and present it to everybody and tell them what it does.
Is this a sort of blind reach?
It is a blind reach.
Okay.
And we can open the bag.
Oh, it's sealed.
Very strong. We don't want to lose it. All right, here we go.
Right, I'm gonna really feel.
I think we have a little some vibe music.
Oh, there's a lot in there.
A lot in there.
Killing me with anticipation.
We got that music.
Oh.
All right, what does that say on it? Yeah. What's it say on there?
Gangsta?
It says. Hold on.
You can take it off.
Okay.
It does say gangsta.
All right, we have. Hold on. This is Bruiser, and it gives me dominion over backtalk.
Back talk?
All right, Bruiser is in play. All right, Dan, choose your ring.
It's gone quick. I've gone quick in there.
We'll discuss. Perfect.
That's so perfect.
Okay, here we go, people. This is teeth ring. This is teeth ring. Oh, I remember these. And this gives me dominion over baby teeth wherever they may be.
All right, Jamie.
That's perfect.
Those the other gross. I find that kind of gross.
Oh, this is so nice. Oh, wait, gosh, it's all sort of, what is this? This is Mood and Awe, and it gives me dominion over things that don't really work or get lost in the couch. It's also really pretty.
There's some good ones left in there. There's some good ones left in there.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, sure. What? This is Funya, and it gives me dominion over late night cravings or for crispy snack foods. It is good for me. It is very good for me. It is very good for me.
All right, Charlie, there's only one left.
There can only be one.
There can only be one, of course.
There's only one left. Well. Oh. This. I guess I've got to open it, right?
Yeah,
I can't
go
just
for
have
it.
in the
Yeah.
packet. If I can open it.
Oh, Sauron can't open.
Sauron can't open his one ring.
Yeah, I got there. I'm going to get it out and properly have it on my finger before.
Oh, yeah.
It's a pinky ring. It's like a signet ring. This is Licorice, and it gives me
So wrong.
dominion over all jewels and treasure, as long as they are made of sugar.
Oh, nice.
Uh-oh. All right, well, we have a very threatening new set of rings here. Season 4, maybe. I would like to thank you guys so much for joining us here at San Diego Comic-Con. The next season of Lord of the Rings of Power premieres November 11th on Prime Video. Right now, there is more Comic-Con coming up on IGN.
The official product partner of IGN SDCC 2026 is Brisk. When the game heats up, cool down with Brisk.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com. IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Or kick back and relax to your favorite video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
The Lord of the Rings of Power is now entering its third season. When we last left off, things weren't looking too great for our heroes of Middle-earth. Here to talk about what's next on the Rings of Power, our High King, Gil-galad himself, Benjamin Walker, and the newly crowned King of the Dwarves of Khazad-dûm, Durin IV, Owain Arthur. Thanks for joining me here on the balcony.
Thanks for having us.
So
we're
Owain,
a royal panel. Look at us.
Oh, yeah.
2 kings.
All
Sorry.
right. No, I love it. I'm around royalty. The ring wraiths, or at least some form of them, the Nazgul are returning. What's going on there?
Yeah, they're the earlier incarnation, kind of in the state of becoming of the Nazgul that we know and love. This is their kind of infant version.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they're any less creepy.
Sure.
Yeah, they mean business.
Yeah.
I mean, to be on set with them as well, they're scary.
Yeah, very
they're
intimidating,
really
I
scary.
imagine, yeah.
Have you? Did you?
Well, they were on the panel the other day.
Oh, yeah,
Also,
sure.
the actors and stunt people that wear that wardrobe, they can't see very well, which
Yeah.
makes it even creepier. It's like, are you looking at me?
Yeah.
Are you looking through me? Are you okay?
Are you piercing my soul right now?
Exactly. Yeah, it kind of does the acting for you.
So Durin's friendship with Elrond seems to be on the mend at the end of season 2. How do the other rank and file dwarves feel about the elves? Do they feel like the alliance is beneficial?
Yeah. This is a tricky line to walk, but yeah, no. I mean, there's a clash between the elves and the dwarves, without a doubt. I like to think that Durin might change that a little bit. Durin's not keen on Gil-galad, that's for sure. In season 1, I stole a table.
Yeah,
just to kind of
to mess with
just
me.
to mess with you. Yeah. But yeah, we'll be seeing more of Elrond and Durin. Not too much, but you know, we're there. We're still there. We're still friends.
Okay.
Also, the dwarves are just not intimidated by us.
No.
We have a whole religion on the Isle of Numenor.
Yeah, true,
but the dwarves are
true.
like, yeah, you're just tall.
You're just tall. I'll just fight your knees and your ankles.
Yeah, and win.
Yeah.
So in the season 2 finale, Gil-galad has led his army of elves to a valley we all know as Rivendell.
Right.
How prominent of a role will Rivendell play in the 3rd season?
Oh, that's a spoiler. But we can say what's really exciting about the 3rd season is a lot of the lore that people are excited to see, you'll get to see.
Okay.
You know, we left with the fall of Rhaegon. It only makes sense that if you know the books, that this is where we are 5 years later.
Sure.
And like the Nazgul, we're seeing things be created in a very exciting way.
Right.
Namely, you know, Rivendell for one, but also The Ring, for example.
Well, yeah.
It's very exciting, and I think the fans will be, as a fan, I'm excited for people to see it.
Speaking of the ring, your character seems comfortable wielding his ring of power. Do you think he sees it as a crutch or a powerful tool?
That's a good question.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think, well, the elven rings, they're the only uncorrupted rings. But I do think that as the season progresses, you're going to see that the rings are tricky. That, they augment parts of you that maybe aren't the best parts of you. So I think it's like, it's almost like having a nuclear weapon. With this technology comes a level of responsibility, and in the wrong hands, it can decimate Middle Earth. And I think Gil-galad, that weighs heavy on his mind all the time.
Yeah.
Right now, it's helping us win the war, but at some point, I got to take this thing off.
Sure. So both of your characters are in leadership positions with your respective races. So for each of you, what's the biggest challenge for your characters when the season starts? Owain?
The biggest challenge for Durin is to kind of feel comfortable sat on the throne. I tell you what, I had so much fun, right?
It suits you.
Oh, it's so great. I've never played a king before, so being able to sit on the throne with a crown on my head, sat with a queen next to me, looking down at my people, and like perversely, I really, really loved it. And also, when you're doing scenes, being able to sit down when you're acting and you're doing one scene for an entire day, and you're sat down, you know it's going to be a good day.
Also, in your wardrobe, I mean, you probably have 10 pounds of just beard.
Yes, yeah, this is it. So I'll sit down. There was a moment where, you're carrying your body weight in clothes, and then you sit down, and then all of a sudden you remember that you need to put your shoulders down, so you kind of sit twice when you sit down wearing this costume. So you go, and that's what it was like for me. So I got to do when I was filming.
Nice.
It's great.
And for Gil-galad, what's weighing heaviest on his mind as we go into season 3?
Well, we just get dropped right in the middle of the war. We've had 5 years, season 2 ends, where we decide to engage in warfare, and season 3 begins where we're in the middle of it. And in some ways it's going well. We have evil at bay, at least with a perimeter, but we're running out of options. And I think at this point, when we find the High King, he's realizing, we need some help. Where can we find it?
You got to sing in the last season.
Sure.
Any more songs in season 3?
Well, I'm trying to work in a tap number. Yeah. The showrunners aren't as keen on this, but I feel like, kind of Laurel and Hardy. We could do some Three Stooges.
I think so. I mean, you got me singing yesterday in Hall H.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah.
I thought it would be funny,
Thanks,
and as it turns
friend.
out, I was the joke. You're laughing at me.
Well, thank you both for joining us here at San Diego Comic-Con. The 3rd season of The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power, will debut on Amazon Prime Video this November 11th. For more from San Diego Comic-Con, stay right here on IGN.
Thanks, guys.
You're watching IGN at Comic-Con. Next week, The Walking Dead: Dead City returns for its 3rd season. And joining us here to tease what new horrors our favorite survivors will deal with next, the stars of the show, Jeffrey Dean Morgan, Lauren Cohen, Amy Garcia, and Raul Castillo. Welcome.
Thank you.
It's not Comic-Con without The Walking Dead, everyone. So we are getting it done here. Maggie and Negan spent much of season 2 apart, but it ended with them facing off again. What does their relationship look like heading into season 3?
Well, I think we're going to pick up right where we ended in season 2. So it's after Lauren stabs Jeff,
Yes.
or Maggie stabs Negan.
We always get those.
Yeah. And so right away, we're going to kind of deal with the aftermath of that. And we meet our 2 new castmates here, Amy and Raul, immediately. As I'm still, seeping blood from the year before. That being said, I think we move on very quickly from that incident, and for a very good reason we have to, and that's the tease that Jeff's going to give you, Lauren.
Yeah, that's what happens at the beginning, and it's and then there's 8 episodes. Spoiler alert. What? Yeah.
It's a much different year this year. We don't spend time apart.
Oh, really?
We spend a lot of time together, which is
a delight.
Yeah.
We really had a lot of fun, and the relationship dynamic moves forward, and it's very much in part because of something that these two sort of bring into the story. It's undeniable and gives everybody hope and a reason to sort of change things up a little bit. And it's fun and it's funny and
Yeah, we do a bit of a soft reset with the show. You
Yeah.
know, after years of kind of being like this with each other, there's a shift in the relationship. And yeah, it does have a lot to do with Raul and Amy. And we have another new castmate that's joining this year, Jimmy Simpson.
Great.
And so we actually have new friendships, believe it or not, which is crazy.
Yeah.
And because of that, I think our relationship changes a lot. So it's a different year, and it's going to be cool for the fans.
Excellent.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I'm hearing a lot of words in there that I like. Amy and Raul, your characters are joining the fray this season. Tell me about Omar and Renata and how they fit into the story.
Luis.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Luis and
Omar, those are not a bad name.
No. It's we sort of meet Luis and Renata right off the bat, kind of opening. It was exciting seeing the first episode last night with the Comic-Con audience, because you really feel how quickly the writers dive into this like new storyline. But I think these are great characters. I'm excited for like the fans to meet them. Yeah.
Yeah, and Renata and Luis are siblings. They're brother and sister. They adore each other. They're very yin and yang, and they come from a multi-generational Latino family who has lived in Manhattan for generations, and they have a very noble mission when they meet Maggie and Negan. And one of my favorite lines is, they're brother and sister, but she hears them fighting, and she's like, "Are you guys brother and sister too?" And Maggie's like, "No," and she's like, "Well, you certainly fight like it." So I think this season is really about found family, and this is what the people want, these two faces together. So I think hopefully these two characters are inspired by the community and family that these two bring, and the hope in the dark of the apocalypse.
Well, speaking of these two together, I have to ask, it seems like every season a segment of the fandom wants to see a spark between your two characters, and another portion.
Sparks.
There's sparks.
There's a portion.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
But there's another portion who would like the opposite of that to happen. Do you have any comments about where we're heading to this season?
Not there. Next. No, I'm just kidding. It's funny.
I don't know why she's
always
fighting
want
it.
that.
She's just fighting it. I don't think she should fight it any longer.
Are you sure you don't know?
I think there is a chemistry between these two characters, but we like to kind of tease the fandom because there's half of them that would love to see something happen between these two, and the other half is adamantly against it, and Negan should die.
I mean, you aren't blushing, Jeff.
Look, I have a storyline in my head.
No, the red in my dress brings out his cheeks. Yeah.
I think that half of the fandom will be disappointed in what they see this year, but the other half will be very happy. How about that?
That's good.
How about that? Yeah.
There are definitive conclusions here. Interesting. Well, speaking of sibling dynamics, that can be a difficult thing. That these two are siblings. It's a difficult relationship to uphold in the world of The Walking Dead. Speaking of, we learned that season 3 will have an alternate reality story that shows a world where the apocalypse just didn't happen. Was it fun to explore a different side of these characters we never really get to know in the show?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite episodes we've ever shot in The Walking Dead, and not just because we don't have dirt, because that's actually what I love about The Walking Dead. No, it's so true. There's like things that happen this year, like across the entire season, that are firsts. And when you've been on the air for it's more than 18 years with the breaks, when you've spent 18 years in the universe and you get to do things that you've never done, including what if we'd never met the way we met and we're just in New York having a spontaneous
There's been
indie
no
movie?
apocalypse, and you just have these two
Yeah.
characters that meet on the street of New York now, and the world is normal. There's no zombies, and what would happen if Negan?
But is it better?
Is it better? Are they different?
I guess I'll find
and
out.
So that's kind of the world we get to explore.
Yeah.
Maggie and Negan without the apocalypse happening, but I think there's some big similarities, and it all ties in. The alternate world ties into what is happening in real time with the show as well, and it was really a fun episode for us to do.
Yeah.
Because it's never been done. I mean, we have to change our wardrobes, for God's sake. We've basically been in the same
You
wardrobe
were wearing
for...
clean clothes.
Yeah. Like a suit.
Well, they started clean on day one.
Got it.
There's so many firsts, because we have, and Amy was talking about this yesterday, but it's like we have dancing, we have nice things.
But
we
you
have karaoke.
smiling?
I smile.
Maggie
we all drink
smiles.
moonshine. I mean, you have dancing walkers, frogs, turkeys. There's lots of stuff. That's
What a world is this?
Walkers falling out of the sky.
Walkers falling from the sky. You know what I mean? Like, come on in for the
It does
ride.
have
There's a lot to look forward to.
A little bit of everything. Yeah, it's going to be a special year.
Truly, truly. Well, thank you all so much. You can catch the season premiere of The Walking Dead: Dead City this Sunday on AMC. Right now, you can catch more Comic-Con right here on IGN.
IGN SDCC 2026 is in partnership with Ramayana. Experience one of the world's greatest epics on the big screen. Coming to theaters worldwide Diwali 2026.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com. IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Or kick back and relax to your favorite video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
The Aliens universe is full of terrifying creatures that are eager to rip, tear, maim, melt, and do all sorts of even worse things to those pesky colonial marines, but mankind's greatest asset is that we don't give up. Here with me to talk about Aliens Fire Team Elite 2 are narrative designer Jake Kriegman and art director Nick Stolman from Cold Iron Studios. Welcome.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Okay, so the release date was officially announced, but for those of us who missed it, when's this game coming out?
August 25th.
That's soon.
Yeah, like next
That's
month.
awesome.
Very, very
Super
soon.
excited.
Really excited to get this in people's hands.
I'm stoked. Let's jump into one of the biggest changes in Fireteam Elite 2. To quote Hudson, is this another bug hunt, or we got something else besides xenomorphs to deal with this time around?
You know, in the first game you fought against synthetics quite a bit. You'll fight against some more synthetics as well in this one, although they'll have a bit of an expanded roster. So there's some kind of new machines and toys that are coming your way, along with pathogen enemies, as was seen in the DLC. And of course, there's some new baddies amongst all of them. Yeah, we tried to make sure that each faction got a few new enemies to round it out, so you weren't just fighting the same ones that you were familiar with the first time. We're trying to keep some things a surprise, but some of them are in the footage you're going to see today.
Now, how do you choose enemies? How do you pick which creatures? Because there's an increasingly big toy box of aliens creatures out there to mess with, you know?
I mean, because it's a game, we primarily start with function, and then Jake and I will do a lot of talking about like what kinds of things we could expand upon and stuff like that. We have a couple new ones here. You're going to see one in the footage later. We can talk about it in a little bit more specifics, but a lot of it starts with the function of the enemy, and then we do a lot of work with our partners at 20th to make sure they feel on brand and that we're sort of really honing in on what makes an alien feel like an alien. And then for the new stuff, it's even more fun because we get to expand on some things and really add to the brand. Yeah, we mess around with like concept art and stuff like that quite a bit, and just play around with like silhouettes and, you know, oh, like, okay, this is the function that we need. You know, what if it had a very long proboscis to be able to do that, or, you know, whatever it might be, right? Extra arms, as some of our enemies have. So, we end up kind of with some of that gross gear stuff through that as well.
I love it. Now, luckily, we're not going to be fighting all of these things at once, right? Or are we?
So throughout the campaign, we try to make sure that we mix it up a little bit so you're not just stuck with like one enemy all the way through the thing. But also in our horde mode, we've expanded a little bit more this time around. So it's coming back with 3 maps, a slightly different round configuration, 5 instead of 10. But really excitingly is that between your rounds, you have the possibility of switching factions. So you may start with xenomorphs. If you decide to go again, you may end up fighting synthetics, or you may end up fighting some of the pathogen. It's kind of up to you to go on and see how many you're going to fight throughout the round. We just try to keep it spicy. Yeah, it makes it tricky for when you're building your loadout, because oftentimes, you know, especially with our damage type system that we've introduced as well, you know, you don't want to go in with just flamethrowers and things like that, because then when the synthetics come out, it's like, oh, I've got nothing for these guys. Yeah, we like to try to make it so you got to plan a loadout or find stuff in the field to make sure you can deal with an enemy that shows up while you're playing the game.
Nice. I mean, like the part of the Marines experience, you know, Aliens Marines experience is like kind of being, oh, we're in over our heads. Like this is, you got to be overwhelmed a little bit.
Yeah, we kind of like to give you enough tools to feel like you can handle anything, and then trick you and punish you and make you feel like you don't actually have enough tools to handle everything. And that's kind of the fantasy with this license.
Now, let's talk about sort of how the squad is changing and how, you know, the cloning Marines are adapting to the new threats. How are you kind of leveling the playing field for the Marines?
So we've added a 4th player. That's kind of like a big amount of firepower that we're introducing into the system. But on top of that, we have now the specialist class, which allows you to kind of mix and match some of the perks and abilities, primary, secondary, and passive abilities from other classes that you've unlocked to play around with and build the kind of loadout of your dreams.
Now walk us through the sort of existing classes and then also how the specialist mixes in there.
So we have 5 existing classes. There's the Duelist, the Marauder, the Hunter, the Medic, and I'm missing one, the Machinist. So the Duelist carries 2 primary weapons, which is a distinction that you'll find out when you play the game. All the other classes have a primary and a secondary. Your Marauder's your big explosion guy. Your Machinist is the one that shows up with the turrets. Your Medic is your support unit. And the Hunter is like your priority target guy. Yeah, but even with all those kind of archetypes, you know, because of the fact that we have the perk system and we now have the ability to like replace abilities, you know, something like a Medic, which traditionally is a support class, has a lot of offensive capability as well. Yeah, so that's when you get really into the Specialist. And the best part about the Specialist is it's not end-game content. We give you the Specialist as you're developing your own preference with classes. So as soon as you have a couple of replacers and a couple of abilities, you can start playing with the Specialist. So like when I play, I tend to be a bit of a menace to the rest of my team. I'll go with the Titan Rockets, friendly fire on. I go with the Titan Rockets with the Phosphorus Replacer, which is great against Xenos. That damage type is great against them. And then I bring my favorite Duelist Replacer, which is like this airburst remote detonator, which is great for getting off, getting some space from other xenomorphs, so like blowing up snipers behind cover. It's my favorite thing. And then for team cohesion, I add a passive ability from the Hunter that gives a dynamic weak point. And that's just using the class-based stuff. That's not even talking about the class-agnostic replacers you can get as you unlock all this stuff. So I'm really excited, actually, because there are hundreds, maybe thousands of combinations that people could come up with, more than I can count. I'm sure there's more than that, actually.
Have you like played around trying to make just the worst one possible, like to really just make it just brutal on yourself? Just be like, let me just do the idiot's build.
Yeah, you could technically go in with no abilities.
Oh god,
and
turn them all off.
yeah, you could go in with, and that's not even like from the challenge card system that we have that allows you to like kind of tweak difficulty and stuff like that. You could just build a specialist that has nothing.
Yeah, I mean that's how I feel waking up every morning. It's like, I got no abilities today. I think like it's sort of easy to look at like, okay, you've added another person to the mix, and that's okay, just one more person. But I feel like that completely upsets the entire balance of like how much tweaking and fine tuning did you have to do with the existing sort of gameplay formula there?
I mean, a lot. So I mean the biggest deal is making sure there's room for 4 players while maintaining a feeling of claustrophobia. Because if you play this game on a football field, it sort of loses its alien feel. So you have to make sure you still have these tight spaces that are dark and have this textural atmosphere in there that you're trying to display and hide xenomorphs and other enemies in. So it's a nice walking the fine line between like giving you enough space to play, but also giving you enough space where you might get caught.
Yeah,
and
also
feeling a little trapped.
Things like we don't want to like increase difficulty too much by just like making health values super high and making it hard to kill stuff. We want to make sure that it's tuned in a way that feels good to play, and that includes volume of enemies and things like that. Making sure that you are disrupted from your position, changing what types of enemies come at you on different difficulties, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about customization. One of my favorite things about the first game was it felt like truly authentic to how Cameron let the cast like modify their own armor and props and everything. Let's talk a little bit about some of the weapon customization and just what that.
Okay. So the standard 3 slots from the first game are back, but we've given you 2 more in the form of an augment and a trait. So that gives you like 5 factors to change, which would be a significant amount of customization. And you can do things with the traits and augments, like add a damage type to your enemy, to your weapon that doesn't maybe have a damage type already. So you can customize that further. You can do things like weapon accuracy or fire rate, all those kinds of things you can change with those on top of the myriad of replacers we had for attachments in the beginning.
Yeah, the augments are particularly transformative. They have varying degrees of like drawbacks versus pluses, and so for something like adding cryogenic damage to your weapon, it has a little bit of a drawback on damage and things like that. Some of them will be like, hey, like your weapon now deals damage between 50 and 150% of what it normally does. So it can like really range on what kind of risk tolerance that you have to be able to put up with when you're going into the game.
But also that's just the gameplay stuff. Cosmetically, we're giving back the colorways. You can actually get the ability to put 3 decals on your gun now. So like people are coming up with really fun ways on the dev team to sort of like make their own unique guns. And we expanded that kind of customization with the players as well. So you can get a lower body and upper body separate with a helmet, and then a colorway and decals on your chest, which are like anything. So like when you start the game, you're going to get 5 Marines that are sort of, you can think of it as like curated by us, and then after that, pretty quickly, you can just start making your own, expressing yourself.
That sounds so cool. Like really, it's nice to give that players freedom to really just make it their own. It really just kind of you get in character like that.
Yeah, the dev team's having a great time making both cool and hilarious.
Too much fun.
It's a good time.
Now, is this going to support crossplay?
Yeah, day one.
Day one, yeah, and so whatever platform you buy it on, you'll be able to play with your fire team wherever they're at.
That rules. I love it. It's a pity. I only have 2 friends, and now I have to make like another friend.
Come play with us.
Yeah,
come play.
I love it. Is there anything else you want to tell the IGN audience about Fireteam Elite 2?
Oh man, August 25th. It's out for everybody to play on PC, Xbox, and PlayStation, and we're just really excited to get it in everybody's hands. I know that people are really eager for it, so
yeah, pumped. We can't wait till people get their hands on this.
Well,
what's going on here?
I kind of get the sense that it might be game over for us right now, but our Colonial Marines are going to have their work cut out for them when Aliens Fireteam Elite 2 launches worldwide on August 25th for Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, Epic Games Store, and Steam. And normally I'd say we take off and nuke the whole site from orbit, but we got more Comic-Con still to come right here on IGN.
Hello, everyone. We are here with the creative forces behind King of the Hill. We have Mike Judge, Saladin Patterson, and Greg Daniels, and congratulations to you all on receiving a rare 10 out of 10 from IGN on your new season. It is rare.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you. That was a great review. Yeah.
You sound like you read it.
Oh, yeah.
We texted around.
Exactly. Yep. I did read that one. Yeah. Yeah. Probably posted it and put it on my,
Well, we often see Hank dealing with changes, like how convenient and stylish an electric vehicle can be. What are the elements of the perfect topics for King of the Hill to focus on and build episodes around?
Well, when we did this, refresh, I really talked a lot with Mike and Greg about whatever the rules of the universe were that they used for the original, and Greg kept would emphasize to us, small and relatable and funny, not necessarily in that order, but all three of those being important. And so I think those are still the important ingredients that we start with.
Are there topics that are off the table or?
Big, unrelatable, and boring. Right. I would say, no, like, for the purposes of like brainstorming and coming up with story ideas, there's nothing off the table, but there's certainly ideas that we'll generate in the room and bounce off of Mike and Greg, and we're like, okay, we're trying to push it here, and we'll have discussions about if it feels like we're staying true to the show and our characters and their world, or if it feels like we're trying to say something. If it feels like we're trying to say something, then that's the opposite direction we want to go in. It has to really be something that's true to our characters and their world.
Absolutely. Well, I have a spoiler here for the finale, so if you're not okay with that, this is your cue. Hank has spent an enormously long time away from one of his favorite things, or a few of his favorite things, propane and propane accessories. So now he is the majority owner of Strickland Propaned. I heard that you hadn't always planned this as a storyline. Can you speak to the process of working up to that?
I mean, it's not something like people have asked, did we have that idea when we, first came up with the idea to do the refresh? It was like we always knew we'd bring him back to Strickland. And did you guys have that?
Oh, yeah. I didn't think it was going to go there. It's one of my favorite episodes.
I think we broke that story around episode 5 of season 15, and it was not something we set out to say by the end of the season. Let's have Hank back at Strickland, but once we had lived with the characters for a while and felt that they were getting established in their lives, and we just started asking questions about what would someone like Hank really be wrestling with in retirement? Could he retire? What's Peggy dealing with, and how does that affect what Hank is dealing with? And we knew the fans were asking, whatever happened with like some of the guys at Strickland. We had Buck in an episode, but we were like, well, let's revisit those guys. And then once we opened that up, kind of felt like, well, maybe Hank could come back a little bit now. He's a little bit more financially secure. Maybe what if he were the owner now? So it really came though from the dynamics we were exploring with the characters.
It's also, I think, a good way to add stakes because he comes back with a nest egg and he's surrounded by idiots a lot of the time. And you're always wondering, like, is he going to hang on to that, or are they going to somehow convince him out of that nest egg that he worked so hard for?
Right.
Yeah, it was also satisfying to see him come back there in a higher position. It always felt a little bit like, oh man, Hank is really just getting pushed right.
Right.
So that kind of caught me off guard a little bit, that it was satisfying to see him come back on top there.
Yeah.
And I think people want to see more propane in the show.
Exactly.
Propane accessory.
Was there a goal in mind when you came back to the series for Hank to eventually go and work toward, or was this just something that fell into place naturally?
I would certainly say it fell into place in terms of the specifics of him being like a 51% owner at Strickland. When you guys were thinking about bringing it back, was there any end goal for Hank? Was it more just kind of exploring and seeing?
The backstory was that he had gone to work at Aramco to be out of the country. We liked the idea that he'd been out of the country for a while, and then when he came back, he could react to things and, be surprised at what's happened in the world. And, but I think what we didn't take into account was he had achieved this retirement thing, and then it kind of led to a lot of times where he was just sort of puttering around. So it is cool to, get him back active with other characters, I think.
Yeah. It's interesting that you point out that he's a majority owner. That's important. That means Buck is still a 49% owner.
I have a feeling that will lead to storylines.
Exactly. Like Mike said, it's been interesting to explore if that power dynamic between he and Buck were to flip.
Well, we also learned in the finale that Bobby did not move with Hank and Peggy because he found his version of propane. cooking and serving delicious food. What's more, he moved in with Luann and Lucky. Will those characters continue to live on in the background of King of the Hill?
One thing that felt really satisfying when we decided to like do a flashback and see, what could have happened during those like Greg said, those in between years while Hank was away at Aramco, was it gave us an opportunity in a respectful way to show that Luann and Lucky were still a part of their lives, and also were integral in keeping Bobby alive, but also in helping him then pursue what his interests were. It feels good doing that in flashback. We talk about it a lot. We haven't really come up with as satisfying way to maybe address them present day.
Well, it seems like King of the Hill, as long as it's been on, is a tight-knit and loving group. You all seem to have such respect and love for your cast members who have passed. We know that Jonathan Joss, who completed work this season as the voice of John Redcorn, passed away. Though Saladin, I saw in a different interview, you said the door wasn't necessarily closed on the character. Could we see him again down the line?
Again, it's one of those things where if it felt like we would be able to do it in a way to service, the show and the characters and the stories we're trying to tell, and also still honor, the character of John Redcorn, but also Jonathan Joss's passing, we're certainly open to it. I think in that interview I was saying that the episode that does half a minute in season 15, we had completed and done before his tragic passing, and we had certainly at that time left it open the way he could come back. His passing then complicated that a little bit. So it's one of those things where we don't take it lightly, what he represented to the show, and we want to make sure that we honor that and lead with that before we determine if we're going to bring the character back or not.
Jonathan also had stepped in when the original John Redcorn, Victor Aaron, had passed away.
Right.
So,
yeah.
I really enjoyed the flashback because we got to look at not only Bobby's blue hair, but see what was going on in the years that we weren't watching King of the Hill. Do you have any other plans to do other flashbacks or filling in the gaps that we haven't seen?
I think that'd be great. Like, we've been really happy with the response from the fans to that episode in particular. And I think people enjoy getting that peek into like Bobby's teen years and things. There are questions we still have ourselves that we're trying to figure out about what was Bobby doing and what could have happened. Did Bobby have other girlfriends during that time? We actually may have an episode coming up, a Christmas episode that may talk about like what Brian Robertson's role was with Bobby during that time, because he was the male figure that was staying in the house. He was renting the house from Hank and Peggy. So we're exploring some things, whether we see them in flashback or we learn about them present day from the characters. Not quite sure yet, but that was a very fun storytelling device for us to use. And so, we're still figuring out what's interesting to say.
it's probably a good idea in case Mike ever gets laryngitis to have a Brian Robertson flashback episode in the works.
Do you have, in particular, all of you, favorite moments that you got to touch on in this season that you'd like to share?
Interesting.
I like that flashback episode.
Yeah.
Going back to Strickland, that's probably my favorite. Spoiler.
We already did it. I took the heat.
It's great.
I like Bobby and Connie, just seeing their relationship, be stable and
yeah, seeing them together, and I don't know, it just seems also both Pam and Lauren do such a great job.
It's such a great job
doing those same characters at different ages.
Right. Talk about seamless. I liked the episode where Peggy's dealing with menopause and Hank is trying to figure out how to continue to be the support, that she needs. I like the episodes where we touched upon things that, Hank and Peggy or the other characters are experiencing because of the age that they are. Because those feel like ones that we couldn't have done before now. So, and I like when the audience relates to those.
Like in the original run, there's something fun about just really embarrassing and humiliating your characters. In animation, especially. And I thought we did it I'm thinking just popped into my head when Peggy enters the beauty.
Right, yeah.
It's just one of my favorites. And we have a bunch of those moments, I think, as they get older.
Yeah, exactly.
new, like the menopause, new kind of unique ways to do that.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
Speaking of characters embarrassing themselves, the cuddle therapy episode is a good moment too. Mainly because that's the real thing. I mean, that's one of those things where when we discovered that there really is cuddle therapy, we're like, wow, it's almost too good to be true, you know. And it's such a perfect thing for Bill as well. So yeah.
Do you find yourself looking at the news and thinking, oh, that's weird, we got to do an episode?
Every now and then, I think, yeah, something like that happens. It's weird these days. Truth is stranger than fiction with the news these days. So sometimes we're like, well, that's real, but no one's going to believe it.
Do you all have characters in particular you love working around or with or for?
I mean, I love Dale. I think Dale's such a, loony.
But sometimes he's right.
Yes. The stop clock is right twice a day. Yeah.
Yeah. Dale's certainly fun to write for because the show has always been so grounded, and Dale is the character that grounds everybody else because we can go kind of crazy with him. So it's usually we find ourselves, if we have a crazy idea, oh yeah, Dale could do that. I think I've gotten really fascinated by the robot dogs that are out, like not the cute pet ones, but the futuristic, the frightening ones, the futuristic looking ones, like with the little sirens for eyes and heads. I looked into maybe using one as a guard dog, but it was like, oh, Dale could do that.
All right, well, King of the Hill season 15 is currently airing on Hulu. You can check it out there, and in the future, probably more King of the Hill.
IGN's SDCC 2026 coverage is presented by Aliens Fireteam Elite 2. Out August 25th, wishlist today.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
You're watching IGN's live coverage of Comic-Con 2026. Hey, do you like video games and movies? Me too. I wonder what else we have in common. Maybe we could be friends. Well, I guess that depends on how excited you'd be for a new look at Control Resonant coming up in just a bit. Maybe we could hang out and check out what's next from PC gaming giant Alienware. And after that, what if we learn more about Mayday, the upcoming action buddy comedy starring Ryan Reynolds and Kenneth Branagh? They look like good friends, just like me and you could be. And finally, I think a thing that could really take our friendship to the next level is a new look at the next God of War game. Look at us. We're best friends forever. It's all thanks to IGN at Comic-Con. Thanks for watching.
You're watching IGN at Comic-Con. This fall, one of the strangest interconnected video game universes around gets a little bit bigger and a lot weirder. And here to tell me about Control Resonant, it stars Matt Peretta and Sean Dury and game director Mikhail Kesarinen. Welcome.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So, I want to hear something. You guys have both been working with Remedy for quite a while, like over a decade. From your perspective, from the performer's perspective, how has game development changed? Like, what's gotten easier? What's gotten more complicated?
Well, I mean, it's gotten more focused, right? And more, technology has gotten better. Before I remember that I would say lines and then I wouldn't be acting with somebody, but sometimes we're together and we act together. They're figuring out how to make it more natural and more real.
And I'd echo that. Like, the technology maybe around us has changed, but I would say, like, the techniques of doing the acting hasn't changed. Yeah.
Mikhail, what about you? What do you think is more gratifying about getting human performances with current technology?
I think there's an interesting difference. Like with Matt, of course, we rely a lot on like the live performance, and with Sean, he's like more through the digital double within the game. So there's two different ways of doing it, and I think there's something spectacular and interesting about live action, integrating that into the game experience, and especially what Matt did with Darling and so on. It's been fantastic from game one, and even better, I would say, with the second one. And I think there's something in the nuance of live action that is hard to convey in the virtual world and so on. So I think we have this kind of a nice kind of a two sides of storytelling that complements each other, coming together in this larger experience.
Nice. Now, Resonant is a cool follow-up. When did you find out that you get to be a protagonist? Because you were like the villain in the last one. At what point did this kind of enter your radar, I guess?
I knew when they first told me about the first Control game that they had things in store, that there was a bigger plan, because we went through the whole story and we got to the end and they're like, he's in a coma, he's not dead. And so I didn't know what that meant at the time. And then I want to say in around late 2021, they called me up and they pitched the idea and they're like, are you interested in this? I was like, of course I'm interested in this. That sounds amazing. Yeah.
I mean, being a villain is fun because you get to just really act out I guess, how has your approach changed? Like, what's the process like differently this time around?
You hit it really well with like villains and protagonists are like polar opposites, obviously. And so when we were doing Dylan in the first Control, it was more of how can we make him as creepy and believable as possible because he's possessed. But this time around, he's lost the possession, and so he's kind of rediscovering his humanity. So it's kind of rebuilding from the floor up.
What's Dr. Darling up to?
Well, we're kind of seeing how this all started. That's what you're seing in this game. So you're seeing a different facet of Darling. It's the Darling that you saw in the last game, but you're kind of seeing how I got to that, how I got to the last game.
All right. Now, Mikhail, I want to hear something about the Gap. It's a metaphysical mind palace, not a place to buy jeans. Tell me about it.
The Gap is Dylan's internal world that was created when he was possessed by the Hiss, or maybe even earlier. Dylan has this kind of a paranatural ability of conceiving places, if you will. And it is visually, from this kind of aesthetic perspective, conveying his state of mind in a way. So it's barren and desolate and so on, conveying how maybe he sees himself and his place in the world. And yeah, at the same time, it's also a place where you can upgrade your weapons and do all of that stuff as well, as you would imagine if you have an internal world, of course.
Nice. It's kind of a mind palace. It's like a place to disappear into. Now, Matt, Sean, I'm curious. Like, you guys have both worked on various other Remedy games. Mm-hmm. How would you say Resonant is different tonally? Like, I mean, you can't spoil the whole story, but just in terms of sheer vibes and kind of where it's going, like, what sticks out to you as being like a different, more unique experience?
I think that I can't speak for everyone's experience in every game that they've made, but from mine, the way that we've gone into this character from a very human level was much deeper than what I did with my previous characters from Quantum Break or the first Control. We really dove into why he is the way he is, and it's a real character-driven story in that regard. And so that's different than just kind of you building up all the pieces in the background and then bringing that to the performance, and you see the final copy. Here you see why he is the way he is.
Okay, digging into that, yeah.
Yeah, so Alan Wake 2 they're very similar. Only, I mean, for me, I'm on camera with Control, so that's what's different for me, is that I'm voicing that, and this I'm actually it's live action. But as far as the tone, they're similar, but they're specifically their own thing.
The live action stuff, I imagine that there's probably a fun that comes with that, because there's the practical elements, whereas otherwise you're kind of in a more virtual space. A little bit more virtual, more ping pong balls on the jumpsuit, that kind of thing. How much of the performance kind of comes from being able to engage with the actual environment rather than having it be?
Well, I mean, it makes such a difference. The sets are amazing, and I don't know. It's how it all comes together. I put on my costume, get my side part going, slap on those glasses, and then it's like showtime. So it is. It's playtime. You know what I mean? And Remedy lets me go as far out as I want to go, and if I'm too much, they'll bring me back. But it's very rare they go.
Yeah, I mean, you get some really cool results by having the performance capture, but obviously you are going to get something by having physical things to interact with.
Right.
Which brings me to my next topic, which is objects of power. Obviously, this universe has these seemingly mundane things that are endowed with arcane energy, which can then grant powers or maybe worse things. Is there an object in your life that you suspect might be an object of power? Like anything, and just it could be the most ordinary thing, could be like a favorite trinket or keepsake, could be your air fryer. I don't know. Like what's the object of power in your life, I guess?
My mother knit me a sweater when I was 20 years old, and it has absolutely kept its shape and its color, and it's probably one of my prized possessions.
That's amazing. That does sound like an object.
Yeah, it's an object of power.
Is it like cute? Is it flattering?
It's a black cabled cotton turtleneck sweater.
All right.
There you go. That's my object of power.
Yeah, that was good. What power does it give you? Like, what is it?
Well, it's like I'm 61. My parents are gone. It's like you put it on and you feel your mother's love. Yeah.
Nice.
Really nice.
Yeah, that's nice.
You got anything?
I
Stupid curveball question, but we got to go.
I know, really. I've said people have asked me this before, and I've given some answers, but since the way you phrased this question, I had this motorcycle that I really enjoyed, but then it broke, and it then sat in my backyard for years, and just kind of became this faded memory of what once was good times and like traveling and all these other things.
That's a big object, though. That's
a big object of power.
Yeah. Mikhail, what about you?
Well, I'm not the morning person. I feel like I'm dead, so it must be my coffee machine, because once I get a cup,
it's an object of power.
I come alive again.
I think that's the most relatable answer, I would say.
Universal,
the most powerful answer.
Universal object of power.
Good coffee machine. Now, just sheer recommendation, if there was a piece of media that you would recommend to kind of pair with Control Resonant, to kind of, aside from the first games and the rest of the Remedy games, just a movie or a book or an album or even an activity, what would you recommend to kind of get people in the right headspace for this game?
That's a good question. I think Inception has a lot of similar kind of heady ideas, and the way the world moves around is in the ballpark, though not the same. And David Fincher, I think, in a way, you can just kind of go down his catalog, and that'll put you in the right frame of mind in a way too.
Yeah, I think it's its own thing, very similar to those things, but the fans know what it is, and it's even better than what it was.
Nice. Mikhail, you've name-checked Evangelion before. Is there any other things you want to kind of just not like influences, but just like, hey, this goes well with this. This is a good kind of pop culture wine pairing kind of thing.
Yeah, I think there's always David Lynch, obviously, that has that same kind of strange esoteric feeling. Feels like it's the authentic world, but there's something deeply wrong with it. Lost Highway has this kind of an energy to it, and mystery and complexity with characters, and and it's basically a story of a villain as well, who, well, definitely is a villain in this case. So yeah, I would say watch Lost Highway before playing the game, and you're going to be in the right mood.
Also, I think Lynch was the first one to do like a Rammstein needle drop in that. That was before Triple X did it. He was ahead of the curve, man. David Lynch. Thank you guys for coming by. This is a delight. This is a delight. Control Resonant is out September 24th for PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series. And there's more Comic-Con coming up. Stick around.
What's up, everyone? It's Aliak here at the Alienware pop-up at San Diego Comic-Con, where anyone can get their hands on some of the most powerful PC gaming hardware and play some awesome games like 007 First Light, Valorant, Marvel Rivals, and more. But this isn't just a gaming lounge. Alienware cooked up a giant surprise, and we'll get to that. But first, I want to check out some of this gear. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Oh, wait. No, I thought it was. Oh my God. I thought she was done. I'm here with Max Kavanaugh from Alienware. Tell me about the hardware people can experience here.
Well, first off, welcome. We're so excited to be back at San Diego Comic-Con for the first time since 2018. So we wanted to make sure we return in a big way for our fans and attendees. And part of that was creating this big gaming lounge that you see behind me. We have everything here from the top of the line Area 51 desktops. They sport Intel's latest Core Ultra 9 Series 3 processors, all the way through to the latest entryway into the Alienware experience, the Alienware 15 gaming laptop. And our mission is simple. We want to provide premium build quality and performance to a wider range of gamers and budgets. So you get that flexibility with the Alienware 15, options of Intel Core Series processors, a wide range of NVIDIA RTX graphics, and really serves as a nice hybrid machine to handle any day tasks.
What are you excited about the most?
Well, we're thrilled to showcase the latest suite of award-winning displays that we have, kicking off with this month's launch of the Alienware 34 280Hz QD OLED monitor. And fun fact, Alienware was actually the first to debut a QD OLED monitor back in 2022. And this latest iteration brings a breadth of enhancements that gamers can be excited about, including pentatandem technology. And sort of in line with the intention behind the Alienware 15, we also debuted earlier this year a 27-inch QD OLED 240Hz monitor, setting a new industry standard at just $350. So gamers that are looking for all the benefits from OLED, such as vibrant colors, infinite contrast ratio, and those deep inky blacks that we all love, can now get their hands on it without the premium price tag. Last but certainly not least, we're having fans get a sneak peek at the upcoming world's first 39-inch 5K OLED with RGB stripe technology. This launches next month and is arguably the most ambitious display that Alienware has ever built. It has dual mode, where you can switch from 165 Hz at 5K resolution for full immersion in story mode games, all the way to 330 Hz at full HD for competitive shooters or any games where every frame matters. It also has integrated KVM, so you can handle multiple devices with just one keyboard and mouse. And it's really meant for gamers that want it all. So we're excited for fans to get their hands on it, see what's coming up in our product line, and really just kind of use this as a playground to have fun with their friends.
This is such a cool gaming space, but I also spot another room over there. What's that about?
Well, I can't really talk about that, but I'd love to show you inside if you want to check it out.
Absolutely, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Hi, let's give it up for Aliak from Puerto Rico. Aliak, welcome to the Alienware Game Show, where your video game knowledge will be tested. Now, you will have 60 seconds to answer a series of video game related questions, and you're playing for a chance to win some cool, powerful, and also like badass Alienware products to enhance your video game experience. Are you ready?
So ready.
All right. So, first of all, how are you doing? Were you surprised?
You guys are amazing.
Well, welcome. Shock. Awe. Yes. Do you normally sit in strange chairs and have walls spin around behind you?
No, this is my
first time. Okay, cool. All right, first time. So are you an avid video game player?
Yes.
And what are we playing right now?
Battlefield 6.
Battlefield 6. Look at her. Scope. Are you a camper?
No.
Okay, cool. All right, just had to make sure. We'll spin you right back around if you were. All right, so this is how it's going to work out, okay? So you have 60 seconds to answer as many questions as you can. Now, each question will have 3 possible answers. I will say the question, you will say the answer. The questions and the answers will be visible to you at the monitor behind me, all right? There are no passes, there are no skips. So if you don't know the answer, you just try your best, okay? And the timer will start when the first question is asked. Okay. Any questions? Any comments? Any concerns? You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. All right, let's go. Are we ready to play? All right. Your first question starts now. What game was the fastest to make $1 billion?
Elder Scrolls Skyrim.
What's the most popular day to play video games in the U.S.?
Saturday.
There you go. In the Yakuza series, what is Kiria's signature attack?
The Snake Fist.
The rating E on game means?
Everyone.
Okay. Which bank heist goes horribly wrong in Red Dead Redemption 2?
This is still on my list of games to play. Rupture.
What percentage of kids play video games in the U.S.?
40 to 60.
Well, more than yeah. What is the first objective in Elder Scrolls V Skyrim?
Survive a dragon attack.
Ding, ding, ding. And what game is credited as popularizing the genre Battle Royale? I'll let you finish this.
PUBG.
PUBG! Congratulations. I've got to send you back to reality.
Well, yeah.
Bye.
That was so much fun. I got to play some of my favorite games and be a part of the Alienware game show. Thank you so much, Alienware, for letting us check it out. If you're in San Diego, head over to the Marriott between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. Or if you're following along from home, check out Courage JD's live stream on Saturday the 25th from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. Pacific to get a surprise and a chance to win one of 2 Alienware monitors as part of the giveaway. I'm gonna go back to playing some games, but in the meantime, for all things Comic-Con, keep it locked to IGN.
IGN's SDCC 2026 coverage is presented by Alienware.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com. IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Or kick back and relax to your favorite video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
This fall, the writer-director duo behind some of my favorite comedies in recent memory are back with something brand new. Joining me to chat about Mayday, John Francis Daly and Jonathan Goldstein. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so this is a brand new buddy comedy set 40 years ago? 1987, Cold War era Russia. Why then and why now?
It was the best year. Inarguably. No. We wanted to do a period comedy for quite some time. We were inspired by some of our favorite buddy comedies from that era because they were so uniquely heartfelt and high-staked. And we also just wanted to be able to put our own spin on something like that.
Any particular buddy comedies in particular that this draws from?
Oh, yeah. I mean, my favorites were Midnight Run, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, 48 Hours, Silver Streak. I think I watched Silver Streak at my bar mitzvah party. Oh, so that gives you some idea of my nerdiness.
Now, John, you'd probably remember of like a little bit less of 1987 than you do.
I don't know what you're suggesting.
Yeah, that feels a little bit loaded. But has there been any sort of anachronisms you've had to course correct, or is there any like historical accuracy, or like that wasn't like that at all?
Well, I had a very sharp mind at 2 years old, so I remembered everything. I remembered my birth, which was unpleasant.
It was a good one.
I was immersed in videotapes of movies that came before me. Also, Misery was a huge inspiration for this film. The first act is basically a comedic misery, and that we have these two sort of strangers thrust upon each other where neither really trusts the other one. But no, I mean, I kind of am a child of the 80s and grew up watching all of this stuff as well.
Now, back in 2005, you were in a little movie called Waiting with Ryan Reynolds. He didn't let you get a word in edgewise there, and now you're directing him. What was it like working with him on this?
Well, I made him not speak this time. He does not say a single word in this film. It's kind of a first time for Ryan. No, look, I was very excited to be able to work with him again because we had such a weird and fun experience on that film however many years ago. And, you know, he had reached out when Game Night came out, said he was a huge fan, and said we should work on something together. So when this idea came into our minds, and we knew that it would take only one of maybe 3 actors to get it made because it is a period action comedy set in the Soviet Union, which is not necessarily a huge sell unless you have a big star that's driving it. He wanted to do it, and we were so delighted.
And I was in a movie with Kenneth Branagh when I was a teen. No, that's not true.
Hamlet, right?
Hamlet. Yeah, no, Ken Branagh joined us, and it was the perfect synergy because who expects that pairing of Ryan and Ken? But as it turns out, it's what everybody needed and didn't know.
How did Kenneth Branagh get involved? Because, like, I mean, he's a prolific playwright, actor, director, and you're like, okay, goof around, do silly stuff.
Well,
What's that like?
I think when an actor like that gets an offer like this, they get excited about it because they don't get sent too many action comedies with a big, sort of popcorn movie star to play against. And Ken got into the spirit of the thing. What he did so perfectly was just act the hell out of the role. We never ask a dramatic actor to be funny any more than we did with Jesse Plemons in Game Night. We just said, do what you do, and it'll work, and it did.
Very often, the funniest actors are the dramatic ones because them sort of playing it as serious as possible is what drives the comedy.
I love it. I get the sense that you guys also allow a lot of breathing room for improv, but I was watching some interviews, and you also do a little bit of sort of improvisation behind the scenes too. I'm like thinking of the rock scene in D&D. Did you throw any curveballs their way and just kind of see what happens? Or any like notable moments in the movie that are just like a byproduct of something that kind of came together on the fly?
Yeah, we did. We tried some alts several times. We had the advantage of Ryan being sort of a joke machine, and he's so talented at it. But we're also weirdly, we love to stick to the script in many other ways. We are sticklers in that regard. But this was a fun kind of a mashup of improvisation and adherence to our words.
Now you're coming off of this of D&D Honor of Thieves, which is huge, massive spectacle, fantastic. You've got magic, you've got dragons, you've got all this stuff in there, and now you're doing something that is slightly more grounded. Yeah. What's it like, kind of going from something high fantasy to something that is more based in reality? And I guess, was there anything you took from having virtually no confines on what's possible to slightly more limitations?
In a weird way, it's liberating to not have that much freedom, which sounds, contradictory. But the truth is, when you're working in the real world, you can have more fun with the freedom to have your characters be who they are and not get caught. You don't have to spend as much time with the CGI and the dragons and all the extensions of sets and all the lore to do. Yeah, so we had total freedom. That's what's exciting about Mayday for us, is that in this day and age, getting a movie made like this at this scale with no intellectual property behind it, no video game or movie or comic book, is so gratifying.
A movie that's just a movie that you just
Can you
go
imagine?
see it, and there's
Who'd have thunk?
Yeah, that's crazy. Now, I guess, kind of jerking the wheel there. You guys also wrote Spider-Man: Homecoming. That was almost 10 years ago. He's still out there doing stuff. What's it like seeing a character that you kind of helped establish, or at least that iteration of him?
It's furious.
It's amazing.
It's furious.
I mean, is it like seeing a kid go off to college, or are you just like, I'm good riddance, like, get me out of here?
Truly, no. I mean, the fact that we were able to sort of cultivate this brand new tone between these characters. I mean, the two-hander relationship between him and Ned Leeds. That was the first time they had really done that in any of the Spider-Man properties, because he had always kind of kept it a secret to himself. But we always knew we wanted to have this kind of almost super bad dynamic between these two teens, where one of them is the sounding board and can say how cool it is to be Spider-Man without knowing, the great responsibility that comes with it. That's awesome. And also just like being able to tell a relatively grounded superhero story that now has taken on a life of its own. It's very gratifying.
So we talk a lot about, I guess, superhero fatigue on the part of the audience, but you guys are veterans of multiple superhero movies behind the scenes. You've got, it's hard you can throw a rock and you would hit somebody who's been in a superhero movie these days. But Ryan's done Deadpool, Green Lantern, etc. Kenneth Branagh directed Thor. I guess is there sort of, are you guys sharing war stories? Is there kind of like a mutual, I guess, relief to be just making a regular movie?
Yeah, I think so. I think for all of us, it's fun to just be able to play in something that was in the real world at a particular time in our history that has relevance for what's going on now. That's what we really tried to imbue into this film, is a sense of, we're going through some things now in our global relationships and even in America itself where, we tend to think of the other as an enemy. And this was a time when that was very much the case. And so we wanted to be able to shine a light on it and not have any superpowers involved.
That said, you do still have lots of spectacle and explosions and special effects, but it also seems like there's some good old-fashioned just fight scenes and stuff. Are there any sort of practical sequences you're especially proud of in this movie?
Yeah, I mean, all the fights I think we're very proud of, because we really want to sort of challenge ourselves with each of our action sequences. We love to create set pieces that people haven't necessarily seen before. We're very inspired by Jackie Chan action in that you can see what's going on. You're really putting your stuntmen through the ringer in a responsible way. But also just the fact that it's not cutty, it's not shaky cam. You have a nice big wide camera that's showing real messy stunts. There's something really fun and gratifying about that.
Yeah, we subscribe to the sort of Fred Astaire approach to covering it wide so you can see head to toe and you don't cut constantly. So they're really dancing.
And you've also got, it looks like some big car chases and sequences like that. Any fun anecdotes from producing those?
Yeah, we drove an ICBM, an actual ICBM launch vehicle through Andrassy Square in Hungary. I think anyone who didn't know we were shooting a movie were probably very concerned, because there was also dozens of tanks and military vehicles and about 2,000 extras and crew members that day. It was a massive spectacle, and we're so grateful for Apple to allow us to make something that absolutely huge.
Now, I got to ask, the big thing that happened post Honor Among Thieves was Baldur's Gate 3. Did either of you get a chance to play it? And if so, what kind of character did you roll?
I haven't. I've been too busy writing movies.
Yeah, exactly. My son played it and loved it. I don't know what he was. He might have brought in his character from his actual D&D game, which I think was called Byleth. Don't ask me why, but that's the name.
I needed to take a D&D siesta after that movie, just because it was 24/7.
I get the sense when you sink a bunch of energy into a particular universe, you probably want to go somewhere else, and that's why we're getting something like Mayday.
Exactly.
This isn't a question, really. I guess sort of it is, but Jesse Plemons' iconic line, how can that be profitable for Frito-Lay? First of all, thank you for putting that in the universe, because when I'm having a bad day, I pull that up and it never ceases to make me laugh. But filming that scene with Clemens, did you expect that one moment would be like such a breakout thing? Was that lightning in a bottle or
well,
what?
yes and no. What's funny is we did a table read on the Warner Brothers lot before we ever went and shot it. And remember, we were like cracking up at how Jesse was performing it because it was so damn serious. Like he was in
no wink.
He was in a whole other movie, and we knew that we had to get that on camera.
Yeah, and then as we were editing it, I think that's when we started to know that we had lightning in a bottle. In that, like, you know, it's a slow pushing on him. Every time we see him, the camera's pushing in. There's no music. It's always cicadas that are getting louder and louder. And anytime we cut away to anyone else, the cicadas, for some reason, stop. And I think at that point, we were very excited to be able to unleash that to audiences. But you never really know until the test screening, and it tested very well, and people were eating it up. And at that point, we were like, we knew we had something.
I love it. I'm very happy you guys have a new movie on the way. I'm excited to check it out. Mayday crash lands on Apple TV globally on September 4th. There's more Comic-Con right here on IGN, so stick around.
Thank you.
Thanks.
San Diego Comic-Con is full of exciting announcements, panels, and experiences, but you're gonna be waiting in some lines, my friends. The best way to pass the time, though, is to play some games. Here are 6 games that are perfect to play on a portable gaming device like the Lenovo Legion Go 2, and the best part is, they are all available on Xbox Game Pass. Presented by Xbox Game Pass and Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible. If you don't want to spend your time as a skateboarding train, what are you doing with your life? Fast-paced, action-packed, Densha Attack is full of ridiculousness to keep you entertained even in the most boring of locations. Hitting the track and chaining tricks together in Densha Attack is a joy, and a constant stream of new ideas means its excellent anime-inspired campaign never runs out of steam. Individual missions are usually short, but there's a ton of room for replayability and mastery here, and lots of extra stuff to collect. Ball Pit will make you forget your troubles, but it's so fun and so addicting you might end up forgetting you're even standing in line, so please, friends, be careful with this one. It is a surprisingly deep brick breaker that relies heavily on smart strategy, clever experimentation, and careful planning more so than RNG and luck alone. I get stuck in a just one more run mindset every time I sit down to play what I swear is gonna be a quick round or two. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt is a unique combination of non-linear story and open world, character-driven, non-linear story experience focused on player choice, tactical combat, and a rich living environment. While a sprawling epic, it is great for line waiting if you focus on its self-contained Gwent card matches or quick side quests, offering a way to immerse yourself in its world without losing your place in the main story. Fallout is an iconic, classic turn-based RPG where you play as an anti-hero struggling to survive in a darkly comedic, post-apocalyptic world. It established the series' signature dark, gritty atmosphere along with its flexible character creation and perk system. Its open-ended nature allows you to engage in brief exploration, inventory management, or quick radiant quests, making it well-suited for on and off gameplay, encouraging players to explore the wasteland at their own pace and uncover its many secrets.
I think you're the only hope we have.
Speaking of classics, I couldn't make this list without mentioning Minecraft. It encourages creativity, exploration, and the freedom to play however you want, allowing you to make progress in short sessions by gathering materials, building, or exploring. So whether you're building your ideal base, town, or city, it all takes some time, so why not chip away at your next project while waiting in line? After all, Rome was not built in a day. Just like Minecraft, Pal World is all about resource gathering, building, and catching new pals. See what they did there? It's amusingly irreverent, has a surprising amount of content and deep survival mechanics, and it is absurdly difficult to put down. It blends survival, crafting, exploration, and creature collection into a unique experience, so why not do that in line? Who knows, maybe you'll even find your perfect pal in the meantime. Well, what do you think? Which games would you add to the list? Let me know in the comments. And if you're looking for a device for portable gaming on the go, take a look at the Lenovo Legion Go 2. It features an 8.8-inch OLED screen, 144 Hz refresh rate, and detachable controllers. And for everything San Diego Comic-Con, keep it right here on IGN.
What's up, everybody? Damon here with Ginny Glaze. We're in the thick of it right here at Comic-Con, and PlayStation has a pretty big presence this year. They've had several panels. They did one for Marvel Tokon, one for Wolverine, and they did one for God of War Lao Fei, where they revealed the release date, and it's coming maybe a little bit sooner than people thought.
February 16th, 2027.
February 16th. Maybe not too surprising. When they revealed it earlier this summer, they showed a really large chunk of gameplay. So it seems like that was about ready to go. And it's easy to imagine that maybe if a little game called GTA 6 were not coming, maybe it could have even squeaked out this year. I don't know. But now it's coming February, and February has become quite packed next year. February now includes Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis on February 12th, because that was delayed out of this year. February 18th is Persona 4 Revival. On the 16th, of course, is God of War Lao Fei, and then Fable is February 23rd. That's all that we know about, but there's also this, the little Resident Evil Veronica of it all. Capcom likes putting their games out in the spring. They've just said 2027, but Requiem was in February. Resident Evil 4 Remake was in March, so that could arrive around that same window of time too. So, got an exciting start to 2027.
I just can't wait to play all these games.
So all of a sudden, PlayStation has 3 big games coming out within 6 months. Marvel Tokon, Wolverine, and then God of War Lao Fei. It's nice, just kind of the story of this whole generation has been that their first party lineup has kind of dried up.
Yeah.
A little bit sparse. Not as many big releases as they did in the PS4 generation.
Yes.
But they also announced that there is going to be another God of War game starring Kratos after Lao Fei that directly ties into her story, isn't that right?
Yes, exactly. And Corey said this very casually at the very beginning of the panel. He was like, oh yeah, I hope no one mentions the new Kratos game that's coming out. But yes, it is going to tie directly into the events of Lao Fei and continue on from that. We know nothing else right now.
All of a sudden, though, there's a lot of God of War because there's Lao Fei, this next Kratos game. There's the original trilogy remake.
Which I cannot wait to play.
And then it didn't make as big a splash, but there was the 2D pixel art one that came out earlier this year.
Sons of Sparta, right?
Yeah. So there's just all of a sudden lots of God of War.
Yes.
Not complaining.
No, I will always take more God of War.
So what do you think about a new Kratos game? Because to me, Kratos' story wrapped up pretty nicely in Ragnarok.
It does feel like there was a nice little bow put on it, but I think there's so many more pantheons to explore.
That's true.
I personally cannot wait to see some Egyptian pantheon. We did see Sekhmet already in the Lao Fei trailer in the gameplay that we saw. So that seems really cool, but also, I mean, there's a whole world out there to explore. Who knows where they will take it?
That's true. All right, so release date for Lao Fei, new God of War with Kratos. Any other details that they revealed at the panel?
So the one thing that I garnered, and I'm not sure if this is 100% true, but it does seem like it centers around Lao Fei, Rue, and Frank the Cube, trying to escape and fix the everyone. So I think it's going to be those, that trio of characters. It's going to follow them from what I understand.
With maybe the occasional Kratos
Yes.
popping up maybe now and then. We'll see. But it's exciting. Lots of fun PlayStation games coming. God of War Lao Fei coming February 16th next year. I'm excited. You're excited?
I cannot wait.
Please be excited. For much more from Comic-Con, stay tuned right here at IGN.
IGN's SDCC 2026 coverage is presented by Brisk and Splatoon Raiders. Visit the Brisk and Splatoon Raiders Island Hideout experience at SDCC July 24th and 25th.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Right here.
All right.
You're watching IGN at Comic-Con. Buddy is the brand new horror comedy that I cannot stop thinking about. It's weird, absurd, and possibly demonic. Here to tell me all about it are its star, Keegan-Michael Key, and director, Casper Kelly. Welcome.
Thank you, Brian.
Oh my God, what an insane movie this is. I am so happy this exists. Casper, how long has the idea for this thing been kicking around your head?
It's been a few years, and then the money came in, and then we were shooting very soon after. Last year, late summer, and now look at us.
It's microwave. Microwave filmmaking. It turned around. How long's a few years, Casper? 5 years?
No,
3 years?
More 3-ish.
3-ish? Okay,
Yeah.
all right, yeah.
Was there sort of like a specific touchstone of like children's shows? I mean, obviously Barney's the big one. But
Yes.
was there anything else you watched? Because I remember seeing the shows like Zoobilee Zoo when I was a kid, and I'm like, this is off. This is weird. Something is awry here.
Well, I grew up more in the Sid and Marty Krofft era. I didn't go there, but my kids were watching Dora the Explorer and Blue's Clues and Pee-wee's Playhouse. I was watching it with them. So I went 90s, hard 90s on it. A great decade for kids shows.
It was. Keegan, this is probably one of my favorite roles you've ever been in, and that's, you've done some really cool stuff. Like, I love you in the Mario movies. I loved you in Wonka, but this is insane. That voice that you developed for this character, it's got this sort of like nasally California vocal fry thing.
Yeah.
And, like, tell me about that. Like, how did you come up with how he sounds? Because he gets more and more angry.
Well, we were, anger is one of my things. That's what I do. If you know, like the most popular characters I've ever done are like have real rage issues.
Yes.
But I mean, we worked on. It was fun. Like that first part of the first day of all of the recording, we worked on the voice, and I wanted it to be a little reminiscent of almost like. What was the Goof Patrol? Goofy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But that nasal sound, so that it also reflected him and also reflected Barney a bit, just without calling too much attention to.
Right.
Because it's not a parody. It's what I mean. The film's not a parody. It's simply a film that exists in an environment similar to these shows. Similar, I said, because he's really created his own rules for the universe that he made for the show,
which I love. Yeah, it's
one of my favorite things about how he works. And then, of course, like if I may, Brand, at the end of the movie, when Delaney's like, the end of the movie. So at the end of the movie, when you start seeing all the elements of the history of how this universe exists, then I'm like, well, now you got to make like 3 more of these, please.
Yes, I love it.
Like, it's so good.
It got me thinking. It's like, okay, you have this children's show that these kids are trapped on, and there's this sort of mascot character who's also alive, but they have to eat, they have to drink. Like you thought all of the rules up. I really appreciate that. Like, just the mechanics of it all are incredible. The set design in this movie, just like all the way you built out a children's show. Is there anything there that like you hid in the background? Because I was definitely picking up like lots of Pee-wee's Playhouse where it's like, there's a clock that's got eyeballs. The mailbox can lose its mouth. Like there's some really messed up stuff. Was there stuff you hid in the background that people are going to find?
Yeah, and also in the clubhouse, one thing I really love is that American Gothic painting they did with Barney and Buddy and Betty Bunny.
Oh, yes, Barney, Buddy and Betty Bunny.
It's a totally distinct Barney. Keegan, were you in the costume?
No, I was not in the costume. So, a very brave, resilient young man, Sergey, by the name of Sergey, was in the costume. And I think even when we were recording, I'm like, this kid.
Yeah.
Who's this kid? You know what I mean? Like this is a lot of work.
Yeah.
And then I was not in the costume, but what I appreciate about the costume and actually the entire world that Casper created is how practical so much of it is.
Yeah, I
like
love
a
that.
90s television show, and that it exists in that world, and that we see the fur is real, and whatever is burnt here is real, and you can spend, and I just love that all the props, everything's practical. It makes for a different viewing experience.
What were your first thoughts when Casper pitched you on this thing?
Well, I'm a big fan of Too Many Cooks.
Yes.
And so I was like, wait a minute, it's the Too Many Cooks guy. Oh no, I can't. And funny thing is, I saw the movie before I read the script.
Oh, interesting.
So I actually saw the movie, and which I think makes such a difference sometimes, because you're making the movie in your head when you read a script, when you look at text.
Yes.
To actually see the vision in front of you, I was like, I looked at my partner, and we're just like, I think we have to do this. I have to do this.
Yeah.
I want to be able to say that I've done X amount of projects in my life, and this was the craziest one.
Yes.
And when I say crazy, I mean in the best possible way. Because like nowadays, you see things and you go, okay, I get it. It's give me the same but different.
Right.
This is different but different.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like
I'm looking at you guys. I don't think you are ready for where this thing goes.
You're not.
Like it is.
It's like all I want to do is talk about it, but not talk about it.
Yes.
Because I want to maintain the jealousy I have for every human being who has not yet experienced it.
Yes.
And what it's going to be like.
When the movie opens up and the theme song kicks in, and it's got this very DuckTales like boom, bam, boom, bam, like this just funky bass to it. I was just locked in. I was like, these guys, they're cooking. I know what they're doing, and I'm here to see.
I'm here
what
for it.
happens.
Yeah.
Same songwriter as Too Many Cooks. My friend Sean Coleman.
Amazing.
Did all the Buddy songs.
Amazing. What's the difference between playing Buddy and the way you approach playing Toad?
Ooh. Oh, well, Toad, here's the thing. Two completely different characters who work from completely different consciousness.
Yeah.
Like a completely different consciousness. So, for Buddy, there's this malignant narcissism about him that's interesting. I'm going to say this even though I find it very ironic that he's orange.
Yeah.
But also,
and he can't be stopped.
And he can't be.
Somebody stop
this
scary
orange thing. Yeah, and
he's running for another season. I hear.
And so okay, I'm glad that we all picked up on that. That's fantastic. But I think that Toad's consciousness is one. It's one of servitude and selflessness and bravery, but what makes Buddy, and when I talk about the malignant narcissism, what's fun to play about that is everything that happens, anything that takes place, is clearly somebody else's fault. It's always somebody, and you even mentioned that. I mean, as a direction for the characters, that it's fun to play indignation.
Yes.
To be indignant about everything, and why is everybody and I'm the victim. And it'll all make sense when everybody sees it. But it was such a fun thing to chew on.
I love it. How did you come up with the idea that an episode of Buddy can't end unless everyone is hugging? And the people hugging, I guess, need to be mostly living.
Mostly
hanging on by a thread, but still there.
Learned through trial and error.
Yeah.
It's just one of those beautiful things of it wasn't in the outline, but once you're writing it, these new things come these new pieces come that just fit perfectly. And that's such a fun part of writing.
It's a great trope because it's up there with the 80s freeze frame high five at the end of like an animated show or something. It's one of those things you see it, you immediately recognize the visual language of it. I love it so much. Was there you've done, you've spoofed sitcoms now, you've spoofed the children's mascot shows. I'm not sure what to call that. Is there another sort of like old TV trope or like a style that you'd love to ape someday?
I'd love to do something with anthology shows.
Yes.
And anthology show hosts would be very fun.
That's good.
Yeah. That would be awesome.
Oh, I like that.
I feel you guys should team up and do like a game show thing. That would
that would be incredible.
Game show's good.
Just putting that out into the world.
Now hold on. Let me just. I want to anchor down on this for a second. Yeah. When you say anthology shows, Casper, are you talking like you want to do like a period thing, like Twilight Zone?
Could be Twilight Zone. Could be Tales from the Crypt.
Tales from the Night Gallery.
Yeah.
I love this.
I like where this is going.
I like this a lot.
Guys, go make magic
Amazing
together.
story.
Make this happen.
Okay.
In the meantime, thank you both so much. Buddy hits theaters August 28th, but right now there's tons more Comic-Con coming up right here on IGN, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank
Thank you, Brian.
Of course.
Good to see you, bud.
Yeah, good to see you too.
Happy
Comic-Con, everybody.
Comic-Con. Yes.
Oh, yeah,
photo.
sure.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah.
IGN SDCC 2026 is in partnership with Ramayana. Experience one of the world's greatest epics on the big screen. Coming to theaters worldwide Diwali 2026.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN Game Scoop.
Game Scoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Let the kids love what we love.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion.
I will not suffer.
IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Oh, hello there. You're watching IGN live at Comic-Con, a place where anything can happen. Need proof? In just a bit, we've got John Cena and the cast of the upcoming Matchbox the movie coming into the stage to talk tiny toy cars and big blockbuster movies. After that, we're diving deep with dungeon crawler Carl. Then it's time to rip and tear with the cast of the upcoming video game Marvel's Wolverine. And it's all building up to our live coverage of the massive Marvel Hall H panel, where we'll learn all about the future of the MCU, all that and more, I'm told, right here on IGN.
Later this year, another beloved toy line from our childhoods is getting its own feature film, turning fast-paced 1/64th scale car chases on our living room floors into explosive life-size action set pieces. Here to tell us about Matchbox the movie, the stars, John Cena, Jessica Biel, Tiana Paris, Arturo Castro, and Sam Richardson. Welcome.
My goodness. Who wrote that?
Hey.
You crushed it.
Thank you.
I know those weren't your words.
Oh, we're not doing.
No, it's fine.
Okay, good. I didn't.
I thought we were standing.
Okay, good. Sam, it's too early for curveballs.
Here we
It's
go.
too early for curveballs. We have a trailer to get to. You guys dropped the trailer for Matchbox the movie. We gotta watch that. Let's throw this up.
Hell
Come on.
yeah. Heck yeah.
All right. Now, this movie is a big budget take on the cars. Like, what are we seeing?
That's John Cena.
You're seeing a classic Land Rover in the Sahara Desert, and that's all practical, which is pretty amazing.
God. There are so many cars. I mean, we're getting a little taste of the Matchbox gang here.
Okay.
We're all friends growing up, correct?
So this is actually a record-breaking stunt. We broke a record for flipping a car a certain amount of times that actually happened practically.
13 and a half.
13 and a half.
The last record was 7.
Yeah.
That is pretty impressive. So yeah,
That's
we've got you guys were friends growing up. You're
Gang back
reconnected
together again, just drinking roofie coladas.
Yeah, you know, yeah, as you do, as you do.
Literally.
because then we wake
Getting a little sleepy.
Right.
Now Sean has a little bit more of an idea of what's about to happen.
Yeah, because I mean, he does that stuff all the time. I mean, that's a regular Thursday night for him.
Yes.
And we wake up in disarray. One person knows what's going on. Everybody else doesn't know what's going on. Hilarity ensues.
Yeah. Waking up tied to the ceiling. You know, these are situations we've all been in before. We do our best.
We all went to college, yeah, that's right.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
I went to Vassar, you know.
Kicking a little ass in the back, a little power bomb action.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
It's a power drive.
Sam's mind is blown by that.
Yeah, it's
Bill Burr
And
knocked
then
out
there's like a nice action with a little breath, little comedy, a little more action, little comedy. You know, you see the gang kind of get together, and then we find out the stakes. There's a nuclear warhead on the loose.
Yes.
And people think Sean did it, and the timing is bad for us. We're the patsies, but we won't lie down. We're not going to be the patsies. So.
And there's an emotional connection for Sean here. He doesn't want his friends to get hurt, of course.
Well, he also is stubborn. Works alone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not anymore, though, as we
Not anymore.
Yeah, Amy makes that very clear to him.
The crunchy sound that we hear is bones cracking, I believe.
Yeah.
We think.
We pitched an ambulance sideways, maybe into some people. Who knows?
Look at that helicopter shot. Oh,
he actually hung from the helicopter.
Yeah.
That's the thing about this trailer.
That was
They're
wild.
Beautiful, some really beautiful. What other locations did you shoot on?
We were in Slovakia, we were in Hungary, we were in Casablanca, the Sahara. We did a little bit here. Like it's
all over the world.
We were around. Yeah.
We were in that tunnel.
Now, was that actually you hanging off the helicopter?
Yeah.
Yeah. How was that?
And like everything you see, that's actually
there goes the
Arturo
gun.
dropping the gun right there. That's actually
you're doing your best T2, and it's not very good, is it?
They told me they weren't going to use that.
Oh man.
The amazing thing about a lot of the stuff is it's all like this is practical.
Yeah.
We got to
feel it.
We got to launch this 18-wheeler off a 350-foot bridge.
Yeah.
Like it's and it shows on the screen, man. It's a fun ride.
That was really Sam and me on a motorcycle.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Well, hey, how about that? Let's hear it for the Matchbox. Yeah, now we're gonna do it. Hell yeah. All right, and we do have here a play set from the movie. Is this a set piece from the movie? Is this a spoiler that we have on screen?
This is exactly in the movie. No,
All
this
right.
is not. Yeah. This is Mattel's best recreation at the intensity that goes on in the movie. Yeah, because there goes the Mustang, the chopper. Are you gonna make it? Can you make it?
That's amazing.
Sam, you cannot keep that car.
That's
I will
a
be
Matchbox.
fired if I don't walk off the stage.
This was Jess's car.
Oh my God!
Yes.
Yeah. Practical size too.
On his helicopter.
Sam Hargrave is the director of this film.
Sure is.
An action luminary. What was it like having him lead this movie? What was he like as a director?
Weigh in, guys. Come on. I can talk about Sam for days.
It was great, man.
It was amazing. I think what was so not so surprising, obviously he's just the best dude in the world. I think he's lovely.
As far as dudes go.
But he was so concerned about everybody's character arc, the friends, the community. That was as important as all of these incredible stunts. And, you know, people don't know that about him. He's such a good actress-director. And he's just the most fun and played the best music. All the time.
Great. What kind of tracks?
Everything.
A lot of Matchbox 20, ironically.
I mean, come on.
19 films from now.
Honestly, I thought it was a biopic from Matchbox 20 until I saw the trailer. A little disappointed, but yeah. I mean, he's awesome. He's also very excited about, you know, you can tell that he loves his job. And that beard, I mean, can we talk about that for a second? Holy moly, just frondous. Is that a word, frondous? It is now.
It is
It's
now.
frondous.
It is.
No, but, you know, and he would let us play, you know, which a lot of directors don't. And I think you can really see in the movie when you watch it of like actual people having fun that care about each other, as we do.
These are a lot of. It's a very high stakes situation. Sam, I was talking to you a little bit backstage. I am just the biggest fan of Detroiters.
Oh my God.
How do you think Tim and Sam would fare if they were part of this group?
Probably the when they first had that drink, that's kind of where it's done for them.
Yeah.
And they pass out and the thing.
Their stomachs are they're reinforced
Yeah,
from
that's
all
true.
the
They'd be
workers,
like, uh-oh.
right? Come on. Yeah.
You saw him ride a motorcycle.
Yeah, exactly. We
I don't know.
rode a motorcycle. It's very true. It's very.
I don't know.
Black.
It is, yeah.
This is actually a new take on Detroiters. Detroit
It's the third
Motor
season. We love to
City.
do that. Now, of course, Matchbox is, you know, there's no narrative necessarily tied tied to something like Matchbox. How freeing was that, you know, kind of building out this world? Like, what makes a Matchbox movie a Matchbox movie?
So I think it was up for interpretation. What I like of what Sam did, especially what you see in the trailer, is you see the gang. You see their connection to nostalgia. And that's where I think Mattel was a great partner in really not forcing the Matchbox narrative. We have a conduit. We were all young. We all played with Matchbox cars. There's a lot of people who can relate to that. Then we all grow up and go our separate ways, but the nostalgia brings us together. If you think about what nostalgia is, it's seeking comfort in times of anxiety. And these friends lean on each other to get, you know, their backs from being against the wall. And I love how Sam, I thought that was why he dove in so hard on the depth of character and making sure everybody shines through. And he did so with the kids too. Our Matchbox gang as kids, when you see the movie, we weren't around for these scenes to be shot. But when you see the movie as a whole, the chemistry between the kids is a best friend chemistry. And the chemistry between the adults when they reconnect is it's that type of friend that you never missed a step. And when things get hairy, you think about the comfort of nostalgia. And that's kind of what the Matchbox movie is. But it could be anything. And I really like the direction that Sam took. And again, what a gracious partner in Mattel for kind of letting them tell the movie in that direction.
Yeah. Well, let's find out a little bit more about the Matchbox game. Maybe we can go down the line. Jessica, tell me a little bit about Amy and, you know, her relation to all of this.
Sure. So Amy's uncle had this amazing garage. And it's where all of us played together when we were kids and played with all his amazing sets, his Matchbox sets and all the cars, and that's where we all bonded as kids. So when you see them when they're grown up, 4 of us have stayed at home, stayed in the same place. John's character has had a complete life that we don't know anything about. He comes back to for an important moment in all of our lives, and we reconnect. But Amy is really one of the pieces of the group that really kind of keeps everyone together. She's a really kind of salt of the earth type of person. She's an EMT and also race car driver at night for fun. So she's like
multitudes.
We do.
Yes.
Like adrenaline junkie and also someone who's really cool in a crisis situation. So, you know, she kind of pulls her weight a little bit when they get on this wild global adventure.
Yeah, Tayana, how about your character?
Charmaine is, I think, also a steady, loyal, loving person. Her and Crosby are in a relationship, and she works for the local news, and she can fly a helicopter. She does the local news as the eye in the sky, and so she's always wanted to get out. She feels like her life is supposed to be more, but she's never known how to do it. And Crosby is someone who centers her and grounds her, but she's got this thing in her that feels like there's more out there for me. And so
it sounds like everyone's kind of contributing their own special skills: helicopter pilot, race car driver.
That's what I like. Honestly, it's what I like about the narrative. Everyone has a chance for their talent, strengths, and gift to shine, but it's not a moment where an everyday person goes, I know Kung Fu. It's everyone does their thing and they do it well, and they have a moment to prove their worth to the team, but it's not outside of, it doesn't shake the story. It's a logical connection of, oh, this happened because of this. This person's good at chemistry. This person flies a helicopter. This person's a race car driver, good in a crisis. You can operate a bucket loader. I'm just an overall idiot.
That all adds up to a pretty stunning sounding action comedy movie. It sounds incredible. You guys, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
Matchbox the movie premieres exclusively on Apple TV Plus on October 9th. But right now there is more Comic-Con right here on IGN.
IGN's SDCC 2026 coverage is presented by Aliens Fireteam Elite 2. Out August 25th, wishlist today.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com. IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Or kick back and relax to your favorite video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Hello, crawlers! With 8 books and 200 some odd character voices, the latest season of Dungeon Crawler World is going a little off the rails thanks to my 2 guests here to talk about Carl, Princess Donut, and the rapidly expanding world of Dungeon Crawler Carl, author Matt Dinneman, and the narrator of the audiobooks, Jeff Hayes. Guys, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
How's your Comic-Con going?
Excellent.
Have you run into any, I assume you've run into tons of Dungeon Crawler cosplayers out there. Have any, just kind of blown you away?
More than ever before. There's so many different ones, and people are doing a lot of deep cuts into the series, too, which is pretty amazing.
Good. Well, there's enough characters for it. But
yeah, there's a lot.
First of all, before we get too far into anything, Jeff, I want to say congratulations.
Thank you.
On behalf of the entire Princess Posse, I feel like I can say we're all very excited.
Yes, I'm also very excited. I'm excited for the fans. I'm excited that I'm going to have a part in helping the TV show be just a little bit better.
Was Donut one of the voices that you were really lobbying for? That you really?
That was the one. That was the one that I was like, look, just give me that one, and do whatever you want with the rest.
Yeah. And then Matt, how unsurprising was it that Peacock and Fuzzy Door was like, yeah, of course.
It wasn't surprising at all, because I think Fuzzy Door would have a riot on their hands if they hadn't cast Jeff in something, and Princess Donut was the most obvious choice. He's so iconic. He's so associated with that sound and that voice. Anybody else would be jarring.
Yeah, it would be weird. But this is why I was so glad you guys are here together, because I do want to talk to you about how you guys work together on this series at this point, because we're 8 books in. The audiobook's obviously incredibly popular. Has Jeff's performance at all changed how you approach any of the writing the characters?
Not so much. Sometimes I'll change the dialogue of the characters up a little bit based on the way he does voices. I can't not hear his voice in my head whenever I write.
None of us can.
It's pretty awful. I kind of wish it would stop, to be perfectly honest with you. But no, he does such a good job encapsulating the characters that I don't need to change anything in order to match the voice.
And how has your approach to some of the characters changed as the cast continues to expand? I guess my biggest question was has your approach to voicing Carl changed at all as new characters come in, or do you find that you kind of adjust the new characters to fit better with Carl?
I think it's not so much to do with the other characters that have changed Carl's voice, but just the circumstances. Getting to know Carl more. I think he's one of the more complex characters in the series. So, I started the voice off as practically just a Patrick Warburton impression, right? But as I kept going through the series, intuitively my voice was rebelling against that. I would record it and then realize, oh wait, I forgot this Warburtonism and that Warburtonism, and then I would go back and re-record and try and put it in there, and then I would lose it again. And I think that was just my instincts telling me, no, that's not who Carl is.
That's not this guy.
That's a cartoon character, and Carl's a more real, down-to-earth, grounded person So the voice has evolved, I think, because of that.
So speaking of more new characters, I want to ask you, Matt, how do you tell the difference between a character that's going to stick around? Because there have been some surprising characters that have played bigger roles as you get farther into the books. So is there a moment where you recognize that, like, yeah, this is somebody that I want to, like, I mean, people like Juicebox or even Ellie, you know, that played such kind of a small but like emotional role in that first book, and obviously she comes to be a, you know, one of the main characters. Like, how do you know when a character is going to be one that sticks around?
I usually don't. What happens is I start writing a character and then I start to like them, and I think that they're interesting or they have something to tell further into the story. Juicebox is a perfect example. I was not anticipating using her as much as I have. I write them and then they survive the scenes that I'm writing, and then I realize where I need to go with the story will involve someone like them, so I just bring them back in, and it drives him crazy because I don't tell him, and then he has to go back and remember which voice he used. Or sometimes he'll pick a voice that's difficult for him to do.
That's my follow-up question for you: is how many times have you like, this guy's still around? Like, I still got to do this voice?
It happens quite often, so I actually have to go back and listen to where they showed up before. Thankfully, I have all those files on my computer, and it's relatively easy to do that.
But you don't delete them as you go?
No. The work files are all safe.
Yeah. But in terms of how this world is expanding, obviously there's the tabletop game that just blew past its fundraising goals. There's, has there been any discussion or have you had any thoughts about creating a video game version?
Yeah, I would love to make a video game. The rights were a little tied up for a while, but we've had a lot of interest, and I suspect one day we will get a game, but I don't know how that's going to look.
Are there any that have been inspirations? Any
games?
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost
besides all of them.
All of my inspiration is from games, but I played the original Rogue. My brother had a computer with Rogue on it, and I didn't know what it was at first, and I grew up playing like Zork and the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, the text-based games. And then I moved on. I played RuneScape for years, which was a huge influence on Dungeon Crawler Carl. And I've been playing like MMORPGs, JRPGs my whole life.
Yeah. I get real into Diablo, and I can't help but play Diablo.
I played the original
and be like,
Diablo.
You know what? This just map it straight out. Give me the arrow of, what is it, unrelenting gonorrhea or whatever?
Enthusiastic double gonorrhea, yes.
That's the one. Like, that could be in Diablo just as easily as the glorious pants of retribution or whatever it is I'm thinking of. But let's keep talking about what's next. Obviously, the TV show's coming out. Is there anything that you're excited to see this show adapt for live action, specifically from book one?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what's going to happen with the story, but all of those boss battles that we have in the first book, I would love to see all of them come to life. Obviously, some things will get cut in order for time and to change the adaptation, but I would love to see the Ball of Swine come to life from the first book.
Yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to, I know this is deeper into the books, but I want to see the Hecla scene play out.
Yeah. Third book, yes.
I do, yeah. I mean, by the time we get to, even there's the great scene in book 8 with the karaoke.
Yes.
Like, I would love to see that in
Chapter
in live
57.
action. Yes. Yeah. It's everybody's loving it.
It's
but
like the one chapter everyone remembers.
I mean, when you write a chapter like that, is it that do you write it thinking like, yeah, this is going to be great when Jeff does it, or do you write it thinking that you're like mad at Jeff?
That specific chapter, I was sitting down writing it, and I asked my wife specifically. I said, think of a song that's like really hard to sing, and it's going to learn, but it has to be from the 80s. It has to have 2 voice parts. And she didn't even hesitate. She said, Take On Me by A-ha. And as soon as I heard it, I knew it was perfect. Because it's so high in register, and nobody can sing that song as well as the original dudes. And I knew it was out of his range because he has kind of a deeper voice. And he just nailed it. It was fantastic.
I practiced for like 8 or 9 hours.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. It shows.
Thanks.
But we've only got a couple minutes left, so I do want to run by a couple of fan theories.
Okay.
So just, you can confirm, you can deny, you can no comment, however you feel like the need to do it. Obviously, some of these are more in depth, but I'm going to give you the headlines of it.
Okay.
First one: there is nothing beyond the 13th floor.
Well, I think that's something they will find out in the next 2 books.
Okay. Okay. He says he's going to stop with book 10, right? Have you tried talking him into just keep writing?
No, I actually think that's a wise decision, but I have tried to talk him into a spin-off series with just Carl and Donut.
Nice.
But that requires a happy ending.
Okay. Theory number 2, there's going to be a happy ending.
That's a theory.
It's a theory. How about this one? Carl has had an item in his inventory since the very beginning that's going to play a crucial role in his survival.
Of course.
Something
That's not
small
a surprise.
is going to come back.
It's probably not what you're thinking of.
Thing?
It's not what we're thinking of, but it is one of the... Okay.
I actually have no idea. We'll see.
Great. Donut is the main character of the story, and Carl is just along for the ride.
Absolutely.
I mean, it seems that way often. You know, she likes to take control, and she's definitely doing stuff behind the scenes. We always get little glimpses of her plans popping up. So,
yeah, it feels like there's a whole other book worth of what Donut is doing while Carl's not looking.
It could very well be that Donut is setting him up while Carl's knocking him down.
Oh, I thought you were going to. She's setting Carl up.
Oh, yeah,
that would
no,
be a heel turn.
She's actually the AI.
Yeah. Can we add that to this list?
Dude.
Are you starting that one right now?
I want to start that rumor right now. You never see Donut and the AI in the same room at the same time, do you?
It's true.
Actually, you have, but we won't talk about that.
How about this one? Donut will end up back as just a regular cat after leaving the dungeon.
Well, that would suck.
I guess that's the crux of this one. Is like, how heartbreaking do you want to go with the end of this series?
I don't know. I'll see how I'm feeling when I get there.
Depends on the day?
Yes.
Okay. Carl is being tested by the AI to see if he's strong enough to overthrow the system, but wise enough to relinquish his power afterwards.
I mean, that's a theory, too.
Do we like that for Carl?
I like that for Carl. I think that Carl might be that kind of guy.
I think people are giving the AI a little too much credit in this one, but we'll see.
Okay. Giving the AI too much credit. I'm making mental notes. Hold on. The whole series is an entry in the Dungeon Anarchist cookbook that a future crawler is reading.
Well, that would suck. You know,
it's kind of a St. Elsewhere ending.
Yeah.
It's all in a snow globe.
RAFO. Read and find out.
Yeah.
Read and find out. Okay, this is the theory that I think you can confirm or deny. You're just using this series to artificially inflate the price of novelty boxers.
I bought, an artificial, a heart boxer factory, in 2019, and I needed a way to advertise it, so.
Yeah, you were really taking a bath on those novelty boxers. But
yes.
He let me in on half, so.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good. Well, listen, I can't wait for 2 more books to see how it ends, see how many, to see if we just ruined the ending accidentally in front of Comic-Con. But in the meantime, if we don't mind, if I can get the system AI to give us a little outro, just whatever you feel like saying, just right here to camera.
Let's see. Let me see if I can get an angle on here that I can see it. Okay. New achievement. You've just completed an interview with Matt Dinneman and Jeff Ha-Yes. I bet you're really proud of yourself for not it up completely. Sort of. Journalists everywhere rejoice. Reward? You get to stick around to watch more IGN from San Diego Comic-Con.
It's great. I probably deserve that. Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you.
What's up, everybody? Tom Jorgensen from IGN here with Liam McIntyre and Kritzia Bajos from Wolverine. Thank you so much for joining us. Happy Comic-Con.
Happy Comic-Con.
This is going well. I'm almost awake.
Now, good. You know what? Well, you've already had your panel, right?
I've had my, that's it. All of the energy's been used.
How did the panel go?
It was good.
It was great.
It was. I mean, seeing the story trailer was pretty.
That was wild. That was. I might have cried at the end a little bit from all the emotions, but it was great.
Logan doesn't have emotions.
No, he doesn't. No, this trailer, the story trailer, is such a good thing to show at Comic-Con. We're getting so much more of the detail of the fullness of this version of Wolverine. But let's start with this. In the mocap sort of process of making this game, what was your favorite sort of act of violence that you witnessed or got to perform?
I kept trying to jump off things, so they were like, "Please, we don't have insurance for that." And I was like, "But I want to jump on the giant mat."
Yeah.
Oh, fine. We have an amazing stunt team, like Seth Austin, who did a lot of the most of my stunts, and that team. On the regular, we'd be like, all right, so how have we already disemboweled people? And it was like, well, we did the one with through the eye, right? And so I had them bonded to me. I was like, I had them bonded on my skin because I'm method, So I was like, well, if Wolverine would have it, I better put him in. No, but it's like. Yeah, so it would just be like, well, we haven't had one where the throat's been, so let's try that. It was just it was a dark time to be like thinking of new ways to mortify people.
But you know what? That's the assignment, right?
It is the
Chrissy,
job.
What about you? Anything that stuck out for you?
In the mocap stage,
Yeah.
so many things. I mean, this man, the way he would go feral, that truly gave me goosebumps in the back of my neck. And I was like, this sweet angel of a man all of a sudden transformed into something. I was like, oh God, I should be fearing for my life. Maybe a little bit of pee came out, and it was just.
I've never been so happy to terrify people. I was like,
Really?
I looked at a lot of like rabid dogs and things like this to be like, well, how would you do that? And I was like, well, this is either going to go real well or going to go real bad. So fortunately, you were terrified.
It was kind of both. It was really great that he was so badly, wonderfully at terrifying. That doesn't make sense, but you know what I'm getting at. You know exactly what I mean.
Berserker Rage is a key part of Wolverine's character. It's the Super Saiyan of Wolverine, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, good say, well said.
Besides rabid dogs, were there any other inspirations that you went to for finding your Berserker Rage?
Well, every day to go to work, I'd go on the 405 LA reference. So you were just stuck in traffic for hours, going like, all right, I can use this. Yep. I'm not gonna honk the horn. I'm just gonna save it all up, put it in a little tiny ball, and I'll either make a diamond or I'll just be able to use it on stage.
Yeah, one or the other. You will get a use out of it. Liam, obviously you're following in the footsteps of some pretty incredible actors that have played Wolverine in animation and in live action. Hugh, Cal Dodd, et cetera, et cetera.
Steve Blum.
What was the lane that you wanted to find for your Wolverine to set him apart?
I look, at the end of the day, I'm me. I can't be Hugh's like a generation's Wolverine. Cal Dodd's my Wolverine from when I first found it. Steve Blum is incredible. Blum, and I can't copy any of those guys, but I can learn the lessons that they teach me in terms of what Wolverine's capable of, and trying to find this. I guess there's like in our Wolverine, I feel like there's a bit of a separation of like, there's the man or the mutant who's trying to be better. He wants to do better. He wants to put good into the world, and he's got this sort of beast inside him pulling him the other direction, and that beast's really useful at getting that job done, of helping people. But the cost of that is really high, and trying to find those, like trying to get them to live together, is a really interesting challenge as an actor.
Yeah, Chris, for you, like Jean Grey, such a complex, complicated character. What was your favorite thing to sort of key into with her?
Oh, I was just mesmerized by how you answered that question for a second. So
this is a man that's thought about Wolverine in his day.
It was so beautiful.
This is a man who has some feelings about
and
Wolverine.
And I saw him embody that. Sorry. So yes, for me.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Welcome back.
What was your favorite thing to connect to in your performance of Jean?
I mean, oh gosh. It was like simultaneously holding the fact that she knows so much, but she also has to discover so much and be in the moment and know that, okay, I can see through everything that he's going through. I see the scars, the wounds, the walls, what he's fighting against and what he's fighting for. And that is, but I also am so intrigued. There's more, I mean, there's something that I say, it's like, I can usually see people a little bit more clearly right away, and for him it's like there's more going on that I need to excavate, I need to understand it, I need to keep connecting to. I can't let you go.
I love how much power and vulnerability is in your Jean.
Yeah, I do love that about her. I feel like that's what makes the human part of it, the getting to some incredibly vulnerable states that I didn't expect to get to in very deep ways surprised me. I didn't know that I'd be able to get to some of those spaces, and when you've got this guy by your side, it's like you can do anything.
I
So
mean,
the
drama and the story of the Insomniac Marvel games it's one of the hallmark things of it. They're such well-told stories. I mean, like, as comic book fans or as people that have watched superhero movies, like, what were the things about the story that most stuck out to you as, like, we're doing a scale that is only doable on this medium, video games?
So proud of this team, like Walt and his writing team. Like, first of all, I love that they can craft this kind of wholly unique Wolverine story, yet you can feel in every beat how well they know these comics and the history of this character. Like, some of my favorite things I got to record are kind of secrets hidden in the game that are really deep dives for, like, super fans. So it's a thing you'd want to, like, kind of check out. If you want to go 100% that thing, you'll find some of my favorite parts of the game.
Got to go down the right back alley in Madripoor.
There's a few sneaky corners that you got to turn around. Yeah, there's some really fun parts to get through to that, but you know, like I'm just still.
No, please. I love what you're saying, but I'm in complete agreement with you, and just the team that Walt and the whole writing team, what they brought to us as actors. To me, I was like, this is a gift among gifts. I was thrilled to be able to play at that level.
Yeah, they're building like a. Ever since I started watching, like, the animated series and loving Wolverine from then, there's a story I've always kind of wished was told in Wolverine's canon, and I don't think it's been told much, you know, and they've got to take on that dream that I had, and there's so many, like, twists and, like, jaw drop moments where you're like, whoa, you can't do that in this game, and it sort of takes this dream I had as a young kid. It's crazy to be in this and living that, and just elevates it so well. I can't wait for people to play it. It's a cool story. I'm so proud of it.
I can't wait to play it myself. I've put aside a whole weekend for it. Kritzia, this weekend, this Comic-Con weekend, there's a lot of Jean Grey talk in the air, not just because of Wolverine, but there's also the Spider-Man Brand New Day movie coming out. A lot of talk back and forth of what character Sadie Sink is playing. What is your feeling? Do you think she's playing Jean Grey?
I don't know if I can. My spidey senses are telling me that she's not playing Jean.
Really?
Interesting.
I feel like she might be, but I don't know how it fits in. So I'm like, I was like, I don't know, because I see her in the hood in the. My kids love that trailer. The bit where he's like, I'm just loosening up. My kid does that verbatim. He's like 6, and he's like, you ready? Okay, let's go. And he just jumps on me and attacks me. I was like, please stop doing that. But I don't know for sure. I don't know.
We're gonna know soon enough. We'll be able to look back on this and be like, all right, how did we do? How did we do?
Yeah. Bookmark this.
I'll vote Jean Grey just because I'll put it in there. We'll see what happens.
I'll vote no. One of
these two is gonna be right by the end of next weekend. Now, obviously, one of the very cool things about these Insomniac Spider-Man games is how many different costumes that you get to put, you know, the hero characters into. Saw Wolverine wearing some different costumes in the trailer, but I do have a list of costumes that we've assembled, and I'd like to get your opinions.
IGN Assemble.
Yeah, I was just gonna
Assemble. We can't play that music. We didn't clear the rights. But I'd like to list off some potential costumes for Wolverine and get your ideas of whether or not you think they would be good fits for the game. That's a pun. That's a pun. So, and if we're touching on any spoilers here, you know, I'll let you guys dance around that if you need to. So,
thanks.
We'll start right off.
Dance.
Hugh Jackman Wolverine. Do we think we should have a Hugh Jackman skin in this game?
He's so sexy. I mean, that's my comment on that.
That's his comment on that.
Only if he's in a musical.
Only if it's a music. Okay.
Only if
Greatest
it's him
Showman
as
Hugh.
Greatest Showman.
Yeah.
That would be good.
Yeah, I'd want him as
Oklahoma Hugh.
Yeah.
Up at Wolverine.
Yes.
I love this.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the only way we'll take him.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about just Wolverine in civilian clothes? That's a nice look, right?
Yeah, just civvies.
Yeah, civvies.
I like it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my jam.
It's
yeah.
in.
We did
They're
it.
already working
Yeah.
on it.
This is great. I'll talk to the team. I'm sure they're not busy doing
Oh
other things
no,
like
nothing
we have
making
so
the
much
game.
time.
No.
So much time
So good.
left.
Yeah, I'll work on it. Guys, I know the people. I know the right people.
Cavalrine.
Cavalrine. Oh man, I love Henry Cavill.
I feel like if we're getting other Wolverines in here, we just gotta
Put them
open
all
the
in
door,
there.
right?
Throw them in there.
Get 'em in there.
I'm sure he'll be affordable.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally. Vampire Wolverine.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this.
All that blood going
Honestly,
around. Wolverine.
Wolverine.
Ooh, I
Kind
like
of sexy. I'm into it.
Old Man Logan.
Oh.
I feel like Old Man Logan after the Condor tape.
You do enough of these things. That
Are we still doing this?
Yeah.
No, it's good.
Old Man Logan.
I do. I
mean, it's
want to
cool.
take
Which
care
one,
of Old
though?
Man
Are we talking about
Logan.
movie Old Man Logan? Are you talking about like?
You're Wolverine, man. You tell me. Which one do you want?
Oh my God, I feel like I should move.
Oh, that's tough. I don't know.
I like movie Old Man Logan.
We'll take movie Old
Yeah.
Man Logan.
Yeah.
All right, ex-babies Wolverine. What about little baby Wolverine?
X-Men babies.
Now that gets a little tricky with
That-
little babies flipping around and cutting heads
I mean, yeah, that's terrifying. I mean, I know what's in this game, and like, little
What
diaper
would a
on.
little baby look like?
Well, he'd be cute though.
Yeah.
he'd be cute.
Or she'd be cute.
Yeah.
She'd be cute.
All right.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll leave it up to the viewer, maybe for the babies, depending on
I
your
still
morals.
want
your
bobblehead
values.
Wolverine. Is that too much? Like, you know, like
Bobblehead
is there like an NBA Jam or something?
Big head mode
Yeah,
Wolverine.
exactly,
Oh,
right?
Big head mode.
Right?
Gotta get that.
You put the
in there.
Konami code in there, and boom.
I think we need to get big head in there. How about zombie Wolverine?
Yeah,
that'd be fun,
I
right?
would love that.
No, I don't like it.
No
Really?
zombies.
I
for
say no
Kritzia.
zombies. I don't know.
No, because where does how's the adamantium and the dead skin
And
work?
the healing factor, like, how does that work?
Yeah.
I don't think canonically he can be zombified, right?
Get in the comments. Let us.
I mean, they
know.
don't die.
I don't think.
But
I
they
genuinely
don't-
don't think he can. I think there's isn't there a huge comic books run where he's like there's
Marvel
like
zombies. Yeah.
And there's and he's like but maybe he can.
Oh, you went to the deep
stepping
end.
on a
Rabbit
lot of
hole.
canon
Rabbit
here.
hole for this one.
We're going
Oh,
careful.
no, is that what this is?
Dog Wolverine.
Oh, cool.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
he's kind of in that world already.
Yeah, he's very close already.
But wait, what kind of dog?
That's a good
Oh,
question.
Labrador Wolverine.
I was thinking that, or golden retriever.
Oh, sweet.
Yes.
Any good Canadian breeds too? We keep it in
Oh.
Canada. Yeah. What
Wolverine,
about
Wolverine.
Winter Wolverine? What about Winter Soldier Wolverine?
Oh wow, like
Yeah,
Russian
maybe like the
Wolverine?
Metal Armor. Yeah,
Ooh,
sure.
Like,
Buckarine?
yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah.
Oh,
Buckarine.
I mean, you know what? I would like to see like a full like adamantium situation where it's like that'd
kinda
be
hot.
Claw built into it.
Yeah. Is that in there? I feel like it's in there.
Spirit Halloween
love the
costume
game.
Wolverine.
Ooh. I actually love that very much. Very, very
I've
much.
lived that truth.
He's got a party to go to that night and he forgot to shop.
Yeah.
He's like, whatever, you guys will be fine with this.
He's got the chops like stuck on.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and they're like
I've
half
many
falling
Halloweens.
off.
Yeah.
I had that with I have a photo of my kid where he's like got a really nice Cyclops mask, and I've got this like 2-bit
Shout out
Wolverine
to Spirit.
costume.
Perfect.
Love his
Perfect. And finally, you hinted at this earlier, but how about just an actual Wolverine?
Yeah, like an actual just a Wolverine, but like no frills. He doesn't know the storyline.
No.
He's just there doing his thing.
How do the Españoles call it? Lobo qué?
Oh, Lobezno.
Lobezno. Lobezno.
Yeah.
Yes, that little Wolverine there.
That sounds good as well. You guys, this was so much fun. Marvel's Wolverine is out on September 15th. We have plenty more from San Diego Comic-Con coming. Don't go anywhere.
IGN's SDCC 2026 coverage is presented by Brisk and Splatoon Raiders. Visit the Brisk and Splatoon Raiders Island Hideout Experience at SDCC July 24th and 25th.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Or kick back and relax to your favorite video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Greetings, true believers. This is IGN's live coverage of San Diego Comic-Con, and one of the biggest parts of the show is finally here, Marvel Studios' epic Hall H panel. Now, we can't stream the panel. That's against the rules, but we can do you the next best thing, which is bring you up-to-the-second updates from what is happening in Hall H on stage, moment to moment, and right now I can tell you they're running late. So, here to help me break down some of the announcements, what's going to come along the way, and also just speculate about the state of the MCU, Earth's mightiest panels of commentators. We got Tom Jorgensen, Kim Horcher, and Clint.
Hi.
Hi. I got your last name just because I'm...
Gage.
It's Gage. It's doing great. Yeah, so this is an exciting time. I feel like Marvel's kind of been on the back foot. We got the Doomsday trailer, and I think that definitely did get people a little bit excited.
Yes. After multiple Doomsday trailers that really felt like kind of just random assortment of shots, this one that we got a few days ago really got people excited in a way I haven't seen yet for Doomsday.
They have to. It's time to make them excited for Doomsday. This is the moment where we are probably going to see the most we're going to see for a while on Doomsday.
Literally why we're here, right?
Literally
and
why
those first couple vignettes that they put out around Avatar, they were, what would the Russos say, they were clues, not stories or whatever. So actually getting something substantive this week was, it's back on.
The big kind of elephant in the room is X-Men. We're finally getting them in the MCU properly. Let's take a look at it. Basically, everything that we know is coming down the pipe, along with some of the things we kind of speculating about. Right now, we are getting new episodes of X-Men 97, which is great. I love it. I'm happy about that. In just basically a week, we're getting Spider-Man Brand New Day, which, again, is probably going to have some connection to this. It seems like they're probably going to set something up. Do we think it is going to be really kind of teeing this off? Do we think there's going to be anything with Doom, or is it?
Doom seems really unlikely for Brand New Day. I think that Spider-Man movies traditionally, they're either very close to an Avengers movie, usually on the back half. We've never really had one that leads into an Avengers movie. So I'm curious, but I think they'll probably be a little removed. And we probably should have said off the top, we have people in Hall H ready to feed us back updates as soon as they come in. We're so excited to hear, when the thing is starting. But Brand New Day, I think that it's going to mainly do its own thing. I've actually seen the first 20-ish minutes of the movie. I got to go to a footage preview. There are not a lot of wider universe connections, at least in the first 20 minutes.
Well, Tom Holland has said that the final frame of the movie will show us what the title really means, what that Brand New Day is.
Is there any
way? Is it Tuesday?
Live right now?
Is it something
It's just
else?
going to be
It's always Tuesday, Matt.
just going to be a shot of sunrise. That's it.
Well, I've heard people say this is the Spider-Man that we've been waiting for. Now that is, open to interpretation. I think of course they're not going to put it in the first 20 minutes, Tom, and you're forgetting something very key, which is the famous Marvel end of the movie mid-credits scene.
Do these things have post-credit scenes?
Have you heard of it?
No. Should I stick around for the end of the credits of these things?
No, the big one that we've been talking about a lot is Sadie Sink,
Yes.
who is playing a mysterious character in Brand New Day. We have a report that she's been spotted here. So she's probably going to walk out on stage, and maybe we find out who she is. Maybe. Do you think?
I think we find out who she is if we find out who the other X-Men cast are. If we do not, I said other. Who could she be? What a mystery. She's probably Carnage. But,
I'm here for that.
That'd be kind of sick, actually.
Good idea of what she is.
Yes.
And we've had a good idea for a while.
She's the new Wolverine.
Yeah.
Should one of us say Jean Grey? We made a handful of
No. So we think she's Jean Grey, and my reason for hesitating there is again because Spider-Man is. There's the sort of Sony Marvel joint custody thing. Spider-Man spends weekend at Sony's house or whatever. I feel like they would maybe save the big X-Men reveal for a Marvel, like a proper Marvel movie. Not that Spider-Man's not the most Marvel, but again, outside of Sony's jurisdiction. Clint, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it seemed there is a lot of sort of inside baseball, Hollywood shenanigans happening with Spider-Man and Marvel and Sony and all of this stuff. They play real nice together, for the most part, as far as those things go. But it would be strange to introduce the X-Men proper in a property that they're sharing with Sony. And to, Tom, to your point, like the fact that the Spider-Man movies that we've gotten have come as sort of a coda to each sort of phase. Like he shows up after the Avengers movie to sort of reset things and recalibrate and sort of look at the emotional stakes of what just happened through this character that we all love. So it is going to be interesting to see him leading into an Avengers movie. It would be unusual to see a Spider-Man movie that doesn't just deal with Spider-Man and his stuff. That like if Spider-Man gets the Iron Man 2 treatment a little bit here, that'll be surprising.
I mean, saying it's the titular Brand New Day is the final frame, and the next big tentpole thing is in fact Doomsday.
Get it?
That's some good brand synergy there. That could make sense. It is funny. I got an update here. The audience in Hall H was briefly chanting. They're chanting Doom. They're chanting Doom, 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 Doom. So. Yeah, I mean, we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're talking about X-Men here, but maybe that's what we're going to be doing today. Okay, so we do know that Denzel Washington has been spotted around San Diego. He
has.
That's interesting.
That's the interesting rumor.
Especially considering he said at one point during an interview that he was involved in Black Panther 3. He said that. So it's a pretty safe bet. I don't know. We'll see.
I think that is one of the safest bets we can make is Black Panther 3 announcement, Denzel Washington in it. Who does he play?
That's the question.
That's the question.
And yeah, Winston Duke has also been spotted around San Diego. So like this is, obviously there's going to be people there to talk about movies they're confirmed to be in. But it's, and there's a very long list or a long row of director's chairs of people who are in this movie.
That's what I'm really rooting for is the curtains to part and it's the director's chairs.
Yes.
Just the real star of the Avengers marketing.
Now, before we're getting Doomsday, we're also getting Vision Quest, which I feel like is, I hope we get something about that because that seems like it's been kind of just off to the side. Presumably this is the follow-up to WandaVision that shows what's happening. It's going to be focused on Vision and Ultron. It's also going to have Paladin, who's a bounty hunter. It's going to have Speed, who's the reincarnated Tommy Maximoff. It's going to have Raza, who's the leader of the 10 Rings. And then it's basically got every single AI that Tony Stark has ever invented. And we know this from casting and voices that are attached to it.
And WandaVision remains arguably the best received MCU series, and it makes a lot of sense that even still, I'm sure Marvel is kind of rethinking their TV strategy a little bit. There's been a little bit of mixed reaction to how some of these TV shows have played out, but I do think that everyone kind of agrees WandaVision rocks, and I think it's exciting that we're going to get another taste of that kind of storytelling.
It was there's WandaVision and probably Loki, kind of 1 and 1A.
Yes.
But the way that WandaVision ended set up this further adventure.
All right, I have an update. Herbie is on stage.
Cool.
Herbie's just rolling around on his own.
Thank God.
He's here. He's laughing.
We can all relax.
Okay, Herbie, that's great. I really wish I could see this. Okay, Herbie waves to us with a hello in Herbie squeak. The Hall H updates you wanted are here.
Yeah. We got it.
I hope they get more exciting. I think they will. They're obviously kicking it off.
It's just gonna be Herbie.
Yeah. So he looks like he did in the Fantastic Four movie. So it's not like a redesign for some reason.
Right.
But yeah, I mean that's it. We did also just get Fantastic Four. That's what set up Doom. The thing that kind of bugs me about how they're doing Doomsday is that with Thanos, we got a lot of buildup. That's part of the reason that Infinity War and Endgame were so powerful was this slow plotting approach where it's like you'd go see a Marvel movie and you're like, what? Thanos shows up for half a second and these little kind of like he's coming. And Doom we see, we get a glimpse of him in Fantastic Four and then he's in the next movie basically, practically. So
yeah, and the behind the scenes story of that is he was a pivot. Right, so they haven't had a lot of time to set him up, and you look at bringing in Robert Downey Jr. to make a splash and get everybody excited about it in that way has worked. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with him and what the stakes of this thing are and how they can pull it off.
Yeah.
Another update: a Doctor Doom mask and cape has been handed out to all attendees at the Marvel Studios panel, which. That's kind of a cool, callback to last year. That was just last year, right?
That was 2 years ago.
2 years ago. I don't know what I did with that extra year, but yeah, no, we had Robert Downey Jr. come out and just, unmask himself, and we had the other Dooms up there. I feel like they're going to kind of recreate that, but with a whole.
Yeah.
Well, if there's another actor who does that, I don't know what we're going to do.
Well, that's the fun part about the Hall H for Marvel every year. Is like, and I remember sitting here last year or 2 years ago. Sorry, I lost the year.
That year is gone.
Sitting here 2 years ago and listening to all the things that they were announcing, all the things they were talking about, and sitting here thinking like, this isn't the thing yet. Like they haven't gotten to the big thing. They're gonna do a big thing, and then Robert Downey Jr. comes out and be like, see, there's the big thing. So just sitting here wondering what the big thing is going to be this year is kind of the excitement.
With the amount of stuff that we've already seen that's in Doomsday, I'm hoping that they're keeping some of the stuff hidden, and I assume they are. They're not going to just show their entire hand. It's like that's. But they obviously they're walking that fine line of like, how do you get people excited but also kind of save some surprises?
Yeah, they can only do so much with the where this Comic-Con is falling, with Spider-Man coming out next week, with Doomsday, on right there on the horizon. It's going to be interesting to see what they can, which brings back to X-Men. So
we got Doomsday. That's December 18th, and then between that and Secret Wars, there's also Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, the second season of that, Daredevil season 3, and Wonder Man season 2. And then, I think that Marvel is hopefully learning its lesson, I think, from spreading itself too thin across too many shows. And I wouldn't be surprised if these have little tidbits of things setting up what the next thing is, but I don't think they're going to be quite as integral. Like, I don't think it's going to be quite as much required reading, and I think that they're really leaning heavier on like the movies being the thing you need to follow if you want to follow this. But yeah, the Secret Wars is coming on December 17th, 2027. And then from that point forward, we've got some cool mystery boxes. Disney announces its release windows ahead of time. And there's Untitled Movie Number 1, which is coming on July 28th, 2028, previously February 18th. There was originally a November 2028 movie that was removed from the calendar. They shuffle these things around, and we don't know what any of them are.
They're just planting flags.
Exactly. Right? Yeah. They're calling dibs on the movie theater.
They're saying don't do another release at this time.
Don't put out any more Dune movies while we're doing this.
Please do not pre-sell IMAX tickets for the whatever you're putting out that day.
Well, I expect we're going to get logos and maybe 2028 slate today.
I wouldn't be surprised. Worth noting, May 2nd, 2028 will be the MCU's 20th anniversary. That is the release date of Iron Man, and I'm sorry with how old that makes us all feel.
Let's take a moment of silence for that one.
Yeah. Yep. And really looking ahead, there's Untitled Marvel Movie Number 2, which is on May 4th. May the 4th be X-Men. 2029. Yeah. And then Marvel Movie 3 is July 13th, 2029. So they can put anything in there. They can put whatever they want in there. And I mean, what do you each think is the most likely one we're going to see next? What is the next mystery movie?
Black Panther 3, Fantastic Four 2, too many numbers. Maybe Shang-Chi 2?
Interesting.
Yeah, Black Panther 3 and Shang-Chi 2 are the only other two movies that are kind of still floating out there from the last time they trotted out all of the graphic design, right? Like all of the logos on the wall. And so they've kind of survived, and they still sort of have director and writer attached, that kind of thing. So like Black Panther 3 and Shang-Chi feel like the next one's up. I'll be surprised if we get that confirmed today, though. I really think today is about like we're making things smaller. I mean, in the same way that Secret Wars is about consolidating the universe. Like that's what they're doing in real life, right? They're gonna make things smaller, and I really think we're gonna get the X-Men, and that's about it. We're gonna get the X-Men nebulously in the future, and we'll be happy to be wrong about that, but.
We're also kind of coming into this strange little Destin Daniel Cretton log jam here, because he was involved in the production of Wonder Man, kind of the showrunner for that thing, directed the first couple episodes. He is the director of Spider-Man Brand New Day, obviously the director of Shang-Chi, and all of those things have follow-ups kind of in the future. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he has to balance which of those he gets assigned to.
I really think we're kind of aiming at a soft reset of everything that's going on. So I wouldn't expect too many of the old guard to get a sequel at this point. So it's about narrowing down to which ones are core.
Cut you off real quick there. I know that we're kind of up here, we're just spinning our wheels. Herbie's also doing that right now in Hall H. Herbie is currently just zipping around and just waving his arms around. And they're playing Don't Stop Believing. Okay.
So it's like a Sopranos thing with
everyone's just singing along to Don't Stop Believing while wearing Dr. Doom masks. I hope.
Well, I mean,
that sounds ominous.
Victor Von Doom, of course, rules Latveria with sort of a cult of personality. Maybe they all don't want to stop believing in him. I'm trying to make this work.
It's a stretch.
Yeah.
That's unusual. That's odd. It does seem like things are about to start. I think people have been ushered back to their seats. People are impatient. People are excited. Everyone watching at home, friendly reminder, we cannot stream the Hall H panel, but we're doing the next best thing, which is giving you live up-to-the-second updates from our pals who are in there right now, dressed like Dr. Doom and singing Journey. Why not? It is time for a quick break, but stick around because there's more live Marvel panel coverage coming up after this. We'll be right back.
IGN's SDCC 2026 coverage is presented by Brisk and Splatoon Raiders. Visit the Brisk and Splatoon Raiders Island Hideout experience at SDCC July 24th and 25th.
Collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
And we are back. If you're just tuning in, this is IGN's live coverage of the Hall H panel happening at Comic-Con. We're not in there. We can't stream the thing, but we have people in there who are giving us up-to-the-minute updates. And the up-to-the-minute updates is that Marvel's running a little bit late. So they just finished a sing-along for Don't Stop Believin'.
Oh, good.
Do you think they're running
we
late,
can
or
confirm
was
the
that
song
part of the
has
plan?
ended.
Some people wooed, and then they started playing Can't Stop the Feelin'. So they're just playing the hits, and also everyone is wearing Dr. Doom masks and capes. So
nothing's happened.
At some point, something will happen.
The one note that our Sino guy did left in here that I'm really hyper-focused on, and he said it feels like Eyes Wide Shut in here.
What?
Which is
Time to
a
leave.
vibe to be sure for Hall H.
Yeah. And maybe not a welcome one.
Now we were taking a look ahead at future Marvel movies that we know are coming. They do an interesting thing where basically Disney blocks out the release windows or the release dates that they're calling ahead of time, and they tell us the movie projects that are confirmed and or in production or in development, but they don't line these things up, which is why we tune into this Hall H thing to find out what goes where. What we know is in development is we know that the Thunderbolts' Jake Schreier is going to be directing the X-Men movie. There's a ton of rumored casting going around about that. I feel like this is just kind of it's the internet doing its thing. It's people, they're asking for ponies for Christmas, but you might just get
With
something
one or two exceptions based on some pretty good reporting.
Yeah. The rapid fire rumored casting is Adam Driver as Magneto, Bill Skarsgård or Patrick Wilson as Xavier, Cooper Hoffman from The Long Walk as Cyclops, Sadie Sink as Jean Grey, that seems to be really the front runner, Margot Robbie as Mystique, Kaylee Spaney as Rogue, and then Indy Neverett, is that how you say it?
Neveretti.
Neveretti.
Yes.
She from Obsession has met with Schreier, and everyone's like, "You had a streak in your hair at one point. You should play Rogue." That's how casting works. You had the same
Stop
hairstyle.
casting people based on how their hair looks. You can change hair.
It's one of the easiest things to change.
Yeah.
Yeah,
historically.
About it.
They have people who work at the movie place where they do the thing in the hair and the makeup. It's wild.
Yeah, at the movie place.
Now we also know Black Panther 3 is happening. Ryan Coogler is directing that. He's busy with the X-Files right now, which is cool.
Yeah, that's very cool.
Daniel Destin Cretton is going to be returning for Shang-Chi 2. Fantastic Four 2 is also a thing, I guess. There's Armor Wars, which got kicked around ages ago. That was originally going to be a Disney Plus series, and then way back in 2022, they told us that it was going to be retooled as a film. That was going to be Ironheart and War Machine hanging out, doing robot stuff.
Yeah, this is my best chance for Justin Hammer to get back into the MCU.
You really keep just banging that?
I'm hammering, I'm banging that nail, baby.
Listen, I don't think you're wrong. It's just cool it, you know?
I won't cool it. Sam Rockwell rocks.
Okay.
Now we also have Nova, which is recently starting to get kicked around. Apparently, the Loki showrunner Michael Waldron is writing, potentially directing. That was another one of those ones that was like, maybe it's a show, maybe it's a movie. It sounds more like it's going to be a movie. And then there's the one that we all are sad to talk about, which is Blade. And a few years ago, we got really excited when they announced that they were making a new Blade movie, and we all started chanting Blade. And I feel like we scared Blade off because that movie.
We wanted it too much.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
They hurt us.
Do we have we prepared a little thing for this? Should I toss to that, or are we just going to talk over it? I don't know.
I don't know that I can handle it, even if
I don't want to get
It's
people
too
sad.
painful.
It's tough, you know, because like I think we were really excited for Blade, and then it's kind of amazing that before we got a Blade movie, we got a Wesley Snipes Blade comeback where there's only one Blade. There's only ever going to be
I'm the
one
only Blade ever of all time. He was right.
Yes.
He was right. No lies told. But vampires never really die.
I mean, I think that was 2019 when that got announced, and it got announced with a batch of a lot of stuff. And it's one of those, in the before times, is one of those things where maybe this is a lesson that Marvel is now learning about, like, don't go crazy.
I think this might be bold. I think, not to be sad about it, but I think we need to put maybe not a nail in that coffin, but a stake through that vampire movie.
Oh, come on.
I think we need to just call it. I don't think it's going to happen, and we prepared a brief package to pay respects. He didn't die. He's just not playing Blade.
Going on too long, like all the best in memoriams.
I can't do this, you guys. I can't do this anymore.
I didn't like that.
I don't. Yeah.
That got to me.
To clarify, Mahershala Ali is fine as far as we know. He's not dead. We just think the Blade movie is not happening. And again, they haven't even confirmed that, but Kevin Feige has been fairly transparent about just.
Yeah, what did he say recently?
Called
He
himself
said
a
something.
loser.
I feel like a loser. Like
He
a
feels
loser.
like a
I can't believe you screwed that up, man. It's great.
I've been hearing some Midnight Suns talk. How do we do that without Blade? I ask you this.
It's a very good
I
question.
ask you this.
Yeah, how do you do horror
All right.
Marvel?
The panel is starting. It's beginning.
It is beginning.
So Eddie from SDCC is on stage. Also, just if anyone is really feeling like they missed out, they played Shut Up and Dance. And everyone, I guess, maybe they shut up.
You don't have to share every update.
Okay, now we're caught up and we can begin.
How do Shut Up and Dance, Can't Stop the Feeling, and Don't Stop Believing?
I only understand Don't Stop Believing.
If we had another 6 months to figure it out, I bet we could.
Yeah, maybe.
Sometimes these things get delayed.
We're going to give these updates as they come through, but we've got someone literally just typing out what's happening. So there's kind of like like loading a JPEG in 1992 or whatever. So give us a second on that front. There's a rumor floating around that might sort of replace Blade. There's talk of Midnight Suns being the next thing, with some rumbling that they might get Ryan Gosling as Ghost Rider, which just, again, feels like...
Typecasting?
I don't know. I feel like
a ghost or a writer?
As a writer, baby.
Yeah, he do drive.
He does.
Okay,
drive.
I get that.
Drive?
He drive.
Motorcycle drive.
Motorcycle is like car with no roof or walls.
Yes.
Yes. A little house in the middle.
Half the wheels.
Okay, Marvel Studios logo is coming up. They're showing a montage from earlier movies. They're not showing a montage of upcoming movies. They're showing ones that already came out.
Tee it up like that.
Wait, hold on. Are they Marvel movies, or is this like The Godfather?
It's any movie.
Just anything. Yeah. They're showing clips from Any Which Way But Loose.
Now,
yeah,
there's a lot of stuff that Marvel has set up. There's a lot of little breadcrumbs that have been trickled out. They really like messing with our heads here. They love to be like, there's a mystery movie coming out. Also, we've announced this movie's coming out, and also here's a character who may never appear again.
They'll put
asterisks
on their titles.
Here are characters who were teased. There was Blade, who showed up in the announced Blade movie or didn't. There was the Eternals post-credit scene.
Star Fox.
Nick, your mic is on, and I can hear you talking in my ear, and I feel like I'm going crazy. Kit Harington was going to play Black Knight. He showed up at the end of Eternals.
No.
We got Harry Styles as Eros, and Patton Oswalt as Pip the Troll, also at the end of Eternals. I don't know. That one got me pretty excited.
It's not happening, dude.
I don't think so. We got Charlize Theron as Clea coming up at the end of Multiverse of Madness. There was the fact that we don't know where Doctor Strange is at the end of Multiverse of Madness. He just went through a portal, and everyone's like, okay. We got Brett Goldstein from Ted Lasso as Hercules to Dio's Rainbow in the Dark at the end of Thor: Love and Thunder, which I admit got me really excited.
No, I would like to see Brett Goldstein as Hercules at some point.
You would like to,
Secret Wars.
but you need to stop getting your hopes up for that.
Yeah, that's exactly
Brett Goldstein and Thor in that tone, that Taika Waititi honed on those two Thor movies, that would be a lot of fun.
I don't have any, I don't really care about Hercules as a character. I'm just like, this is interesting. Okay, sure. I like Dio a lot, but let's go. Anyway, we got Donald Glover as Prowler in Spider-Man Homecoming, and then he made a cameo in Across the Spider-Verse. I don't think that's I think that's more of just little bits of fan service. There is the fact that at the end of the last Spider-Man, Tom Hardy was in a tiki bar and he just left a little bit of symbiote on the bar stool, which is interesting and unsanitary.
Weird that it happens like that, but.
Let's see. Kevin Feige has taken the stage.
Yes.
Ooh.
They showed a bunch of clips from other existing movies. They showed interesting thing to point out, it's not just Marvel Studios movies. They've been showing bits from No Way Home. They showed bits from Deadpool and Wolverine and the Fox X-Men movies. Kevin Feige's hat has a picture of Doom on it, and he's talking about Marvel history in Hall H, about announcing the first Avengers cast, and Tom Hiddleston as Loki.
That was a good moment.
Yeah. So to continue the people who have not reappeared, there's also the fact that Abomination broke out of prison in She-Hulk. There's Scar, Hulk's son, at the end of She-Hulk.
Yeah, that guy.
Kid.
No, it's done. It's not happening.
Yeah. Maybe he's the person. He's the villain of Brand New Day.
Maybe. There's Monica Rambeau is in the X-Men universe for some reason in the Marvels.
Maybe.
There's T'Challa's son at the end of Wakanda Forever. There's a whole bunch of Kangs at the end of Ant-Man Quantumania.
Don't know that we got to worry about those guys.
I don't think so.
I have a far out theory. What if Denzel Washington is Kang?
That would be pretty far out.
Wouldn't that be fun? That is my far out theory that I do not think will happen.
She's putting a pin in it.
Just to be clear,
she thinks it's definitely happening.
I said probably not.
Okay.
This is what we do.
This is exactly what Marvel is doing with the release dates. Just plant your flag on something, and if you get it right,
no, I think
you got it right.
I think Doom. Yeah.
We also got at the end of Shang-Chi, we got the Ten Rings sending a signal somewhere. Maybe will that?
Yeah, that was the Welcome to the Circus kid scene.
I don't know.
With
sending a beacon out. They don't know what that beacon is doing or who it's calling.
Relatable.
There's Mephisto.
Yep.
No.
Which again feels like just a gag at that point because we spent all of WandaVision being like, aha, and then
which one of you is Mephisto? Turns out it was
no one.
Yep.
Sacha Baron Cohen the whole time.
Much later.
So right now, Feige's talking about Marvel history in Hall H, the first Avengers. He says it's all coming back to comics. He's talking about the new editor-in-chief change at Marvel Comics. Stephen Wacker's taking over. They're without the comics. There's no MCU, no movies, no TV shows, no animations, nothing. And then he talks about everyone cheers because they're watching X-Men 97, as they should. And he mentions Vision Quest is coming in October, and it being third in the WandaVision trilogy. We're very excited for that.
That's the whole quote? We're very excited about that?
Well, he's continuing to talk, but someone's typing it all out.
I see.
It's I think we just,
Does that mean in the Multiverse of Madness as part of the WandaVision trilogy?
Of the WandaVision trilogy?
Okay.
Makes sense, I guess.
I mean, which of your favorite trilogies is in a TV show and then a movie and then a different TV show?
Right.
In a totally different tone.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
a mention of Endgame and everyone cheers, as they do. That happens. I get it.
Now, that is one thing we did mention about upcoming releases for Marvel is they are re-releasing Endgame with additional footage this fall before Doomsday. So Endgame is coming out with something like, what is it, like 8 minutes of extra stuff they've said that is going to like...
Or is it new footage, or is it stuff they didn't?
I don't know. I think it's just like there's 7 extra minutes.
Yeah.
And then I don't know if they like shot new stuff for it, or if they just went back and directors cut it or whatever. Like, but you know, it was already almost 3 hours. So
Does
I can't
it
imagine
matter?
how much they didn't make it in.
Like, people are going to go watch this.
Yeah. Oh,
We're all chasing that high of Avengers Endgame, and I think Marvel is chasing that too. We've mentioned this before. They need a win now.
I mean, that deals with people going into different timelines and stuff and mixing things up. It would be kind of cool if they just retconned things that way and just added some new, like how, I mean, we're used to like, okay, like Jabba the Hutt has a new computer-generated dance number. Like it's not going to be that. I feel like it might be an extended scene, but it would be kind of cool if they were like, hey, guess what? Endgame is getting, Doctor Doom is going to show up in a time machine or whatever.
That's what it might be, right? I mean, it wouldn't, you know, there's the rumor that so much of what Doom's plans are in this movie is because of what Cap did returning the stones at the end of Endgame, right? And so if we get extra stuff of Cap's adventure returning the stones for a couple extra minutes, you know, that might be the thing that they're thinking is you have to go watch this new revamped version of Endgame for all the information you need going into Doomsday.
This could be the only movie and the only studio that could get away with something like that in a way that actually feels additive and you know, makes sense within the world of these movies.
And why not?
I don't know. Like, if you
go nuts, guys.
If you've ever loved it, you want to feel that again.
Yeah.
And that sounds like a pretty close way to do that. I mean, the in-theater experience for that movie was nearly unmatched.
It was a good time. Yeah. So Kevin Feige's framed the Endgame re-release as the encore. So I think it's called Endgame Encore, I guess. It's interesting. They're showing a trailer for it. It's all old footage, but the logo is Endgame Encore. So there's no Avengers in it, which is kind of interesting. It's just Endgame.
That is interesting.
They're owning it.
Yeah. People, they figure that maybe one of the most highest grossing movies of history, probably people know it's Avengers.
Or on Disney Plus, maybe they want to be able to get you again on the E when you're scrolling down if you skipped it on A.
They're pulling a little Avatar James Cameron here. It's going to have exclusive footage from Doomsday.
Well, there we go.
We're going,
new
baby.
Post-credits.
Yep.
There's your post-credits.
Yeah, I'll buy my ticket now.
All right. Now, friendly reminder, if you're watching with us, we are keeping track moment to moment of what's happening in Hall H, and also, trying to fill time between things getting announced, which sometimes it takes a second. Sometimes Herbie comes out and leads everybody in a sing-along of Journey. Right now, we need to take a quick break, but stick around because there's more live Marvel panel coverage coming up after this.
IGN SDCC 2026 is in partnership with Ramayana. Experience one of the world's greatest epics on the big screen. Coming to theaters worldwide Diwali 2026.
Cinefix Movie List features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to ign.com/plus and start your adventure today.
And we're back, and of course they announced that Ryan Gosling is playing Ghost Rider while we're on break. That's a thing that's happening
As soon as we went to break.
Yep,
too. That
pretty
happened
much.
Fast.
Yep.
About that.
No, so yeah, Ryan Gosling is currently on stage right now. He's apparently always wanted to play this. They did some cheeky teasing in setting this up. They showed the Ghost Rider logo, and let's see. It says there's only Kevin Feige says there's only one director we had in mind, only one who could do it. He mentioned Starfighter, which is Sean Levy. That's who's directing the new Star Wars movie. We also did Wolverine and Deadpool. Kevin mentions it sounds like it's going to be Sean Levy. They brought Sean Levy on stage. So, how do we feel?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I mean, Deadpool and Wolverine was kind of a slam dunk, and people really like what Sean did directing that. It's been very interesting. Like
Here's the logo.
Oh yeah, that's kind of cool.
It's the Ghost Rider logo.
Like hot Cheetos.
Or like
it's Cheetos. Cheetos-ish, yeah, absolutely. I see it.
It ain't easy being hot cheesy.
Or like those Fox motocross jerseys they always see. Yeah.
Look, Y2K fashion is back. Flame decals are all in. It's going to be great. Ghost Rider's going to have a PT Cruiser.
He's going to wear a bucket hat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Jinkos. No, this is. I love when the logos look just like straight up comic logos. Yeah. When they don't try to do like bank Gothic fonts with gradients on them. When it's just So I'm interested. Do you think? I mean, Deadpool and Wolverine did great with an R rating. Do you think they're going to do that with Ghost Rider?
It doesn't feel completely necessary. I think that you can probably get away with a PG-13 on that.
Yeah,
I think they'll aim for PG-13.
Well, I think he'll drop maybe one or two, so it's probably a PG-13. He's not the same kind of F-bomb dropper as Deadpool, but he's
a
not
flaming skeleton from hell.
Yes, but he doesn't say the swear words as much.
That's why he went to hell, No.
Oh no, that's his new origin story. He's in hell because he swore too much.
Yeah, I think that's actually Spawn's origin story.
That's too bad.
Don't quote me. So logo says 2028.
Nice.
No, this is the kind of thing. Like, this is a new character that this announcement doesn't do anything to spoil who may or may not survive Endgame and Secret Wars, or Doomsday and Secret Wars, right? So this is the neighborhood that I think we're going to live in, is these Ghost Rider, and that's where X-Men comes back, and what can we announce that's not going to be like, yeah, we're doing another Thor movie, and it's like, oh, I guess Thor's going to make it, like they can't really do that, so this is cool. This is very cool stuff.
John Bernthal just walked on stage and said, what's going on, Feige?
Uh-oh.
So,
he's going to bully him.
He's going to be bullying. The Punisher is here.
Brand new day talk, perhaps.
This could be interesting.
Now, just to circle back to something, we mentioned that it was announced for 2028. Just looking at some of the dates that we have, Untitled Marvel movie #1, that's a July 28th, 2028 date. I think that makes a lot of sense for like a big Ryan Gosling movie, summer blockbuster type thing.
Yeah, it's hot in the summer. There's fire.
I have another
hot Cheetos.
harebrained idea.
Let's hear it.
Cosmic Ghost Rider, which also features Punisher prominently. That's probably a little far down the line, though.
No, I like that.
But it's one of my favorite comic runs.
It's. I wonder though, would they do the sort of next version of Ghost Rider before they do like the real kind of grounded version?
We've got Johnny Blaze by way of Nick Cage, and we got Riley Rice, and was it Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that he showed up in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they've done different versions, but I don't know, shake it up, try something new.
Cool.
I love that. I love that John Bernthal showed up, just being like, "Hey, hold on, you got a different movie with a prominent skull iconography? We've got a movie coming out with that already." They're showing some Spidey footage. I don't know if it's new. I'm not in the room. I can't see it. For those of you just tuning in, we are doing our best to convey everything that is happening in Hall H right now, but we can't stream that itself, so we've got up-to-the-minute updates from people who are watching along and typing as fast as they can while still making coherent words.
It's also great to see exactly how excited
he is based on how many typos show up.
Yeah, it said
Because
Ghost Rider for a while.
Ghost Rider came out. When Gosling came out, it was a mess.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we're seeing him sort of reporting.
Spidey throws a Higg exploding web trapping Hulk.
What?
Yep.
Imagine that's a big
So
exploding
this
web.
is like a medium excitement there. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a scene that shows Spidey and Hulk duking it out, and then Frank Castle showing up.
This was not in the footage I saw, by the way. So this is probably, the stuff in the trailer
Do
with
you
the
want
Hulk
to
fighting.
recreate this dialogue we have here?
You want to
do dramatic
Yeah.
reading?
Where are you going to be?
Let's go.
I'll be Spidey.
Okay.
Frank, what are you doing here?
I don't know that I can say this in the stream.
Just
Can I say it?
Oh, we gotta
Okay,
say
I
it.
got a green light from the. Go ahead, sir, from the top.
Frank, what are you doing here?
I'm saving your ass.
This is way above your pay grade.
That's
Yep.
it.
And
That's what happened.
That's it. So, I mean, what I do like about this, though, is like as soon as the street level, like the Defenders, started showing up in the MCU, the big question was like, oh, they exist in the same world with all the stuff that's happening in the Marvels. And so, I mean, if Punisher is involved directly in a fight with Spider-Man and the Hulk, like that's a promotion, right? I mean, that's pretty cool.
I kind of like the idea of using, like, if we want to bring those heroes kind of more into the main MCU fold in the movies, like, we don't often get a lot of ground level, like, how is the rest of the world reacting to all of this cosmic insanity going on? It would be cool for those characters to be our window into that more, grounded, part of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, that was the sort of the funny conceit of the Netflix shows where they'd be like, well, the big green guy did a bunch of stuff downtown, and you're like, can't you just say it?
Can't you say Hulk?
Yeah.
Can't you say what town it is?
Yeah. So I'm stoked for Spider-Man. I think that they've shown off a ton of, like, they've got a lot of toys that they're dumping out to play with, which is cool. I'm personally extremely stoked that Michael Mando is actually finally playing the Scorpion. I love that tease back in Homecoming, and it's cool they're finally delivering on that front. But also, obviously watching Spider-Man do another team up with Punisher and fighting the Hulk, this is what I want. I want to see the action figures bashing together on the big screen.
So we also just got this is a fun little tidbit that he just went back and added to the footage is we're getting some hybrid version of Smart and Savage Hulk. So he's roaring and going crazy and smashing, but he's also able to speak in Ruffalo's voice, which is that's going to be cool. It also like why is he? Does he have his full faculties while he's beating up Spider-Man, and why are they doing that?
Yeah.
Russo brothers showed up.
Ooh.
They're making an Avengers movie,
Are they?
A couple
I've
of them
heard.
even. Yeah.
I've heard.
Again?
Jumping back to the sort of Smart Savage Hulk mix there. One of the things in play in Brand New Day is that the villain, it's Jean Grey, who knows, maybe, who knows. But whoever the villain is seems to be jumping around to different people and sort of puppeteering them. So it also could be that Hulk is being controlled in this moment by that sort of mystery villain. That's one possibility, I guess.
That is a good idea.
I have one every year, and I'm going to
good
have
one.
a tough time getting through the rest
We're
of
not
the
through
year.
this broadcast.
There's footage that we've already seen from Brand New Day, which is still cool. I've been trying not to like look too closely at trailers. Like I just want to be wowed when I see it. You can still show the trailer. You don't have to turn it off. It's more interesting. To look at.
No. You don't have to watch it.
Yeah. Let's see. The Russo brothers are on stage. They're asking how long people waited to get there. They're asking if people in the back room can see them, and something is being set up.
Oh, okay.
What if we reconjure the back row as the front row? That is being asked.
And we are getting some actors revealed in the audience there.
At the back of Hall H, Rebecca Romaine, Louis
I knew it.
Pullman, James Marston, Hannah Kamen, David Harbour, Kelsey, Winston Dukes, Simu Liu.
Kelsey
Yeah, it's a lot of
Grammer,
people.
I assume.
Kelsey Grammer.
Kelsey Grammer.
Simu Liu. Yep.
Namor.
Namor's there, Danny
Huerta,
Ramirez,
Danny
Anthony
Ramirez.
Mackie, Paul Rudd, everybody.
He says, I think I'm missing
Gang's
some.
on.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get it updated. I knew Rebecca Romaine would be there when she pulled out of my Star Trek interview.
That was the smart money.
Yep.
Oh no, she's gonna be in Hall H.
They have two logos. Some are in front of an X logo and some are in front of an A logo.
What could those stand for?
Pedro Pascal is on stage.
Ooh.
Haley Atwell.
Ooh, what a crossover.
Peggy confirmed.
Chris Evans. Cool. Yeah, we're just silently staring at names.
Yeah,
This is the part where everything's coming to the boil.
Haley Atwell. That's confirmation. She's in it.
Yes.
That means a lot.
Yeah, we didn't know that.
We're presently getting a live action recreation of that video of the chairs we all watched.
Yes.
It's just people, which is
People instead of chairs, which I think is a good step forward.
I guess, you know what, we really should have assumed that Haley Atwell is in the movie, because I'm pretty sure in the first trailer we see Steve ride up to his house and walk in and get his baby. So, like, yeah, if the baby wasn't there alone, I would imagine
I was a big fan of all the Captain Carter stuff in What If and in Multiverse Madness. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing more of that too.
Yeah, we've got that. Oh, well, that variant doesn't quite make it out of the movie, does it?
Yeah, but I mean,
they get another one for the next year.
That's the fun thing about the multiverse.
Anything is possible
Anything
in
is
the multiverse.
possible.
And Robert Downey Jr. has come on the stage, the regular front stage that's not at the back of the theater. That is kind of a cool move, because like at the very back of Hall H, you can't see anything. That's kind of a nice little treat for the people in the nosebleeds.
That's cool.
Yeah. And Eric Goldman, our steno reporter in Hall H, does note that Hemsworth is not in the room, at least not as of yet. He's filming Extraction 3 right now, so that probably explains why he wasn't part of this.
Yet. That we know of.
Who knows? Maybe he's going to drop in from the ceiling. But my money is on no.
Yeah, this is wild. This is a pretty big roster.
Yeah,
a little bit.
It's everybody.
It's everybody.
I mean, they have no choice but to put everybody in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody is here in Hall H. That's pretty cool. And Downey's talking, being. I mean, he's the dad. No, I really don't. I mean, he's the dad of this whole thing, right? Like, this is the thing that he built, and so I mean, he's got to be some pride and some. I mean, how cool is this for him? Not that he needs a win, but like to just sit there and introduce. He's saying, look at all these people that helped me become this arch nemesis and come back to the MCU and everything.
And he's doing a little bit of his Doom voice for the audience as well. Referencing the idea of joining the family of Doom.
Okay,
So,
are we going to talk witches?
We've been seeing witches all over the show floor, different colors.
I like that. So at the Marvel booth, they have a bunch of costumes out there. Then they have these Latverian witches, and each day they've been changing the color of the costume, which is odd. I don't know. And then the most recently they just had a Doctor Doom costume up there. But like we knew Doom was in it, but Latverian witches are kind of a curveball.
And are we sure that's not Silver Surfer?
Yes.
We're positive.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'll take Latverian witch.
Well, it seems he's inviting people to don their masks, their silver masks they were handed earlier, and all the actors are coming to the front of the stage.
And they're walking, high-fiving everybody. That's cool. This has got to be a nightmare for security, but yeah.
Oh, no.
All right.
David Harbour is giving Robert Downey Jr. a thumbs down.
I did not know he was
a bad guy.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. We're not saying David Harbour is a bad guy. We're saying that because Robert Downey Jr. is playing a bad guy. That's the implication there. They're all going to take a selfie, which is
oh boy,
it's a good thing to do. And everyone's
here. Do we want to take a selfie while they're taking a selfie?
Now our big selfie.
Yeah, we're going to do it. Let's get in here. Hey, surprise!
This is a dramatic reenactment of what the people are doing in the theater.
Feel like
They're taking a big selfie together.
But sure.
Yeah. No, I think we missed out on that. That's great.
Now, before we got into this, Clint, you were saying you don't think they're going to introduce any new characters. They just announced a new movie. Do you think we're going to see Ghost Rider in Doomsday?
I mean, we might. Who knows? They've got him attached to it. They've made it official. Like he might end up in there in some way. I feel like there's so much business for this movie to do. And so much to set up for Secret Wars that's coming out next year, that to add a new character, to introduce a new character that will have some sort of impact on that story and all of that business in any sort of meaningful way, I feel like it would be a mistake to introduce somebody new. So I'm rooting for the players that are already on the board to be the ones that are actually causing everything to happen and moving the story forward and all of that. To just drop somebody brand new into the mix and have some type of real impact on the story feels like a very strange choice. But announcing Ghost Rider and putting him in years from now, like it's a safe bet that it's not going to have much to do with the next couple of movies, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big surprises they could do would be, cameos of established characters. I think there's enough of that. You can do a lot more of the Multiverse of Madness, killing Black Bolt again, or different.
We can always kill Black Bolt
different
again.
Mr. Fan.
No, I mean, I think the X-Men are likely, the Fox X-Men likely not going to make it out of Act 1 of this movie.
And here, by the way, we're getting a look at Ryan Gosling on stage.
There he is.
Look at
nice
him.
red matching that logo.
Always cool jackets on that
Shout
guy.
out to the stylist.
Nothing
Jacket
but cool
looking
jackets.
slick.
To say off what you said, it's weird to have a new person be so impactful and key to the developments of this very, very important movie for Marvel. But if anyone has the juice, is it not Ryan Gosling? He is coming off of...
You're not going to trap me into an argument about Ryan Gosling's juice. Like, there's no argument there.
We can have that argument off camera. We got to take a quick break. When we come back, there will hopefully be lots more announcements coming out of the Marvel panel in Hall H after this. Stick around.
So much juice. IGN's SDCC 2026 coverage is presented by Aliens Fireteam Elite 2. Out August 25th. Wishlist today.
Cinefix Movie List features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films. And before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
I don't know why we're showing Pokemon Lego there, but while we were on break, they announced something else, or I guess revealed something else. Deadpool's in the crowd, and it's Deadpool in a gray costume, and it's very clearly Ryan Reynolds in costume doing the voice, and he's doing the old Comic-Con bit where he asks some questions. He says 2 questions. First question, where is Thor, and why was he crying? Which is a nice callback.
Nice callback.
I like that. And Paul Rudd says he's a Wrexham fan.
Oh, get it?
And he says, this is an awful expensive way to start a film. When do you start filming? And they explained to him it already was shot. And so, I don't know, do we think Deadpool's going to show up? It sounds like Deadpool might show up.
It really sounds like he would, because Ryan Reynolds, he loves to troll, but he's also a busy man. If he's here doing this, I would say money's on that.
I feel like that one of the most surefire ways to get him to show up for one of these things is to be like, we'll make a joke out of it. And he's like, oh, okay, cool, I'll be there.
It'll be fun.
But I mean, Deadpool was one of the folks that was sort of conspicuously absent from the chairs, and we haven't really heard about, obviously not in the trailer. So he's got to be there. I mean, Deadpool's and Wolverine's the biggest thing that they've done in a minute, and so it would be weird to not have them show up a little bit.
And the Russos are chasing that up by saying that when Ryan says there's no additional photography, any last-minute additions, the Russos do say they keep making movies until Marvel pries it out of their hands. So,
Anything can happen. Get your hopes sky high.
So apparently Deadpool just walked away, and they didn't actually say if he's in the movie or anything. They just kind of did that. I like they got both the Ryans up there, you know? Ryan Reynolds actually had a great tweet. I'm not going to say the whole thing. Don't panic back there. He said, a lot of people get us mixed up. One way you can tell the difference is Ryan Gosling is blonde, and then I'm a very bad word, which was a wonderful gag.
You can't. Ryans are the new Chris's, so I mean, I'm glad they're doing their work.
That's the hallmark of this era of Marvel.
Yeah.
The Ryans.
Yep.
We've got a new
Age of
Doom
Chris's has
poster.
ended.
It's Doom, and he's walking in the shadows. I don't know.
Pretty cool looking from what it says here. It's
I love
pretty
reading the
cool
description
looking.
of a poster. That Deadpool tease is interesting. I was assuming he was going to show up in Secret Wars, and maybe this is alluding to that.
Does the gray costume give us any hints of what kind of story points they may be touching on?
X-Force?
Yeah.
Which they just sort of introduced in X-Men '97. That could be kind of cool. Yeah, my hunch with this series is that they're going to do a similar deal that they did to Endgame, where Infinity War was very weighted with certain characters. They focused heavily on them, and then Endgame had sort of a different crew. Like there's kind of, obviously some of them were unavailable at Endgame, but I think they could do a similar thing where they just give different characters more focal points, more stuff to do. And I'm kind of thinking like, who isn't confirmed or who hasn't been hyped up a lot? Yeah.
Wolverine. Deadpool does get us one step closer to Wolverine.
We're seeing some footage from inside the room of Ryan Gosling on stage. And somebody forgot to change their Mac settings to get rid of the toolbar, so that's why we saw that on the screen.
Yeah.
And there he goes again.
There he is. So they're giving a little bit of insight into Doom. He used to be kind, he used to be caring, and then everything he loved was taken from him. He's also, I don't think he finished medical school, so he's not technically a doctor.
Yeah, and we're seeing here the
here we go.
gray
There's a look
Deadpool costume, which looks awesome. That looks really cool.
They sort of did a bit with that in Deadpool 2 where he was like in an explosion, and it was like, oh, it's the gray costume. It's like, not really, but
yeah. We're getting it for real now. Either that or he hasn't washed it yet.
Yeah, that could be. He spent so much time in Deadpool Wolverine getting fitted for that new outfit. It's an extensive tailoring sequence. This is cool.
I don't know. I gotta think he's gonna show up. For all the reasons. I mean, and doing it this way it's so perfectly Ryan Reynolds. Like there's no other way for it. He wouldn't have just trotted out on stage and waved and said hi like everybody else usually gets to in these things. So.
Some of the descriptions we're seeing of the footage being shown in a Hall H include intense shots of Thor, Shang-Chi, Shuri, and Gambit, who is back. And it seems like Sue is narrating a lot of this. So does that mean they have this comics accurate history?
Here's a fun one. I guess they're showing footage, and Doom raises his arm, and an army of Sentinels rises from the ground.
Oh, great.
That's a cool kind of Doombot, I guess.
Yeah, that's a cool kind of crossover.
Yeah, we have seen, I guess, I don't know, like leaked like set photos that involve Sentinel parts, but I was never sure if that was.
Yeah, they're Sentinels walking behind Cyclops, or we assume they're Sentinels because it's Cyclops and it's X-Men, but just massive Doombots.
Yeah, I thought that
interchangeably.
I thought Eric was typing out Sentimental, but it was Sentinels, which is much more
Again, he's very excited.
Yeah, I mean they do this kind of shuffly remixy stuff where they don't want to do
poster as well.
So there's the Doom poster. There's
their big selfie moment.
We've really changed the definition of selfie. That's just a photograph.
Yeah, that's just a picture.
It's true. It's true.
Kevin is thanking everybody like it's ending, but it's not really. I don't think. I feel like they're waiting to do something, but they're
maybe something that starts with the letter X.
Maybe.
Could be. Yeah.
No, it does seem like they just played another Doomsday trailer.
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, they were showing footage, but just the description here it bounces all over the place. It doesn't look like it's more of an extended look at one of the scenes that we already saw in the trailer. It feels like it's a new trailer, so hopefully we'll get that.
They framed it as footage. They framed it as exclusive footage. The only people in Hall H will ever see. So I'm sure, they'll probably release it at some point, but I feel like we're not going to see that one until somebody leaks a very shaky cell phone video of it.
In 5 minutes.
Yeah, and we can't show that because we'll get in really big trouble.
No, we don't want Dr. Doom coming after us too.
Yeah.
What if we think he has good ideas?
Then I would examine some of your own ideas.
Well, that's pretty offensive.
All right, yeah. So, but wait, no.
They did a gag. Kevin walked off stage, and then he's doing a one more thing. He said there is one more thing. So we're going to find out what this is.
Here's that one more thing. Do we think we've gotten the thing? Like I was talking about earlier about the RDJ was the thing back 2 years ago. We haven't gotten the thing.
It sure doesn't feel like it.
It's fun for everybody in there to high five people as they were walking up to the stage, but we haven't gotten the thing.
We already went over a whole group of people that we know are involved, kind of felt like are going to be there. We have a lot of folks that I think we still are going to see here. That's my guess.
Yeah, I don't know. They're in an odd spot where I feel like a lot of the expectations and a lot of the hype around this has become, it comes from them going too hard in previous Hall H panels. And I love it when they announce a bunch of stuff and show us a bunch of logos and we get all excited, but it has become, the Spaceballs 2 panel just roasted them for it. They filled up the entire wall with 11 different phases that they're going to have. All right, Black Panther logo. We got the 3 that forms the Black Panther logo.
I was going to interrupt you and say Black Panther logo, but you interrupted yourself there. That was great.
That's more important than whatever I was talking about. Ryan Coogler is there.
Ryan Coogler coming out.
Yeah, that's cool. Again, we knew this was happening. It's nice to get a little update on it. I wonder if we'll get anything else.
This here also, Kevin quoted saying, one of the great privileges is working with these great artists. Sometimes they go off and win an Academy Award and they still go to Marvel Studios for their next film. So confirmed that Black Panther 3 is definitely Coogler's next film, not sneaking anything in there. And Coogler's on stage now talking about what an honor it is to be part of the sort of Marvel firmament, part of Comic-Con.
Bringing out some cast. Hopefully this is where we see Denzel.
Yes.
December 15th.
We're on Denzel watch.
2028. December 15th.
December 15th.
I just want to getting Black Panther.
So we're going to fill out that slot on the empty 2028 calendar.
Yes.
Do you think the 3 is going to change? I feel like there's...
Oh, interesting. Well,
it'll get a new subtitle?
It wouldn't be the first time Marvel changed the title of a movie.
Nope.
No.
I don't know.
We never got Captain America Serpent Society, did we?
No. They didn't even get off the stage that time before they changed.
No, that was quick.
Yeah, Thunderbolts obviously they had the asterisk, and everyone's like, what's it going to be? And it's the new Avengers, obviously. I feel like whatever the subhead for Black Panther is, does it hinge on something that happens in the next movies?
Could
be.
Probably, because we're looking at a pretty astronomical shakeup here. So we have a date, December 15th, 2028 for Black Panther 3, TBD if that changes.
Mm-hmm. And it sounds like it's going to be a large format movie.
Interesting too that that's dead center of award season as well. So I think Marvel may have had that in mind in placing that in December as well.
Well, they did explicitly bring up that Coogler is an Oscar winner at this point. So are we seeing a ramp up?
Already started the campaign for
the campaign.
3, yeah.
There were people who felt the first Black Panther movie deserved to be considered more for Oscars.
Yes.
Is this them shooting their shot finally?
Are they going to do the unthinkable thing and just let a director cook?
No.
Just be hey,
maybe.
Do your thing. Don't go nuts. Just
if it's going to be anyone, I think it's going to be Coogler.
If Coogler's out there right now talking about large format cameras, that's a good first step.
Yep. Give them some cool toys. I would just love to know the conversations that happen there because they're not on bad terms or anything, but Coogler obviously is off doing Sinners and stuff. He can do whatever he wants and. He's worked with Marvel, but he knows what he's dealing with. He knows.
We got news. We got news.
Wow. Okay.
We're announcing.
Okay, so the new Black Panther. You got there first.
Our new
Go
Black
for it.
Panther is Mr. David Johnson.
Pretty awesome. David Johnson was in Alien Romulus as the android. Also incredible this past year in The Long Walk as one of the two with Cooper Hoffman. Those were the kind of 2 lead guys. A really incredible actor. This is a very good pick for
Alien Romulus was a fun movie. He was my favorite part of it, hands down.
Yeah.
They're not even close.
This is so
cool.
Very soulful, very, just between Long Walk and Alien Romulus, it really does seem like this guy can kind of do anything.
And for some clarity, it looks like this is T'Challa the Junior.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So not an alternate of Chadwick Boseman's originated character. This is the son.
Yes.
Grown up.
Yeah, this is rad. This is kind of what I wanted. They're filling in the Marks, they're not showing us a timeline of things. They're like, hey, mark your calendars. Here's when this is happening.
Interesting too that it's David Johnson. Another kind of actor that was rumored for that role for a long time was Damson Idris from F1.
Yeah.
There was some concept art that leaked out a little while ago that had him in the Black Panther outfit. So, but you know, as we've been saying, things shift around a lot. So it's not surprising that they got a also very talented actor to.
Here's the poster right here, which, as you can see, is
Currently.
That's a 3.
Black Panther logo.
And that's David Johnson.
There's our guy.
Yep. All right,
Honestly,
so
it really seemed like Damson Idris was the name floating around.
Yeah.
So this is a surprise,
Yeah, maybe
but a
things
welcome
shifted
surprise.
after F1. Who knows?
that apparently was it. Kevin said that it's officially the end of the show. We'll see you on Doomsday. So no X-Men stuff and a countdown.
Well, hold on. He's already done this. Maybe we're
How many times can you pull off a "I'll see you later"? Just kidding. Is it twice?
Well, I mean, like, there's a lot. The MCU has done a lot of timeline messing around and going back to the beginning. So this is
The next time he walks out on stage, he's gonna be like, "Hey, sorry, I'm late. I see you got started without me." It's like,
But there is a countdown clock for Doomsday on the stage. So
Is it counting down to the actual release date of this movie?
nobody knows.
We don't
There's
know.
no way to find it.
You'd have to do just incomprehensible amounts of math to figure that out.
Yes.
Too hard to figure out. Yeah, so that was the end of the Marvel Hall H panel.
Okay.
How do we feel about that?
I honestly didn't think we would get a big X-Men announcement at this point. I would have liked one, but it just seems like a lot right now, especially if we're putting a lot of focus on Doomsday and how we're gonna return to what you loved about Marvel. We're gonna do Endgame Encore. We're gonna shower you with the things that you've always loved about Marvel.
Yeah, I think in terms of what they need to do, right, and like what I was sort of rooting for versus what I kind of realistically expected, right? Like I wasn't expecting them to do a ton. In fact, I'm surprised at the Black Panther 3 announcement. I'm a little surprised at that because Black Panther. I mean, granted, his Tassan is not on. He's on the board and that he exists as a character on camera at this point. And it's not like we were expecting him to have a big role in what happens in Doomsday and Secret Wars or anything. Although he is one of those kid Avengers that it seems like Doomsday is collecting, I guess, is that theory. So maybe he does have something to do with the plot of the next couple of movies. And so they're
the leader of that team.
Yeah. So he could be involved quicker than 2028. But I am a little surprised that they announced that stuff. And I mean, Ghost Rider, like I said, is not terribly surprising. It's new. He'll do his own thing after this, and we'll catch up. He'll land wherever the pieces shake out after Secret Wars. But no, I was rooting for X-Men. Not terribly surprised that we didn't get it.
Yeah.
But we'll see what I guess. Maybe that's more evidence. Another tick in the column that Sadie Sink really is Jean Grey.
Yeah,
They didn't want to spoil that before it comes out next
When
week.
we were referencing The Long Walk, I was low-key like, are they going to say Cooper Hoffman Cyclops?
Cooper Hoffman as Cyclops makes his appearance in Black Panther 3.
Okay.
I am actually pretty surprised that they didn't announce X-Men. I think that anything that Marvel can do right now to get people excited to go back to see Marvel movies, whether or not it's specific details about the very next one or the roadmap, the kind of longer lead stuff, I did think that. And given how much, we've seen the reports that Jake Schreier has been meeting with Indy Navarrete, we've seen a couple other similar reports in that space, more rumory. I really thought the big play for Marvel this year was going to be, let's bring everybody out. Let's just fill more directors' chairs than you could possibly imagine.
But this is
no.
the opposite of our thought that it's going to be simplified, streamlined, more easy to understand.
Yeah.
We can talk about that in just a second. There's a lot to unpack here. We need to take another quick break, but stick around. We're going to talk about the Marvel Hall H panel after this. Be right back.
The official product partner of IGN SDCC 2026 is Brisk. When the game heats up, cool down with Brisk.
Be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com. IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Or kick back and relax to your favorite video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
And we're back. Yeah, so Marvel's Hall H panel has wrapped. We got some pretty solid announcements, but I feel like some of us were waiting for a little bit more. To recap, we got Ghost Rider is coming out in 2028. That's the big sort of surprise. Black Panther 3 is coming December 15th, 2028. And that's kind of the concrete things.
Got a extra sort of just in the room look at both Spider-Man and Doomsday.
And Deadpool, question mark? Maybe at some point, somewhere.
That's as much a confirmation as I think a character like Deadpool can muster, right? Like just showing up and being goofy for a minute, like that. I think that's a yes.
Yeah. But Kim, to the point that you were making a little earlier.
Yeah, we were fighting a little.
We were as we often do. But no, I will flip the coin and sort of appreciate the other side of it, which is that when we think about what was announced in this panel, not updated, we got one sequel, one brand new movie, and that's kind of, and one really significant new piece of casting outside of the new announced movie. It does sort of belie a more focused approach and a more focused approach, and that part of it is exciting to me.
Well, part of me wonders if they just felt that topping a bigger and bigger and bigger thing over and over is just impossible. And when we look back at the era of, let's say, Ant-Man Quantumania, mistakes were made. Maybe we are going to change our strategy a little and make things easier to understand, less convoluted, less for the hardcore fans, and more for people who come to these movies and just want to have a good time, and want to see their friends, and it is a strategy.
Just so we're very clear, though, one of the mistakes made by somebody airdropped me.
Just deleted something.
One of the mistakes made in Quantumania was not MODOK, who of course should have been nominated. Of course, should have been nominated for an Oscar. We know
Nobody's
this.
saying that,
more
Tom.
of these ideas.
Yeah, no, these are good ideas, and I stand by them.
People loved MODOK. People couldn't get enough of MODOK. It was one of don't do that. Don't make a MODOK.
MODOKing. We're turning it into a meme.
I don't like this.
Send us your MODOKs.
I don't like the term MODOKing. Don't say that.
It's like Morbin time, but a little worse.
I do think like what I'm personally looking for from Marvel from now on is a near complete and total reboot, right? And then, like that's what was sort of exciting about the announcement of Doomsday and then in Secret Wars, because what happens in the comics and how everything gets sort of refocused and and in my heart, I wanted more out of this Hall H, but my brain was like, no, you don't, because like I don't want anything announced past Secret Wars. I want them to just go ahead and wrap it up and then just start something new. And there's a kernel, leave room for a kernel of something else to start with, and that's likely going to be the X-Men. We just don't need to know what that is yet, which is honestly, it's fine.
It does put Marvel in a position next summer after the release of Doomsday to probably come back here and do something huge, because that's going to be them setting up Secret Wars. That I bet we're going to see a lot of crazy things happen in next year's panel if they come back.
What was the big twist that happened in Infinity War? What was the thing that happened? Something that
You're talking about when everybody died?
That thing? Yeah. So what if something like that happens, but the solution is new characters, like new casting?
I don't think it can be as brutal and cruel like that moment where we're all gasping and crying a little bit in the theaters. Because, yes, we do have to reset the table because people age over the course of 20 years, and we do need to get more stories out there. I'm not really sure how to do this, especially if we're in this mode of make things simpler and easier to understand, AKA stop doing cosmic, multiversal stuff.
You're talking about if Doomsday ends with a lot of people dying. And then Secret Wars starts with a new actor playing Thor and a new actor playing like that sort of thing.
We've got a lot of X-Men who are doing their big victory lap, and I don't see them reprising those roles.
No, the X-Men. I think what's funny with the X-Men is we've seen them die before. And I
Gambit
think
has not died enough.
Gambit has not
Kill
died.
Gambit again.
To be fair, Gambit never died the first time. I love that Gambit was most famous for not being in a movie until Deadpool and Wolverine. There's a reported runtime of close to 3 hours, 2 hours 45 minutes. I think is the rumor about how long Doomsday is going to be. So there's real estate in there to do some stuff like that, but they're going to have a lot of work to do to set up. Like, why are we going to? If Secret Wars is a big sort of universe-wide reboot, and to do that with new characters, I don't know that we're going to do that. I think we got two full movies with who we've got now, and then we'll recast after that.
I just don't know if they could stand that kind of harsh, quick, cruel shift. I don't know. It's going to be a challenge, and it has to be probably a little bit slower than we expect. Than everyone dead, new actors, and we don't want to change universes either because we've gotten attached to these people. So I think the solution is a proper send-off, whatever that may be.
They walk through a circle.
Yeah.
Just go through a ring.
They go backwards through the circles.
They walk backwards.
Just Homer Simpson into the hedge for another dimension.
We're seeing on screen here, by the way, we've got Ryan Coogler, that Winston Duke, and Letitia Wright on screen there with Kevin Feige holding up something. I don't know what he's holding. What is that?
Well, it seems to be motion blurred, whatever it is.
Oh, yeah, maybe it's a camera.
Is that the camera he was
Ryan Coogler sometimes works around a camera, so it could be a camera.
Yeah.
So they're not doing a radio drama this time around, huh? Wild.
Visuals in Black Panther 3 confirmed.
People are taking Ryan Reynolds' presence there as confirmation. I guess the exchange, that happened in the crowd was just like, I got a question, you guys done filming? And the Russos were like, well, the film's in the can, but we're tinkering with it, which is, it's cheeky, little wink and a nod. I don't know. The gray outfit is sort of suggesting he's part of X-Force, which would mean a team, which would mean, where does he?
Deadpool putting a team together didn't go great the last time.
And weren't they also called X-Force?
Yeah.
You do. I mean, the animated series just introduced X-Force a bit. But, I don't know. I could see, again, superhero movies, they kill people off. I worked the red carpet for Deadpool 2 before it was announced, and I interviewed all those people who were going to be in the X-Force movie. They'd announced they're working on X-Force movie. I was like, Bill Skarsgård, you going to be back for this? And he was like,
whatever you think, man.
It's.
And I just want to jump in real quick. Our team is telling me that our reporter in Hall H, Eric Goldman, is on his way back to the studio. We're going to get to talk to him a little bit about what he saw firsthand. Maybe get a little bit more of a sense of what the atmosphere in the room was, what they were reacting like.
About the Eyes Wide Shut thing.
Yes.
Oh, yes. I want to hear less about that.
Well, we'll see when he gets here.
But that's kind of the X factor, right? That's kind of the X factor, is how did the crowd respond to this?
Yeah.
I think Marvel does pay attention to
the other guy that's sort of still noticeably absent from me is Wolverine. I mean, and maybe that's all, we don't get any X-Men, so we don't get Wolverine either. And I just if Deadpool's going to show up, I got to believe Wolverine's going to be there too. And it's, I don't know. I feel like in thinking about how to manufacture one of those Robert Downey Jr. type moments, I thought you could build one around Hugh Jackman. So I was putting a small bet on, maybe Hugh Jackman will show up and he'll introduce the new Wolverine actor or something like that. Would be cool.
That would be very cool.
Maybe next year.
And necessary. I know there are a lot of people out there, and look, Hugh Jackman has put in so much incredible work as that character over 26 years. I'm personally very ready to see a new actor take that character.
Yeah, I feel
him in a different direction.
I feel bad for him because it's going to be rough.
Yeah,
but yeah, I love Hugh Jackman. I love his Wolverine. I feel like we've seen it. We got two epic send-offs for the character.
Yes, we've said bye to him before. I don't know if we should do this again.
Well, he's gotten both kinds of endings now.
Yeah.
Like there's the great, tragic and heroic death in Logan that was wonderful, and there's the great sort of like, I'm emotionally at peace now ending from Deadpool and Wolverine. So
much of Deadpool and Wolverine was like again a sort of tongue-in-cheek victory lap send-off to that whole universe, and then they're like, no, we're going to do it again, just once more.
Or was that being cheeky,
just with Gambit.
Meta cheekiness, I mean, we haven't seen any big recasts, but I think that is a role that is very prime for it.
Yeah. Now, we're waiting on Eric to get back from Hall H. He's hustling over here. He can hopefully tell us a little bit more about what it was like in the room there, what the vibes were. But while we're waiting, I'm curious, aside from the Hall H panel, which I don't know, I'm not disappointed, but sort of my hype levels aren't what they were previous years.
You're not overwhelmed. You're just kind of whelmed.
I'm moderately whelmed.
Yeah,
exactly. Aside from Hall H, what was a highlight of Comic-Con? What it could be a trailer, a panel, an announcement, a thing you saw, a person you hung out with. I don't know. What was the best thing you had going?
I mean, we had Green Day into our studio. I mean, that was kind of awesome.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, Nimrods. They have a movie coming out. I've seen it. It's very funny. That was definitely my favorite.
You got to share your middle school graduation look.
Sure did.
Billy Joe. That was
long hair, black shirt, red tie.
Could we roll it?
Let's see if we have it.
Bring it into the Marvel panel.
Kim, what
about you?
What was a highlight for you?
Oh, you know what it is. I got to interview Oscar winner Michelle Yeoh, whose acting has been very important to me, who I cried over when she won the Academy Award. And I got to meet Hunter Schafer, and we're getting a new Blade Runner. Blade Runner! Yeah. Blade Runner, Blade Runner, Blade Runner, Blade Runner.
It's a harder chance. Too many syllables. It's a harder chance to start.
And what about you?
I'll tell you what really surprised me was the Matchbox, the movie.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, I had no idea what to expect from that, and that trailer looks like a blast. And John Cena and the rest of the cast were in here talking about it, and they all. It's one of those movies that like, oh, you guys had a lot of fun making this, didn't you?
Totally.
And the fact that it's Sam Hargrave, the extraction guy, who's everything's practical, like I'm weirdly excited. I would not have guessed. I'm excited for Matchbox the movie was what I was going to be saying here at the Hall H reaction.
That's probably not my favorite thing, but that did definitely surprise me quite a bit. The thing I love is that they really did seem to drill in. We get all these, these movies based on beloved IP. There's not really IP for Matchbox. There's not really like lore. There's not characters. The thrill of those little toy cars is throwing around little toy cars, and they decided to do that with real cars.
Right.
Like they broke the record for how many times you can flip a vehicle in a stunt, and then they drove a real 18-wheeler off a real bridge, which is like, I guess that is a live-action adaptation of what you do with Matchbox.
And
That's
more
kind
of that, please.
Kind of brilliant.
Just figure out the spirit of a thing and double down on that, and that seems to be what they did. So
we're looking for more movies based around toy IP?
With zero story attached to it, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm actually hearing right now that Eric Goldman has been swarmed by 30,000 Doom bots and will not be able to make it to the stage to give us the
Doom
vibe
bots
check.
got him.
So if you see 30,000 Doom bots over near Hall H, please go to the aid of Eric Goldman.
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this man? Is he now a Doom bot? We don't know. We're waiting for word.
It takes a minute to get in or out or around Hall H. There's a lot of people.
Yes.
One of my probably the biggest thing that I was excited to see out of Comic-Con was the trailer for Neuromancer, which is one of my favorite books. I love William Gibson's books dearly. It is the prototypical cyberpunk novel, and the adaptations of this thing have been getting kicked around for like 40 years, and Apple TV is finally doing it, and it looks like they're not going to screw it up, and I'm very happy about that. And yeah, the other prototypical cyberpunk is, of course, Blade Runner, and we're getting Blade Runner 2099 and Neuromancer. So,
good year for cyberpunk. I will say about the Neuromancer thing, the Apple TV logo is starting to sneak up the charts like close to the A24 logo in terms of like I trust it.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have such a good batting average. They don't make as much stuff and they don't have as much viewership as some of the other streaming platforms. But the stuff that they do make is it bottoms out at pretty good.
I sure don't find out about those things when they're airing.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Yeah, my favorite phenomenon in current times is when someone tells you about a show that you've literally never heard of. You're like, where is it? And it's on a thing you subscribe to, and you're like, I just didn't know it was there.
That's the story of Pluribus and Widow's Bay at this point.
Yeah.
Yes.
The algorithm didn't tell me about it.
You guys ever seen Patriot?
No.
No.
Exactly. It's an awesome show.
Oh, okay. There you go.
It's like 2 seasons long. It's on Prime Video, and it's about like a secret agent who decides to like. He has like a breakdown and he starts like revealing secrets while he's playing folk songs at an open mic, but he also has to go undercover and work at a pipe factory. And who's the guy who plays Clarence Boddicker in RoboCop? Kurtwood Smith. Thank you, Calibro. Yeah, Kurtwood Smith's in it. He's amazing. It's an amazing show, and no one saw it. No one's seen this show. It's great. It's like Burn After Reading DLC. Anyway.
And on that note.
Yeah, so this wraps up our Comic-Con coverage. This is another year in the book. The Hall H panel, we got some stuff to look forward to. It's cool. Thank you all for hanging out and doing this. This is a blast. This is one of the highlights of the year. We're all fried and exhausted. We did it. That's another San Diego Comic-Con in the books. It couldn't happen without the hard work of everybody working behind the scenes to make it happen, or without everyone who took the time to watch. So thank you for tuning in for all of our coverage. And be sure to join us next month. We're going to be in Cologne, Germany for live coverage of Gamescom. And of course, for everything comics, movies, shows, games, and everything in between. Keep it right here on IGN. We love you. Good night.
IGN's SDCC 2026 coverage is presented by Alienware.
Be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN GameScoop.
GameScoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Let the kids love what we love.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion.
I will not suffer.
IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.